Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link, but prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. And somebody is not listening to me. Jackson, keep yourself on mute until I say to talk. But hey, it's all right. He does it every time. It's all good. Welcome, everybody. Coming on over from Standing for Truth, where is another interesting debate between Kent Hovind versus David P. Neff on is there evidence for evolution? Part of an ongoing series over there, and this one, like the preceding ones, like I said, this was like kind of a rematch. It's kind of interesting how so many of these don't seem to really end up in good dialogue, it seems to me, but we'll see how the after show goes, because usually these degenerate into a dumpster fire within about an hour and 15 minutes or so. But hopefully for the first hour we can have some interesting dialogue back and forth. We'll just stay focused on the debate. People can share their thoughts, best one-liners, best comebacks, overall zingers, who won, who lost, all that kind of fun stuff. And for those of you who are joining for the first time, we kind of do this in a round robin format initially. Once we get through everybody, then we kind of go into open conversation. If new folks hop into the panel, they get a minute and a half to air their thoughts on the debate, and then we go back into the general conversation. So if you want to join, the link is currently inside chat. I've got it pinned. I'm going to post it here again in just a second. For those of you who aren't looking up at the pinned link at the top. But yeah, if you want to come on in here, share your thoughts, it should be a fun time, and hopefully we'll get into some good back and forth dialogue. Now, Jackson was not first. He usually is first to the after shows. He was actually second this time, so he's going to have to wait. It's unfortunate. Normally he gets here first, but he'll be up next. But I believe the first person to arrive was the one and only Andy X. What's up, Andy? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I saw you over in the debate, so why don't you share your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm doing all right
overall, and give us a little insight into your feelings about the interesting conversation we just witnessed.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're coming through just fine.
I mean, I'm on the evolution side, and I mean, I guess my overall opinion would be that I think it's just kind of a lost cause for these debates of, is evolution real or not? Because it's always seems to just devolve into, well, here's what I believe, here's my evidence. Well, I don't believe it. I think it would be, and Donnie will probably realize this at this point, but I would like to debate Kent Hovind on his theory. There's got to be an alternative theory. If there's no alternative theory, then what is the point of the debate? I mean, you can say, well, here's what evolution says, and then you
gentlemen,
have people say, well, I don't
gentlemen.
believe that.
And hang on, guys, we're going in round robin. There will be no questions posed to individuals. We're having back and forth.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
It's okay. Right, we're just going into round robin, and then we'll get into back and forth conversation after all that. So appreciate that, Andy. We'll continue on those points here in a few minutes.
And can I say one more quick thing?
Sure, go ahead.
I can't stay long. I'm just here briefly. I can't stay very long. I got to get to bed tonight.
Right, I gotcha. Okay, up next, Jackson Rowe. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are your thoughts on tonight's debate?
Hey, I'm doing good. Hey, Matt, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah. I made some notes. So I knew it was going to be, the first half was going to be bad when Neff brought up the mugshot and said with the quote, I'm Kent Hovind, I'm a tax fraudster or something like that. And the first half of the debate was a train wreck in that respect. The last half, David did make some decent points, but I think they were kind of canceled out a little bit by the ad hominems, in my opinion. I mean, compare the debate I had last night with David McQueen to this one, and it's just night and day in regards to respecting each other, I'm not saying I won or did better necessarily. I'm just saying I didn't disrespect anybody. He didn't disrespect me, and that's how it should go. I mean, even if you despise the person that you're talking to, I think in a formal debate, you should not use ad hominems. So that's all I have to say.
Right on. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts. And yeah, folks, you haven't seen the very interesting debate between Jackson and David McQueen. It was last night over on SFT as well. And we had a very interesting after show that turned into a serious dumpster fire. I mean, it was on a very interesting level for sure at different points throughout the night. But we'll get into that later. Okay, up next, we've got Creo is in the house. What's up? What are your thoughts on the debate?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yep, you're coming through.
Okay, so again, it was pretty much, unfortunately, like the last debate we scanned, where David Neff was not in the best shape and arguments, because I was actually thinking that David should prepare from the material from Dr. Dan, what you probably all know, and other stuff. For example, he can go about the genetic evidence from the Dr. Dan material, or maybe he could include some Erika material about anthropology. It's something, but it was okay. But it's a mistake because he's probably new and not experienced in the debates. And from the Kent side, it was pretty much the same tape over again. Nothing to say about it. Okay, and later I would talk about some questions, if you may, about code and other stuff from the last time, if you want. Okay, that's from.
Right, I appreciate that, Creo. And let's see. Up next, we got Danny. Also, or sorry, no, it's not Danny. It's Donnie. Donnie, also known as FFT, is up next. What's up, man? How you doing? I know, obviously, you were modding that debate, so you were having to try and stay neutral in the conversation. But now it's the after show, so you can say whatever the heck you want. Assuming you're not going to bash people too badly. But what did you think about the debate? And what are your thoughts? Did anything stick out to you?
The evolution bashing will come a little later there, John. But it's an honor and privilege to once again be on the famous, the one and only LPP after show. We've had so many epic debates lately that we've also had so many epic after shows, John. So keep up the good work. Yeah, that was definitely an entertaining debate. And, I because we've been doing so many debates on this topic ever since we put out the challenge video, I will give all of Kent's interlocutors kind of, the list of rules and requirements. And one of them is no ad hominems. So, I was getting a little exhausted after a while having to give the warning over and over again in the debate. So, but, it was definitely fun. Andy, I'd personally love to debate you on my model pertaining to creation, the separate ancestry model. We can certainly do that. We put out a video a few weeks ago, about a month ago, actually, an evolution challenge video for Kent. So we've been doing debates every single week, and we've got a ton of requests. In 2021, the last few months, I had Kent on, 15 to 20 times debating the Noah's Ark topic, the flood topic. So now we're just focusing on requests for evolution. So certainly, Andy, if you want to take that challenge, we can do so. If you want to debate an alternative model, I've written books on an alternative model focusing on independent origins. So I would certainly debate you on that. The last thing I'll say too is the one interesting point that David brought up was the so-called vitamin C gulo gene, the shared mistakes. John, you and I frequently talk about how a lot of these so-called shared mistakes, pseudogenes, we now know are not mistakes. They are actually functional DNA elements that are necessary and essential to sustain healthy life processes in the cell, which is an intelligent design fulfilled prediction. But specifically when it comes to the vitamin C gulo pseudogene, I do believe that Kent had the correct prediction there, where he predicted this is probably the result of a common environmental trauma or problem, because in that specific case, we do know there exists something called mutational hotspots, where some genes are just more prone to mutations and degeneration than other genes. And last thing I'll say, John, is since we can get vitamin C quite easily from our diets because we supplement with vitamin C, we eat vegetables, fruit, so on and so forth, there is every reason to believe that this specific gene would be just that, subject to mutational breakdown, right? Mutational hotspots. And I think that's probably why we share that same type of mutational breakdown with the chimpanzees, since which creature do we share the most with in terms of morphology, anatomy, physiology, and genetics? Well, the chimpanzees. And you can go down the line. So I think Kent actually gave a correct answer. His answer was more of a prediction, as in I suspect this is probably a shared mistake due to a shared trauma. Like, for example, if my Honda Civic and my Chevy Cruze, if the air conditioner broke in the exact same way, in the exact same place, that doesn't prove that they inherited that flaw from a common Arctic Sudan ancestor. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'll just end it there. I could go on and on, but yeah, interesting debate for sure.
Right, I appreciate that. And let's see. I think Steven said he didn't. Steven, did you want to weigh in on the kind of round robin, or did you want to wait until a little bit further in before you said anything?
I'll wait just a little bit.
All right. Okay, so then up next we got the XO, and then Matt Powell, then Dan, then Danny, then Slavic. What's up, XO?
Well, what's up, guys? Actually, Matt Powell was here before me. I was 7th. Is that okay?
Oh, all right. Well then, Matt Powell, what's up, man? How you
Thanks.
doing? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Appreciate you, XO, for remembering that. And ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar, a video that Matt was associated with creating a while back, made it onto some channels today about my bashing of godless engineers. Pretty funny. So appreciate that, Matt.
Good times, man. Good times. Yeah.
But all that aside, what did you think about tonight's debate?
I thought it was good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I actually watched it with my wife. I counted, I think, like 6 or 7 ad homs from Neff. So obviously, I don't know if he understands this, but ad homs kind of just it more or less makes it out to be like you don't really have a position to defend. You're just throwing out ad homs just to kind of deflect, and that's kind of what I saw tonight. I have to obviously I side with Dr. Hovind and the arguments that he made. I think he made some pretty good comebacks. I just think that whenever somebody gets to personal attacks, it just kind of shows they don't really have an argument, or maybe B, they're really just frustrated with the person that they're debating. And whether you're frustrated with the person you're debating or not, you just got to stick through it and just try to be professional. And I think that Neff needs to work on that. So Neff, if you're listening to this, just work on your professionalism and you can do a lot better.
I would agree with that. And real quick, I want to give a big shout out to Armor the First. Thanks so much for your $10 super chat. It says LPP, keep up the awesome work. Keep the truth rolling. I appreciate that. We will try to do so. And, I think, it's interesting that Creation Myths, also known as Dr. Danny Boy, Stern Cardinal, is in the side chat talking some trash. I really, I made this point in the debate side chat. I think that Dr. Dan is here because he wrote most of what Neff was reading and clearly didn't understand. I'm pretty sure that was what was going on over there, but that's a sidebar. I don't know, Dan, do you want to admit that you wrote part of his script, or are we actually going to believe that he was mispronouncing the animals, the animal ancestry? But anyway, okay, up next is the XO. What's up, man?
That's right. Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, thanks for allowing me to be here at LPP. I know I'm one of your favorites now. But, Ken Hovind has actually did a breakthrough, and there's a reason why you saw so many seizures in the chat tonight. It's because he has acquired the law of monophyly, which we've heard Aaron Ross say for years. We've heard a lot of these people. Finally, I've been out of the loop for a while, but finally Ken Hovind is now taking advantage of this fact that it's a self-contradictory catch-22 statement, which means it doesn't evolve. It's the law of monophyly. This is how crazy these people have gotten. They've literally been caught up in their own fantasy for so long, so many years, that they started admitting that it has to stay the same. And because they've lost their mind, they're now claiming staying the same as evolution. And it gets easier. It's going to continue to get easier. I was really impressed that Ken Hovind is finally using that tactic and putting it back onto their plate and showing them, look, you're the one claiming the law of monophyly. You're saying it will not change. So it is a concession, and it's a great improvement on Ken Hovind's behalf. And it is another great step on realizing that it's much easier to destroy evolution with what's right in front of us, with the simple methods that are biblical. There are some room for improvement, but that really upset these people. There was a lot of panic attacks and a lot of seizures, because this law of monophyly is something that now they've dug their own grave now deeper and deeper. They've been saying this for about 4 or 5 years. If you've noticed, they now admit there's no evolution. That's why when you see me get upset sometimes, LPP, but my point is they don't have a claim for evolution anymore. They're literally all admitting that they're going to stay the same. And I'm just trying to beg people to realize the argument is 1,000 times easier now. 50 years ago, people said, oh, it's going to change. There's going to be drastic changes. Now they're claiming that never happens. And God bless Ken Hovind for making the big improvement. It's worked very well. Thanks.
Right, I don't appreciate that, XO. All right, let's see. Up next, we got Danny and then Slavic. What's up, Danny? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Did you check the debate, or are you hopping in to satisfy your addiction for dumpster fire after shows?
Well, I did see a little bit of the debate, but not too much. I just have one question for SFT. SFT, how does it feel that your parents misspelled your name? And I'm just wondering.
I always thought Donny was the right way to spell it. And
it's
the way
Dannny. Thank you. But anyway. Okay, Mike.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. I mean, the name Danny is a lot cooler. I'll give you that much.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to issue a prediction here that at some point Danny will come off of mute out of nowhere, issue some little zinger, attempt to catalyze a degeneration into dumpster fire, and then we'll go back on mute. I'm pretty sure
I'll behave today.
But we'll see. But we'll see. You know, it's one of the things that makes Danny very entertaining is he comes in, issues the zinger, and then knows when to retreat. It's quite impressive. But you're always, as you know, Danny, you're always welcome to the after shows. Okay, Slavic, what's up, man? How you doing? Yes, I know there needs to be clips. I got you. I'm working on it. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts?
Doing good. I actually did watch the debate and I thought it was interesting. I think if you don't hold to the theory of evolution, you're actually behind just because of from like 1970 or even earlier, like 15 something, they've been already adopting this idea that, you know, evolution is pretty much true. And so they started structuring all animals or whatever into certain kind of groups. So now if you're even arguing against those groups, you have to still use their classifications, which is already, you know, you're leaning into that whole idea. And it was without proof, pretty much. It was just morphology that was, you know, making, you know, they have 4 legs, they stand up, therefore it's in one group instead of genetic. And now every time a genetic thing happens, oh, look, it's proving our theory. But every time something goes against it, they kind of ignore it. Or so you're always one step behind. I think that's a problem.
Right, I appreciate that. All right, now I know that Andy's got to leave pretty soon. So, Andy, is there anything that you want to bring up as the first portion of conversation in the open discussion?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And yeah, I do got to leave soon. And I really appreciate you guys letting me join in on this with a differing opinion. One thing that just chaps me is I've watched several of these evolution debates, and most of them were specifically with Dr. Hovind, and it blows my mind that these guys will always agree that or do you believe you're related to a flea, or does a banana's related to a whale? All these things. No, we are not. That is not what evolution teaches. We're, to be a relation or to have an ancestor is something along a straight lineage back from where humans sit on the tree or a flea sits on the tree. So it just blows my mind that these guys will always agree to this. Every single debate I've watched, they say, yeah, I believe that. It's not true. That's not what evolution teaches.
Well, let me ask you, Andy, if
a flea is way out on a branch over here off the trunk, and humans are somewhere way up on another branch on the trunk, you can't draw a straight line back to a flea. And that's just a comment that I just picked out to leave with you guys. So, and also I also disagree with all this ad hominem and all this kind of stuff. It's unprofessional. I don't.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Think that's right. That really hurts a person's credibility right off the bat, if you ask me.
But do you believe
that's it? I just something I thought I'd throw out there.
No, that's good. I was just curious. Do you believe or accept what Darwin taught, that it is a fact that all plants and all animals throughout all time should be related?
I guess if you, I mean, in a way you could say related. I mean, there is a common thread amongst all creatures, plants, everything. There is a way that you can go through the maze and draw a line all the way back down to an amoeba or whatever, as Dr. Oven puts it.
Okay, so you do believe that a banana plant and a whale are related?
No.
Through common ancestry?
No.
Well, wait a minute. If all plants and animals share a common ancestor, then how are banana plants and whales not ultimately related through common? So do you believe in independent origins? Do you believe in independent creations?
No.
What do you believe in?
No. To say something is your ancestor or you're related as is a relative, in other words, that's a direct lineage. We can say we're related to...
Well, nobody's saying that we are related to a banana in a direct, straight path.
Right.
Okay, I want to ask you this. Why, according to your model, do bananas and humans share DNA? Why is there similarity in DNA?
Because if you go back far enough...
Well, there you go. If you go back far enough, a banana plant and a human being share a common ancestor. Why do you?
No, you can share common DNA.
Okay, wait. Okay, then why do bananas and humans have similar DNA? Did they inherit it from a common ancestor, or is it a separate creation or evolutionary series, Andy?
No, it's just a fact that DNA is common through everything.
Through common design or through common ancestry?
You don't use the word ancestry or related. That
Andy, I don't think you understand.
I mean, my great grandmother is my ancestor. She's my relative.
Andy, why do whales and human beings share, according to you, pseudogenes, genetic mistakes? Are whales and humans related ultimately through common ancestry?
What do you mean by related, I guess is the question.
Do they go back to a common ancestor on the tree of life?
No.
Okay, wait a minute. So according to you, as in the evolutionary model, why do all mammals have similar genetics and oftentimes similar genetic mistakes?
Because they are related.
A whale and a human are a mammal. Did you forget that?
We went in a circle.
Is a whale and a human ultimately related through common ancestry?
If they're all mammals, they're related.
Okay, so a whale and a human are related through common ancestry. Are all eukaryotes related?
It's not through common ancestry.
Well, then what is it through? Common design?
No.
Then what's it through? I don't think you understand your own model, Andy.
I don't.
Yes, I'm going to go on record because you're wrong. Evolutionary theory claims that all plants and all animals share relationship. A whale and a human are ultimately related through common ancestry. Okay, a whale did not turn into a human and a human did not turn into a whale, but a whale and a human share a common ancestor according to evolutionary theory. I've debated evolutionary biologists who admit that they are related to a banana plant. Are you ashamed of
you can draw
religion?
a line back through the mammals. I mean, I mean, I have no question with that. I mean, but that is a branch of evolution that is related. But you can't go back and say a flea is related to a banana.
Donnie, do you mind if I simplify it real quick, Donnie? Can I give watch this? I want to give an easier example.
Now, guys, hold on.
Andy, I just want to say one thing, Andy. Like an example would be a killer whale, or a dolphin from a whale. Is that possible? Do you think that can happen, Andy? That a killer whale can come from a non-killer whale, such as a blue whale or a humpback?
What do you mean can come from? Like be birth another?
Evolution. That's what like Donnie was explaining. All things are related in the evolution model, right? So do you think that different whales could evolve from one another?
I guess what I'm saying, and I could be wrong. I mean, I don't claim to be
I'm just looking for a
biologists.
claim, Andy, because Donnie can't get you. We can't get you to make a claim for evolution. You're saying it stays the same as evolution, like everybody else. That's the problem.
I mean, all I'm saying is that there's different branches of evolution. It's not a straight line where everything goes back straight related
Well, nobody's
directly
saying
from
that it's
another.
a straight line.
It's a tree.
Right, but everything's connected on that tree, all plants and all animals, right, Andy?
They're connected to the tree. There's a main trunk and then a million branches coming off of it. But
What
you
are
can't
humans
take a
most-
branch way over here and a flea and then go back down the trunk and then go back in time up another branch to something else.
Do
On that
fleas and
same
change
branch, where do
time.
humans connect to?
You know what
What's
I'm
your
saying?
closest ancestor? So what's your closest ancestor? Don't go back to a whale. On that same branch, what's the next step down from a human?
My mom.
She's human.
So
From
the
a
same,
human, what's
exactly.
your next step
She's
the
back?
my
same. That's my
ancestor.
point.
She's
The
my
same.
relation.
Oh.
What's our closest cousin?
Not human.
Non-human closest cousin.
There you go.
Non-human ape.
So you guys are. I mean,
Another-
See, that's the point. That's what evolution is, Andy. That's the point. Is that we can't get an answer.
No,
It's
I'm
that
just
easy,
saying
guys.
I don't want to speak on things that I don't have total knowledge
Right.
of.
There's
I
no
mean,
answer, Andy. If there was an answer, we would be discussing it right now. There
Is
is
it not
no
a
such claim.
chimpanzee? Is it not
Guys,
a
it's-
chimpanzee according to evolutionary theory? Our closest cousin is a chimpanzee, correct?
I would think it would have to be what they say is a missing link. But because there's still, and that was my whole point. If we come from chimpanzees and it goes from chimpanzees to 10 different interspecies to humans, where's all the interspecies? Because there's still chimpanzees and there's still humans.
See, again, you're talking about a straight line. It's a branch.
Give me one.
You know,
Just one.
there's certain primates that
Leviticus.
branched off in different directions. We're not related.
Okay, hang on,
to every
Andy.
primate.
Andy, let's think about this from a family tree perspective, right? Are there branches on your family tree?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you
But let me tell you something.
hang on. If you go way back, right, there's going to be branches that split way off, right, in your family tree, correct?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's branches in my family tree. I mean, I wouldn't never deny that.
No, I'm saying that if you go back far enough, and you compare it to today, there's going to be some very far removed lines of that family tree, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I
it'll be like
guess so. I mean,
it'll be like a whole bunch of branches over, right? But if you go back far enough, there would be a joining point, right, where those splits took place, correct?
sure.
Okay, so if we all ultimately, for the evolutionary model, descended from Luca, right? Then how do you
what?
avoid from Luca, last universal common ancestor, right? How do you avoid the ultimate we are all related position?
Because of all the things you brought up are on one particular branch of the tree. Humans,
No.
primates, my cousins, and all
Okay,
this.
I know the whole reason I brought up the whole point. If you go back, there's going to be like major splits where there's like huge separation from you, even though there was at some point some common ancestors, right?
Sure.
If you go back far enough, now there can be branches that have split off from that family tree that are way the hell over to the left and right.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that if you go back far enough that there isn't ultimately a common a split point, right? A branch point, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so if per the evolutionary model, we're all ultimately derived from Luca, which is a individual last universal common ancestor, then ultimately you have to, that's going back far enough. This logic applies in any tree, in any freaking tree, dude. Like if you're going back, you're going to run into this problem. So if you're going to operate from the position that we do all have a Luca, which is the evolutionary model, then ultimately we are all related.
Yeah.
May I ask a little bit?
Actually, as you're talking, John, share my screen. I won't talk, but yeah, I want to show.
I'm not familiar with the term Luca, but I think what you're saying is that if you go back far enough in the history of evolution, that you're talking about the most simplest life forms, right?
Well, notice here, Alex, last universal common ancestor is key. So on this tree of life, you've got dinosaurs, elephants over here, lions, bears.
Right.
So you've got jellyfish, sharks, plants.
Yeah.
So octopus, birds. So
Okay,
all
so
of this is related. All of this life ultimately is related through common ancestry. The humans
Sure.
related to the elephant. It's not a straight line. Nobody's saying that every single form of life just
Yeah.
fits on
But if
some
you're-
straight
if-
path.
if
No, there's
you-
a lot of side branches, but those side branches still connect to the main root.
if you're asking if that dinosaur over on the right is if it's related to the elephant way over on the left, they're not.
Yes, because they're still connected to the branch.
Yeah,
that
but you can't go
ultimately
through the
connects
branch
all
and then
of
go
life.
back up in time to a different time of evolution.
But Andy,
off
do they
into
have the
another
same
branch
common
like that.
ancestor is the question.
They converge together. If you go back both.
Right. So the elephant, the whale, and the dinosaur, the sauropod, ultimately share a common ancestor. Nobody's saying that the elephant turned into the sauropod or the sauropod turned into the elephant, but they do share a common ancestor. And as Aaron Ra would say, they share a common eukaryotic ancestor. They're both eukaryotes, right?
Yeah, I believe eukaryotes are basically just simple cell life forms.
Well, eukaryote
Am I correct?
with an internal nucleus.
But
So
by your logic,
when
Andy,
you get
there's
to
a human
eukaryotes,
at
you're
the end of
talking
every
about
branch.
the connection between plants and animals and
Simple
everything.
cell, yeah.
So you do believe that all life, all plants and animals are ultimately related through common ancestors. So you do believe that a sauropod and a banana plant are related through common ancestors. Now, you don't believe a banana turned into a sauropod, but you do believe that a sauropod and a banana plant share a common ancestor, right, Alex? Because they're connected, they converge.
Yes,
okay.
I will agree with that. Yes,
and that's what Kent has been saying.
But they
all along.
don't.
That's what we've been saying.
But that doesn't mean that an elephant and a dinosaur or whatever you want to, these far differing trees that they're related to each other.
Alex, are you looking at the chart? Because the chart literally, you can see this in any textbook, that every life form traces back to a single-celled organism. In every single textbook, every single grade, every single chart. So yes, they're all related through common ancestry, according to them. That is your model.
Alex, I do want to point out that we have an evolutionary biologist in the chat, and for once, him and I agree on something.
I think you guys mean who's Alex? I think you guys mean Andy.
Oh, Andy. Starts with an A. I'm screen shared, so I can't see the name. I apologize, Andy. So we have an evolutionary biologist in the chat named Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal, who, I am going on record saying that I agree with him on something finally. And he says, yes. Now, according to evolutionary theory, I don't believe this, but he says, yes, all cellular life shares common ancestry. Why is this so hard? So do you disagree with evolutionary biologists that all life is related through common ancestry, Andy?
No.
So why are you making this difficult?
Because it's not a straight line.
Nobody said it's a straight line.
And a human are not
even
on
your
the same,
own ancestry.
They're,
even your own line is not straight.
Ancestor, nowhere in the human evolution, going all the way back, does a banana cross that path.
But a banana and a human are related through common ancestry. They share
through common ancestry.
Are you saying that anybody ever said differently?
It's kind of wordplay. If you're
no, it's not wordplay. Let me ask you a basic question then about evolutionary theory. Why do humans and chimpanzees share more in terms of genetics, morphology, anatomy, and physiology than a human and a banana? Why is that according to evolutionary theory? Let's stick with mammals. Why do humans and chimpanzees share more in terms of similarity than a human and a mouse? Let's start there.
Because they're very close on the same little branch of this tree. I mean,
okay, so you're saying a human
you can
and
draw a
mouse
line,
share a more distant common ancestor. That's why there's the differences. because they share a more distant common ancestor, which means more differences have accumulated since the hypothetical split. Yes or no?
Do you believe that birds are related to dinosaurs?
Well, first, I just want you to answer the question.
No, I mean, help me out here.
No, they're not. Do we need to go down that road? You want to phone a friend?
Okay, then how can you say that everything's related?
That's not our claim. It's yours,
not
bro.
saying
That's the
everything's
point.
related.
There's
You're
dinosaurs on that tree.
Andy,
There's birds
Andy,
on
you
that
forgot.
tree.
You're the evolutionist. We're saying it didn't happen.
Okay,
It's your
I'm not an
claim.
evolutionist.
Hey guys,
You forgot your own belief?
Hey guys, gentlemen,
Guys, I'm not an evolutionist. Okay.
Everybody, hey, calm down, everybody, real quick. So,
I'm not.
Guys, everybody, calm down. Okay.
You said
so,
you're an evolutionist when you walked
Donnie, don't make me
No,
mute.
I'm not.
I'm trying to make a. Am I on mute right now? I am talking right now. I'm pretty sure.
We can't hear you, LPP.
in. John,
I
I think there's something
all
wrong
I'm
with your
asking,
mic.
guys, is
Everybody, be
you don't
quiet.
believe that birds.
Seriously, am I not coming
exist-
through right now? Am I on mute?
LPP, you're gonna have to mute Andy. That's
Okay.
sorry.
All right. So I want clarification real quick. So Andy, what's where this controversy is coming from is Donnie is doing an internal critique of your position, right? So are you familiar with like the concept of internal critique? What that
Guys,
means?
I didn't come on here to debate, man.
No,
I just came on here to.
Andy, I'm not
I mean,
attacking
I have
Andy.
I'm
Andy,
not
I'm not attacking you. I'm
guys
trying
here.
to.
I mean, okay.
Andy, dude, calm down. I'm trying to explain to you what's going on. Okay, so do you know what internal critique is?
No.
Okay, it's all good. It's a philosophical term. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So internal critique is when you're somebody else is looking at a model, right, or a position, and then analyzing it from and attempting to analyze it from your perspective, right? So whether or not the Donnie or Exa or anybody else agrees with you that we do have a last universal common ancestor, what they're doing is talking and asking you questions from the evolutionary biology perspective, right? From the evolution worldview of, hey, there is these things like a universal common ancestor. And then therefore, what does that mean in relation to the, are we related? Are we descendant from Luca? Therefore, are we all related? All those kind of things, right? So what Donnie's position is about the trees and the relatedness is irrelevant to what is the established principles in evolutionary biology is the whole point. So they're doing an internal critique and trying to steelman your position is the that's where I don't. So the reason I bring that up is, again, whether or not they agree or disagree with you in terms of your position has nothing to do with whether or not what they're saying about your position from an evolutionary biology perspective is true or false. Does that make sense?
Sure. I get you.
All right, cool. All right, so I just want to get everybody calm down on that so we could continue. Okay, continue, guys. And Jackson, would you agree or disagree with what I just said? As you're an advocate for evolution. You debated Hovind. Like, would you agree or disagree with what I just said?
All life has a common ancestor. Yes.
And I'm going to apologize, Andy. I got a little aggressive there, and I apologize, Andy. You're a nice guy, and I appreciate you being willing to engage in this discussion. So,
oh, absolutely, no problem. I just want you guys to know, hey, I'm not, I'm not versed enough to be arguing with you guys about all this. I'm just telling you, I mean, from a typical person's evolution believer, whatever you want to call it, this is what I and most people I know believe how things are.
Right.
And
Andy, we were pressured.
I guess, if anything, just giving an insight into that.
Now,
Andy,
because
we were pressured. I just want
to add one thing, Exo, and then you go. Okay, so because now you understand that evolutionary theory proposes that banana plants, whales, humans, and strawberries are ultimately related through common ancestry. Do you find that silly? Is that scientific? More of a fairy tale? What are your thoughts on that, Andy?
No, I don't disagree with you that they have a common source, a common. You can go back in time enough to where, I mean, there was only so many things on the planet or whatever you want to. But as you go up the tree and things are branching wildly apart, it makes no sense to say, do you think you're related to a flea?
No, it actually makes perfect sense. So you do think that it's ridiculous
Or well,
to say
do
that
you think
humans and
Ophelia is your
banana plants are
ancestor?
related through
That kind of stuff. That's no.
No, it's okay. I'm going to ask Jackson Rowe then, who understands evolution. Jackson, do you have a problem with admitting that you're related to a banana plant?
Well, it sounds dumb, but technically, yes, we are.
Well, there you go. See, at least Jackson admits it's dumb, but he believes it. He's got faith.
Look, I can agree with that, but the way that the question is posed just makes it sound really silly.
Well, no, because
of course, if you go back in time, we all have things in common.
And why do we have things in common? Why do banana plants and humans share a certain percentage of DNA similarity? Why is that, Andy?
Because they evolved from
a common ancestor.
Oof.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go,
you do
Andy.
believe humans and banana plants are related. That's good. I'm glad that you're finally
I wouldn't
out
say
of
they're
denial.
related.
No pressure. No pressure, Andy. We finally got you to be an evolutionist. Congratulations. Now, here's the deal. Andy, we felt pressured. I know I did because let me just say this real quick, guys. I'll be fast.
Maybe it's the terminology that
I'll try to be. Just give me 1 second, Andy, because I thought you were going to leave. So we all thought, oh, we only have 20 seconds to talk to this guy. He's the last evolutionist because Jackson.
No, y'all have kept me up.
Right. I know. That's what I wanted to reel you in. And
Right.
Donnie did a great job.
I was drilling you. I thought you were leaving quickly.
Donnie
so
has
that's
nailed your shoes to the floor, Andy, and I'm glad he did that. So, Andy, I just want to point this out, Andy, that this is something that it's a psychological debate. It has nothing to do with science, especially the scientific method, because the people that promote this ideology admit there's no science behind it. They admit it's based on inference. And what you've done, cordially, might I add, and I appreciate it, is that you've admitted that there is no consensus for this religion and that it is a religion, Andy, and we can't find anybody to agree on what this religion happens. And now, because people like David have claimed the law of monophyly, which Kent Hovind has now jumped on, which is true, evolutionists are admitting now that the family never breeds outside of the family, that it's a monophylinogenic system. It stays with a mono, which means one. That means horses make horses, cows make cows, and squid makes squid. And that's as far as the gene pool allows, Andy. And that's why the reason you're having this trouble, Andy, and the reason why it causes this ambiguity is because once an evolutionist makes a claim, somebody like Donnie or LPP or Matt Powell here, they're going to hold that person to that standard. But because there is no evidence for any claim of any sort of evolution, evolutionists, the only consensus they have is that they can't make a claim. And now we've gotten to the point where we just keep going in circles, Andy, and you have to admit it's really weird and almost cringy that we can't even find a claim for evolutionism, which I call it now, because there is no such thing. That's the point, Andy. We literally have to force or beg evolutionists to make a claim for evolution because we're just looking for examples to, of course, attack. We all have a different method, but this is a psychological, it's a religion, Andy. You have to admit this is a religious belief that you have.
Hey, I got a question. Donnie, can you pull up that chart again real quickly? I got a question about it.
Yes. And then I'm going to run and get a coffee. So let me pull this up real quick. Tree of Life. Okay, John, I'm screen sharing right here.
So I tried to figure out how they divide all these subsections and stuff. And one thing I don't understand is the dinosaurs, they have no DNA. So are they using just morphology of the bones to put them in a separate category?
Well, yeah, with fossil specimens that they don't have DNA, essentially they have to look to morphology and anatomy. We know morphology and anatomy is obviously coded by genetics, right? The phenotype's a reflection ultimately of the genotype. So, they make inferences. And this was also a question that I asked Jackson Rowe in our last debate on this exact topic was when you're just looking at bones, okay, and you're just analyzing morphology and anatomy, how can you distinguish or differentiate between that which is homologous and that which is convergent evolution, right? Similarities evolving independently. And that's a major problem actually for these phylogenies is once you get into the fossil record where there is no DNA, there's so many uncertainties. So that's actually a really good question, brother.
May I maybe say a point about it?
Yeah. Go
So,
ahead.
yes, maybe you can look at small features on the bone. For example, if you think about common ancestry, you must see the transition of smaller features of bone what are insignificant to the functionality, or even some irrationality to functionality, etc. For example, like this synapsid and diapsid ancestry. So maybe if you would probably study it a little bit, or ask guys like Dapper Dino, maybe they can explain it better. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They group.
the only reason I'm asking is because he made a point. You know, like if you take, let's say, a whole bunch of living dogs, just a bunch of different breeds, and they all die, there's no genetic left, just bones. I mean, you can line them up and make a story out of anything. You know, that's what I'm wondering is like how can they know that, you know, one dinosaur slowly evolved into another one or something like that? This makes no sense to me.
Exactly. You know, even today, you know, this is a point I frequently make. We know there oftentimes exists more variation and more diversity within the same species. Think Canis domesticus, for example, 450 different breeds of dogs with tremendous variation and diversity. There's oftentimes more diversity within that same single species than across or between species, right? And luckily with known species, extant species, I'm sorry, Exo, you're probably having a stroke over there with the word choice that I'm using. But
so may I
it's a
ask
fictitious
maybe?
word. We'll talk about that later. There's a lot of growing pains you guys are going to have to go
You know
through.
I
I
love
actually
you,
wasn't
Exo.
paying
SFT.
attention. I wasn't. I heard it.
Okay.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
No worries, no worries. I just want to finish this thought. So the point is, when we can do breeding tests with extant organisms and we have the genetics of extant organisms, okay, we can oftentimes figure out, okay, you know, these features here, these are actually the result of, believe it or not, convergent evolution and not homology, right? But when it comes to the fossil record, there's too many uncertainties. You can't do breeding tests with the bone found in the dirt. Okay, yeah, you can assume, obviously, that fossil specimen existed in a population, but what ultimately happened with the future of that population, we don't really know. And you can't tell the difference between convergent evolution and homology. And I think that's a very difficult problem for the evolutionists. I'm sorry, go ahead, whoever wants to talk.
I was thinking the same problem could happen with even taking genetic information that is similar. You know, how can that be proof for evolution if it could also be proof for somebody that designed it similar? So let's say, like that car example, you know, it's not like Ford is designing car, you know, they're taking wheels off their car because Chevy has wheels.
Right.
You know, it could be just it's a very, you know, structurally sound way of building something that needs to be functional. So it's hard to say that one thing can prove evolution, you know, just because something is similar genetic.
Especially because even and John knows this, even a lot of the similar sequences between humans and chimpanzees, guess what? They have differences, massive differences in the way they're expressed, in gene expression or regulation, or even in epigenetics. So even the similar sequences have differences ultimately, because we're dealing with a 4-dimensional genome that's hierarchical, that's filled with meta information. And as you can see here, just like that tree of life we were looking at, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Okay. Of course, you can fit all forms of life somewhere into that man-made classification system in the same way that we can do nested hierarchies and phylogenies, you know. It's an analogy, of course, with modes of transportation, right? I mean, just take land-based vehicles. Okay, you're going to have so many different features and traits you can look at that's going to have all land-based vehicles in a group, these groups within groups patterns. Bring in engine-powered vehicles. Then you got planes and trucks, semi-tractors. You got vehicles with, you got the SUVs, sedans, all grouped together. you know. So and it's the same thing we see in the biological world. It doesn't demonstrate ancestry. Nested hierarchies, groups within groups patterns are the manifestation of design. We build in hierarchical patterns. Anyways, I said a lot there. Go ahead.
I think that's exactly the problem.
Yeah, it's like this. For example, when I was asking Andy, you know, why does a human share more with the chimpanzee than a human does with a mouse? According to evolutionary theory, it's because humans and mice share a more distant common ancestor, right? But that would be analogous to saying, well, why does the sedan share more with the hatchback than a sedan shares with a motorcycle or a bike? The evolutionist is saying, well, because they share a more distant common ancestor. When we know that's not actually the case. So you're right. These groups within groups patterns that they look to, these nested hierarchies that David was looking to in the debate, they do not demonstrate ancestry. I yield.
Yeah, I have something to say. Monophyly is an evolutionary term, pretty much. It's just saying that something doesn't grow out of its ancestry.
There's no such thing as evolution in the first place. You'd have to define evolution correctly to have an evolution term. No, the word mono existed before evolution did. That means one. Phyly, there we go. Life, families, whatever you want to use that for. No, nothing to do with evolution. But here's another problem, though. Did he leave? Where's Andy?
He had to take off. He was
poof.
He was,
all right, well then never mind. I can't ask him. All right, well I'll just say this real quick, guys, and this is actually towards the creationists, even though that's not really a real term. Everybody's a creationist. Some people just are dumb enough to believe that creation created itself. But the fact is, even if something is almost identical, like a tortoise and a turtle, even creationists don't understand that they're actually not related. A tortoise cannot bring forth a turtle, and a turtle cannot bring forth a tortoise, and they're actually 100%. Literally, they can't tell a difference. Sometimes you call them out different names, right? You get confused. You call that a turtle when it's a tortoise. You know, we do that all the time. But no matter what the similarity, if they are a separate family, they are a different phylum. A tortoise proves it's the law of monophyly. A tortoise can only bring forth a tortoise. Same example would be a pigeon and a hawk, or an eagle and a falcon. In fact, eagle and a falcon, they almost do everything alike, but they're still a separate family. Their DNA is almost 100% identical, and still they have no hereditary relation. So no matter how close the gene pool is, I'm almost done, just relax. No matter how close the gene pool is, it has nothing to do with evolution. It can be 100% the same looking to us. If it's a different gene pool, it's still a different gene pool. That's why it's called a gene pool. So no matter what, there's similarity has nothing to do with evolution or hereditary relation, period.
I agree with so. Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah. Excel.
Relax. Let the Caesar die. Take some meds. It's okay. Just relax.
That's all right. I'm on meds.
You don't know. So there's something you don't know. People like LPP and Donnie over here believe in microevolution.
Well, I'm here to help them. That's why I'm here. Listen, I'd be without a job if they didn't. So thank God I get my job security. I get to eat my cake and have it too, and ice cream. So perfect. I'm glad there's people that are wrong. The Bible's true. Every man is confused, including myself. But for some reason, this is something that a lot of people miss. Even Ken Hovind, I heard him a month ago say something wrong, and he's been doing this before I was born. So imagine that. So hopefully we can get everybody on the same page and realize there's no such thing as speciation. There's no such thing as microevolution. There isn't even a claim for a event ever happening. If anybody has a claim for speciation or microevolution, I'll give you $1,000. Best of luck. Thanks for playing.
Holy mother of base. That's so cool. That's so freaking cool.
Hey, so so Bubblegum, I think that you should definitely go do some research on that, because I think that $1,000 will help you get the string needed to go from Everest to Los Angeles.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. That'll help.
I think you really need. I think you need to take advantage of that.
No, Wolf is never going to evolve.
And listen, and there's also, in line with that, there's no telling how much money you would make off of proving that the Earth is round and being able to debunk the flat earthers, and then that would make it that much more painful for XO if you were
Yeah,
able to do
you'd be a
that
billionaire.
with his money, if you were able to do that with his money, that would just be like the ultimate punch in the face. So I think you need to get on that. I mean,
Exactly.
Nah,
I'm with that.
LBB, come on.
You actually
have-
listen, bro. That'd be awesome. You'll finally leave your parents' house for the first time ever. Congratulations, bro. Come on.
No, LBB, have you seen that? Have you seen that video?
Hey, real quick. Matt Powell's got to leave here in a second. Matt, before you leave, appreciate you coming in. You got any last words before you head off?
No, I think it was great. I think it was a great discussion. Yeah, looking forward to maybe joining some of these other after shows and getting in on some of the debates as well. And I know Jackson and I were planning on having a debate at some point here on genetics. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. Good talking to you.
See you, bro.
Matt
Later,
Powell,
guys. Take care.
Matt Powell, I'm going to come for you also, man. Eventually, I'm going to have to fire a shot across your bow because I got to clean up the mess in this young Earth creationist movement.
Mind him.
Have a good day, bro.
Okay, sounds good. Have a good night, guys.
See you, Matt. All right, so Danny has been talking trash in side chat and in private chat. What's up, Danny? What's on your mind, buddy?
Oh, nothing. I'm just listening. You know, very innocent bystander.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And I think Will has joined us. What's going on, Will? How you doing?
What up? How's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Oh, you're welcome. How's everything up in Canada? Are you still surviving, or are you in lockdown again?
Can't even go to Walmart, dude. Like, I'm not even able to go to Walmart. No vaccine. You can't go anything. It's really bad.
Yeah, I heard if you want to go into Walmart, they like literally have somebody like walks with you over to like get your medicine or whatever, or get food, but you can't buy anything else.
No, you cannot even enter in Walmart if you're not vaccinated.
What? I'm in Canada. I go to Walmart all the
Yeah,
time.
I'm in Quebec.
Yeah, but he's in Quebec. Yeah,
Oh,
Quebec's-
you're in Cuba. Oh, yeah, that's rough. That's a rough one.
Yeah, I have like Legault, that's his name. Like, that guy's just so bad. Guys wanted to like tax unvaccinated people like $400. Guys wanted to put a tax for unvaccinated people. That guy's crazy, dude.
Don't like Canadians like cross the border to like shop in America?
Didn't hear what you say. You kind of cut up.
you're roboting a little bit, Bubble.
Oh,
I think your mic is having devolution.
Yeah,
Evolving.
Let me close some tabs. Get a bunch of them open. Okay. Don't like Canadians cross the border to like shop in America. Come over here for a party.
We can't
right
hear
now,
you.
No, right now there's a bunch. He was saying, can't you cross the border to buy stuff in America? Now there's actually a lot of restrictions on coming and going in across the borders right now.
Yeah, that's why there's like a whole manifestation in the Quebec Parliament. Like, I don't know if you guys seen that with the Quebec. Like, there's the truckers in Ottawa. Like, they're doing a big manifestation over there, and they're like starting another manifestation in Quebec. And like, things are starting to change like a little bit, but people just need to stand up and like do something about it. Not accept this like tyranny, you know.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to be interesting to see is so right now I think it's the Windsor Bridge coming over from Detroit is like blocked. A bunch of trucks are blocking it off, so nothing's going on. So like the Ford factories got shut down, Toyota shut down their factories. I think Honda had to like temporarily shut down as well because they're not able to get parts coming across. And the part that's really epic, which I think is getting like pushed under the rug, is that one bridge accounts for 25% of the import exports between the United States and Canada. Like that's 25% of the total GDP transfer between the United States and Canada goes to that one bridge, and it's currently on lockdown. Nothing's crossing. So
yeah, that's why they're having a lot of pressure too. It's economically, it's not really good, and they're doing the same thing in Quebec right now. They're moving down to Quebec, and now the cops have been blocking the road so they can't pass. Like, it's big dumpster fire here in Quebec now.
Yeah, in Ontario, I was reading they just made it illegal you're not allowed to give gas, food, or warmth and shelter to anybody driving a truck right now. They've made it a crime. It's like, okay, in what world are we living in right now where
wait a minute,
it's like you're aiding and abetting people who are like doing nothing other than like driving down the road? Like we're in
LPP. Wait a
madness.
minute. you're gonna have, you and Donnie are gonna have to remember this for a future conversation. Are you saying all the governments of the world are conspiring to just prevent people from even doing anything without a television jab in their arm, and there's some sort of large conspiracy that China and America and South America have all gotten together and said you can't go places without a mask? You're telling me the whole world is in on something at the exact same time? Wow, that's amazing. Interesting.
Can I wait? Can
Well,
I
that's
just make a
in general.
prediction?
Hey, I guess the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I predict the
Who claimed that? Who claimed that? Another
the
demon.
EXO, are you a flat earther by? Are you a
No,
flat earther
no,
by any chance?
no. Have you ever heard me say that I was? I'm a Christian.
What is the shape of the Earth?
No, the Earth is not a shape. Do you read the Bible,
Okay,
or
so
do you think
that-
the
so-
Bible's?
okay.
Do you think the Bible's just a joke, or do you understand the Bible's the
Dude,
Word of God?
I heard
So
you
what
like.
is it?
I heard you speak like for like 30 seconds about the government, and I was like, that guy's is probably a flat earther. With
Oh,
all
wait a
this
minute. The government. Did you hear what I just said,
dude,
Will, about all the governments agreeing? China, South America, North American governments, Russia, Japan, Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, Sweden, Belgium, Germany, all these countries implementing the same laws at the exact same time. Do you know that's happening? Do you know that's not my claim, right? That's already happening. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I just think it doesn't answer my question.
Right,
Is
that's the
Earth
point. That's
flat?
what I'm talking about. No, that's we're
Okay,
not talking
okay,
about
we're
that.
gonna
That's
time
the
out on
point.
this for a second. We're gonna time out
Go
on this
ahead.
because Wesley has joined us. He hasn't had a chance to share his thoughts about the debate. What's up, Wesley? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are your thoughts on tonight's debate? Wesley, you're up.
He said in the
Pressure is
side
on.
chat he would be back in 5 minutes. That he's
Okay,
not
all
there.
right. Okay, gotcha. Well, yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of stuff going on with the World Economic Forum, and there is a plethora of definite coordination with the United Nations on a variety of fronts. The World Health Organization. I mean, there's a bunch of things that are being done in unison. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the level of rhetoric similarities from countries across the globe with the Build Back Better stuff and these different things. There's definitely coordination. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that on a variety of topics. It is definitely an interesting time to live in. What's up, Jackson?
I just want to say that the Earth is a cube.
I disagree with you. I think it's a triangle.
Brave.
It's a tesseract.
It's a donut.
Maybe
Nah,
you guys should get some life experience and go outside for yourself. You can see what
yeah.
it is. Yeah.
Guys, the Earth
Right,
is
looks flat, right? That's what
transgender.
you're saying.
Oh boy, more trolls. Oh, good job, Jackson. You got a whole gang of trolls behind you that
You
love
see,
your
this is-
connection fits. That's
We're the
great.
one with-
The
Yeah,
Earth
Will,
is the
tell me
shape
more,
of
Will.
a
Go
Tim
ahead.
Hortons coffee cup.
Like, look,
Tell me
look,
more, Will.
Yeah,
Tell me
okay,
about
I'll
your.
say
Tell me
this.
about how smart you are because you saw it on TV. Tell us
No,
how
I'm not
smart you are. Go ahead.
smart. I'm just giving my word.
Are you a scientist? You sound like a scientist, Will.
Okay,
First thing I thought was you must be a scientist as soon as you
Yeah,
came
thank
in.
you.
This
So
guy
I
has
think the
all
real
this. Yeah, go
question
ahead.
is. I think the real question is: has Will, based on his avatar, has Will transitioned into a individual with a higher level of melanin?
Is that Leo?
Yes, it is Leo.
Why do you have a picture of Leo?
Because I had this on like I took this from the Basement Dweller. He made like a meme with like that was a long time ago, and I was like trying to find a picture to come on StreamYard, and that was like one of the only picture I had, so I decided to put this thing on, and I guess it's gonna give it a little trigger to the evil community, so why not? I think it's great.
Well, I'm glad you were able to get a little bit of entertainment out of that. That's it's always worthwhile. I tell you what, the other night a couple nights ago when Leo came on the stream, it got rather interesting. I had to put him in timeout like 4 times, and then
Obviously,
it went into full. I mean, I actually like Leo. Leo's a pretty good dude overall, except when it's like late night or he's had too many beers, and then it degenerates into like full scale. Like you have to put him in timeout. That's the only way to like engage.
like Leo and the Raging Atheist. Have you ever seen that one? When like Leo was like, "I'm not a racist" or something like that. Like they were arguing over like race, and Leo just like went full blown like total rage mode. Have you ever seen that one?
Was that the one where he talked about witnessing people being beaten into gangs and such? Was that night?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one when he went like full rage mode. That one was pretty funny.
Yeah, but like I said, Leo's okay overall. We won't bash him too much. He's not a pudding brain, so I give.
And
him
we
a pass.
haven't heard of Pudding for a long time. Speed of Pudding. We haven't heard of him for a
Speed
long
of
time.
sound of gravity. Also, okay. So here's the thing that always cracks me up about Answers in Atheism, also known as Pudding Brain, also known as Speed of Sound of Gravity, also known as Lord Voldemort, also known as the villain from Last Action Hero, the '90s Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. But it cracks me up that on YouTube, the vast majority of atheists are running around talking about how like lack of belief or atheism is not a worldview, et cetera, et cetera. And then you've got Speed of Pudding, whose literal channel name is Answers in Atheism. So on one side, you go these atheists claiming that this is not, it's just a rejection or a lack of belief in God. This is not a worldview, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, so dude, you're claiming that there's answers in atheism, which supposedly is not a worldview. I'm not really sure how you're coming, like, how did all this come together? But then again, he is also a strict, quote, strict materialist Buddhist atheist. So, however that makes sense. It's
This God's in Buddhism.
Oh yeah. So, Answers in Atheism is the channel name, also known as Speed of Sound of Gravity. Yeah, he literally describes himself as a strict materialist Buddhist.
How does reincarnation works in a materialistic worldview? I'm not sure how.
Okay.
How
Oh, excellent. So, and by the way, one of Andrew oftentimes goes on that channel for cuddle sessions after his he comes and does streams. And they do damage control. But Andrew, so that means that Andrew will be this stream is guaranteed now to make it onto one of their daily weather reports. It'll be funny to see how this one makes it on there, and they will just avoid this whole point that I'm making right now. They're going to talk a bunch of trash, but they will avoid actually answering the point that I'm making in relation to the and Andrew apparently is missing the point as well, because it's a channel name, dude. What are you even talking about? I mean, I don't know if you're missing this one, Andrew. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. It's
Hey, John.
Yeah, what's up, man?
The risk of getting dogpiled on again, I don't really think it's much of a worldview. I mean, I don't really do anything other than argue with people on the internet. I mean, that's one tenet of atheism, right?
Well, what I'm saying is the vast majority of atheists claim that it's not a worldview, right? The point that I'm making is that if you're going to operate from the position that there are answers in atheism, right?
Yeah,
But then it's not the supposed position. I think there is a worldview aspect of it, but I'm saying if the vast majority or a huge percentage of modern new atheists, right, want to claim that it's not, right? But on the flip side, you're going to say that there's answers in atheism that you're claiming isn't actually something that gives you answers because it's not actually a worldview. Then just by default, your name is a contradiction. But again, if you're a strict materialist Buddhist atheist, then all bets are off, and you can be whatever you want.
An atheist at the same time.
Yeah, that doesn't work. I mean, yeah, you can be a Buddhist and an atheist, but a materialist. I mean, not all atheists are necessarily materialist, but reincarnation, you need a spirit or some stuff like that. It can be reincarnation doesn't work in a pure materialistic worldview. I don't see how he can believe in reincarnation and be a materialist.
I'm a Hindu and an atheist.
Don't Hindus have gods? If you get on far enough,
they have many gods, yes, and I am an atheist.
So you're a Hindu? How?
I'm just kidding. I'm not really a Hindu.
I was gonna say.
Hey, listen.
You have a dry sense of humor. You can't tell when I'm joking.
No, I picked up on that, but the problem is in the modern era in which we live, a significant percentage of people don't. I'm not just at you, Jackson, but a huge percentage of people on all sides don't seem to be able to think past one or two steps, and it's hold on, you're actually serious about insert whatever the talking point is. Have you not gone down more than the first the headline, the subject line of an article? Did you actually read more than one paragraph? Because if you did, you'd find out that the majority of the talking points directly contradict the position you're taking. It's quite fascinating.
Yeah, it tends to be a lot of lib left that tend to be like these Buddhist or paganistic.
Hang on. So let me get this straight. Is the pantheist in the room is like talking trash about the pagans? I could have sworn that last night you claimed to believe in all sorts of gods, right?
That's not polytheism. We're completely almost.
Oh yeah, sorry. I said pantheist. I meant polytheist. So
Yeah.
you're a polytheist, right?
Yeah.
And you're bashing pagans who
No,
are
I'm
also
ba-
polytheists.
I'm bashing like the lib left who claim to be scientific, yet at the same time believe in like they tend to be like, oh, I'm a witch, I'm pagan, I'm a Buddhist. It's like you do know those have gods.
Right. Well, that's true. Although I have to say that last night your comment about the best way for an atheist to become a theist was to search and have a ghost experience was up there with some of the most interesting things I've heard in quite some time. Like that was
I mean, that's what did it for me. After I had like a paranormal experience. Like, yeah, I can't deny it.
How did you arrive at the conclusion that there were multiple gods?
Here's the main difference between a creationist like LPP and me. I believe there's zero evolution. Like there isn't even microevolution or devolution.
Oh gosh.
So like I think like all things were created as they were. So like this is a problem atheists can explain. Like how did the pug evolve? Because clearly the pug isn't going to survive in the wild. So they have to come up. They have to come up with
dog breeds weren't bred.
no. So let me. So like the atheists can't explain how the pug came about because the pug wouldn't survive in the wild. So they have to come up with this excuse that like the man like interrupted it and bred it to be like docile and cute and like fluffy and adorable, and that doesn't make any sense because we know evolution is false. So it's clear God made the bug for man. Like, look, there's a clear.
hey, Bubble, you are roboting like crazy, bro.
Yeah, ask your pantheist god to give you a new microphone.
Polytheist, not pantheist.
Oh, sorry. Your multiple. How much God is there outside?
I don't know how many gods there are, but whatever gods they are, you know. If I'm roboting that bad, I think I just leave because like.
Hey, let me jump in here real quick, John. I gotta say something. So,
you're roboting pretty bad.
Oh gosh, the Evolution Destroyer is coming on.
I just tuned in. Yeah, well, Will, you got to watch the first hour of this show. It was, man, that was John. That
I've watched it. That guys didn't know what evolution teach, man.
No, he didn't even understand his own religion. So I just tuned in. So after he came in saying, no, we're not related to bananas. And he left having no choice but to admit, yes, we're related to bananas. But I just randomly tuned into David Neff's after show just now. And no joke, Andy is in there repeating the exact same things he said to us when he first came in.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
Hang on. Didn't he claim he needed to go to bed?
Oh yeah.
I think he needed to go make himself feel better by going into the echo chamber where he's not going to get, decimated on his
poor guy
misunderstanding of basic evolutionary theory. I mean, yeah, go
Donnie,
ahead.
remember he said, I'm not an evolutionist. Then he gave it up and said, I'm not an evolutionist. I love when you do that. Gosh, he like tried to pull the ripcord and jump ship right away.
You kept asking him, well,
poor guy.
Is it common design or, is it common like evolution, like descent? And he was like, well, I don't believe in common design, but it's not common descent. Like, what? Like that guy's
no. You know they're desperate when they have to say yes and no at the same time. Yeah, that might be a problem. Andy, yes and no is always a great answer for the evolutionist. There's no rules to pseudoscience.
See, Andy's embarrassed by his own religion, but I respect Jackson Rowe because
I'm not embarrassed by anything. I'll get naked right now. I don't care.
Yeah,
there's
Jackson
no
is
rules.
the
Evolution
only.
is you can do whatever you want. Exactly. You can use the wrong bathroom door nowadays. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
Jackson is
morality
like
is just subjective. So yeah, do what you
like
want.
Jackson is the only atheist that has been coming on those like live stream over and over after like debating over and over. Like all atheists run, but he's the only one I've probably seen not run.
Well, that's what I respect
Atheist.
about Jackson is he keeps coming back. He keeps coming back, doing these debates,
coming back for
engaging.
more, yeah.
You know, I mean,
Now listen. You number one, stop puffing up Jackson. Okay, his ego is clearly getting so astronomical that we don't know if he'll be able to make it through the door. But more importantly,
Well, that's probably
I think you are definitely under appreciating the willingness of David P. Neff to take beatings. And
Dude, David P. Neff has been demolished over and over.
I have made this statement many times, but I really think that he might be a masochist. I really think that he enjoys having pain inflicted upon him because it's like the brutality of the beatings he takes and then comes back and then like, I would like to debate you again. And it's like,
I was really surprised that he.
Why do you continue to do that? It's like, and here's the thing: it's like, even if from your own position you think that from a knowledge perspective or like that you're correct in your position, right? He still get even if you want to operate from the perspective that Kent is wrong and the knowledge is yada yada. Even if you want to operate from that perspective, from a delivery perspective, Neff gets annihilated. I mean, just completely obliterated. It's painful sometimes to watch this debate. It's like, bro, you're getting destroyed from a delivery perspective. Again, whether you want to argue on the substance is neither here nor there. From a delivery standpoint, completely creamed. And I don't know why he keeps doing it. It's bad. I
think I'd do better on substance than delivery, obviously.
At least this time he didn't have his big rainbow flag in the back, so I think that was better.
Good point,
Jack.
Will.
Well,
Thank you.
I don't think that. Well, I have to give Jackson credit. He has improved dramatically.
Yeah, first couple debates, that was pretty
especially on webcam and audio.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness to Jackson, I think it was his first debate. He stated, "I was nervous" and all that kind of stuff in your first debate, which is totally understandable. I mean, heck, it's your first debate. Like you're. Oh my goodness, how could somebody be nervous on the first time they engage on mano-a-mano mental combat on YouTube? I mean, like, who's not going to be slightly nervous when you're like coming into that first that first battle? That'd be like saying that somebody who's like an MMA fighter or a boxer or something like, no, I was totally not nervous the first time I got in the ring. Like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'm calling BS on that one.
Oh, that's right. Jackson, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Will. I don't want to mess with you.
Who was the first debate?
Oh, yeah, you don't want to.
You Quebecer, you.
That's right. I'll knock him out. I just wanted to know if Jackson believe in objective morality or subjective morality. Like, what's your view on morality, Jackson?
I mean, I don't really have much of an opinion on it.
Do you think morality is do you think somebody set moralities, or you think it's subjective to a person opinion?
Well, I think it's a cultural thing. Really.
So now let me ask you a question. Do you believe it's always morally wrong to torture a little baby for your own pleasure?
I would say yes, yeah.
But somebody could be technically, hypothetically justified to say the opposite, right?
I wouldn't say it would be justified in some weird culture, and they could think that's great,
Right.
Well, by what standard does the justification come from, Jackson?
I mean, what if you're torturing a baby for a god? Because this happened in a lot of Gnostic culture.
That's what they do today. That's what the atheist religion demands every day. About 7,000 or 10,000 babies every day are murdered, and the ideology of a massive outer space evolution monkey ball religion. Yeah.
Well,
I want to hear Jackson's answer to Donnie's question.
Well, let me add a little bit more nuance to why.
Because that was sort of ad hoc to the point that Donnie was making.
Yeah, I was asked. Yeah, I was gonna ask by what would be the like Donnie asked what would be the standard for that culture to judge that torturing a little baby for their own pleasure is morally wrong according to what standard? And is that standard like, can that standard like change? Like that would be my question to you.
Oh, I don't know. That's why I'm not going to debate morality or theology.
Do you think morality is important?
Do I think it's important?
Yeah. Like,
yeah, sure, it's important, but
yeah, because morality is what builds up society. Like, for example, like if you take like a society and you compare it to one another, if one society says, okay, you can go ahead and murder people for your own pleasure, then that society will probably not go so far, right? So that's why I think it's pretty important to build a society. But under the atheist worldview, which there's like no objective like morality that has like that stays the same, then that's completely like that doesn't help to build society, to improve civilization, and etc. So
yeah, but when you say for your own pleasure, that's a bit misleading. Because like, what if you have to kill a baby because maybe you have to like save millions of people?
No, I'm talking about literally like torturing a baby in every possible way for your own fun, so you get pleasure out of it, you get fun.
Well, I wouldn't get any fun.
Okay, what if you have to kill a baby to get some resources?
Well, that's not really the point, but my point is just to show like Jackson, if he has like for me that just makes more sense that there's like a objective morality than just subjective. And
okay,
I think
what if you have to
I'll go back to what I always say. I say there could be a God setting these standards, but I think there's another explanation.
Yeah, I know that, like you guys say there's another like explanation, but like it's been like hundreds of years you guys have been saying that and you still haven't provided one. Like
I don't
like
know.
that's the thing, like atheism, like it's just it is a worldview and it doesn't lead, it's completely, even if like atheism is true, it's completely useless. It doesn't bring any purpose in your life. It doesn't
I would
bring
agree.
anything good.
It doesn't do anything.
Will nailed it. Let me just say this real quick. That's the whole point, Will. These people are trying to hide from a judgment from the creator. They're trying to remove their purpose. They want to take a dirt nap. They want it to be lights out so that there is no consequence to their lifestyle. That's the entire point and crux of this atheism, which is a form of denialism. They require the denial. That's why if you notice, they never have a claim for evidence. They'll just try to attack your religion. They are hiding from, I'm almost done, Jackson. Just relax, Jackson. It's okay. I'm rarely talking. Thanks. They're hiding from morality, Will. That's so you're correct. Yep.
Right. That's why I'm saying if all the civilization that goes back, like if you look at the development of civilization, if all those civilization were like atheist, subjective, moralist, then we wouldn't live in the same world. We would have a garbage world that all around people would do whatever they want. They would kill one another for like pleasure and stuff like that. Like my point is that atheism is completely useless. I would even argue that atheism is dangerous to the society. Like that's what the statistic shows.
What
atheism is dangerous.
Well, here's the thing.
They don't want to kill it. They don't want to go around and kill it because what they
Exo
really
is talking about like they want to that I want to hide from my horrible deeds or something. The worst thing I've ever done is imported salamanders into the country without a license.
No,
you gotta go to prison. You gotta go to prison.
No,
yeah, that's a lie, Jackson, and you're not a good liar. But continue.
That's not what they want.
I can't think of something worse.
No, they want.
Oh, you've done way worse.
No, what they want is to.
It's not appropriate for the channel. Corporate,
hold on, Exo. That guy's wanted to say something down there.
I know. Go ahead, corporate.
No, what they want is Elysium. They want to feast and fucking kill without consequences. This world has consequences, and they don't like that. They want freedom, absolute freedom, not liberty.
Exactly, that's correct.
For me, it's just show like let's say like here like let's say religion is false and atheism is true. Religion is way better for society, even if it's false, because even if atheism is true, it will not bring anything to our society. That's like just how I feel.
I think.
Well, there's a problem with that.
Good.
Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead.
I think religion can do some good. I'm not arguing that it does no good.
But
Right,
that's
but
a
what
problem.
can
Though.
I
So let me
like?
explain. Will, that's a problem though, because when you say these words, they have meaning. Evolution actually is a religion. See, I don't have a religion. I have a relationship with Elohim,
Well,
the
I
Most
guess
High,
evolution's doing some
my
good for
Father in
humanity.
heaven. So I have a relationship with the Creator. I don't have a religion. A religion is something somebody does without evidence, something that somebody believes. Like I believe I come from magical pond scum that turned into fish, amphibian, reptiles, and then monkeys on the internet. That's a religion. That's a psychosis, and it's like Scientology. If you're raised to believe it, you're going to believe it at all costs, even when you don't have any evidence. You're going to say, well, of course you know you come from monkeys, even though actually monkeys always stay the same. We did come from monkeys, even though they stay. It's a catch-42. It's so insane, bro. That is the worst religion now, is this evolutionism. And it's literally caught, like Ken Hovind says, it's so dangerous. We have a world where we kill our own babies, we fight wars in other countries, we kill millions of people, and it's okay because we're just animals. We evolved. That's the most dangerous religion in history. Thanks.
I think most wars right now are kind of because of a certain group of people in the world. They're called Muslims.
Nope, that's a
Radical
lie.
Muslims.
Nope, that's a lie. You fell for that too, Jackson. That's another excuse. Nope, no such thing. It's all a lie, bro. Sorry.
I thought you were going to say another certain
You
group
don't
of
think the
people.
Syrian war, the war going on in Iraq, or
No, all the wars are because of greed and the love of money, which is the root of all evil, Jackson. You got a lot to learn to do.
I mean, I would say like some of the war are caused by religion, but if you look at the statistics,
Will, all of them are caused by religion. That's Will. All of them are caused by religion. Yes, the evolutionism is the reason of all wars. It's a form of Satanism. If you need me to elaborate, Satanism is a religion. Yes, it's self-worship.
right?
Yeah,
But
even
what
communism
I
is
wasn't
religion.
talking about this. I mean,
yes, self-worship.
95% of the war are not caused because of religion, but 5% are. Most
no
of
one's
the war,
saying religion. I was saying the war that's going on, like the one in Ukraine, is a secular war, for example.
Right,
So
but
not all wars.
Right, but
I
the majority of the war are caused because of secular purpose.
I'll
but-
make it easier, Will. It's all. Hold on, let me just say this. Then it's a lot easier just to explain to you. All wars are anti-Christ, anti-Bible wars. That's the problem. Is that there's only one truth, and that's Yeshua HaMashiach, the Creator of the heavens and the earth. That is your only Savior. All wars are anti-God. All wars go against. So hold on. I know then you don't know the word of God. All wars are against the laws that God gave us. God never condoned the Catholic Church to go about and kill people. If that's true, if you believe
the
a
Crusade
story,
were 100%
right?
based.
Yeah, that's fine.
No,
if you believe that, that's still.
Crusade were-
Excuse me. Relax. Let me finish. That's
Alright, sorry,
still 100% anti-Bible. The Bible, you're not allowed to go out and kill people like that and predetermine crimes. No, Jesus wouldn't even let Peter take a guy's ear off when he was going to kidnap Jesus. He put the ear back on and says, "You live by the sword, you die by the sword." No. It doesn't work that way. All wars are anti-Christ. Sorry.
Right. So let me respond to this. So when you look at the Old Testament, with Israel, when Israel is confronted with enemies that put
Joshua.
themselves,
Amorites. Yes.
Hold on a second. When Israel is confronted with other people, and God has a purpose, and people are blocking the way to God. God literally goes to war.
Yes, you just proved my point.
Right.
It was caused
Hold
by
on a second.
Antichrist. Will, you're
Hold on a
proving my
second.
point. I said they're caused by
Right.
anti-God believers,
that doesn't-
anti-Bible. Yes.
Hold on a second.
That's my point.
Hold
You
on a
just proved my point, Will.
No, I'm arguing that your point. I believe that many were actually like it was okay to have them. They were not immoral. Like obviously killing people is like immoral and stuff like that.
No, a
But
lot
I
of
don't
wars.
think God has a
hold on.
problem
No.
with the crusade.
Yeah, hold
I
on,
think
though.
God is fine with the crusade and
Will,
stuff like
no. Will, you're right about it in the Old Testament. That was God avenging his own people from who? The anti-God people. Yes, the
Right, so same for the
anti-Bible. Right.
crusade.
So
Right,
all
so
the
same
wars.
for the
So again, my
crusade.
claim, Will, stop. My claim was that all wars are caused by anti-God people. You've just proven I'm correct. Yes, they caused the war.
yeah,
God came,
obviously, yeah.
right.
Oh, yeah,
So God came down and avenged his people. Joshua 10,
yeah.
right?
I thought you
Joshua
were saying
10.
that war were
Right. So,
wrong. I thought
no.
you were saying,
Listen, God, right. God actually killed more people in the war than Joshua's army. Yes.
Right, I agree with you.
One
amen.
question. I got one extra comment to say. See, God is allowed to kill quote unquote people just because for God, killing is not specific killing. If you step into the Christian worldview, the Christian worldview says that we are not just our fleshly body. So God just transports us
from one plane of existence to another. It's not technically killing. There will be a judgment. Excuse me, a judgment day.
It's not killing, so there's like no death.
No, he's not moralizing killing.
Right, I just want to finish.
It's okay. And God said it's okay to kill.
But I just want to finish my point to say that
I wanted to understand what Slavic was saying.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
What were you saying, Slavic?
No, what I'm saying is that for God, it's not killing. Like, there's no such thing. Well, okay, he's not murdering anybody, or he's not.
Slavic, it's justice.
You're saying that it's
Slavic, it's justice. That's why you're right, because it's justice that he stopped those evil people. Nowadays, God gets blamed for not killing all the people. Now, in the Old Testament, he gets blamed for killing them. No matter what, God's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't, by this psychotic world. Yeah.
Right.
But the whole point is that the person that, like, we see it.
Things do you think I've done?
Hold on one second. I'm gonna finish my point, so I'm gonna explain it. I would say this: the whole point is that we see death as something final, right? If you kill somebody, it's over. But if you look from God's perspective, it's not like when the person dies, that guy's gone. He just moved from a Christian worldview. God moves him from the physical world into the spiritual world.
Is that what happened when Jesus was killed?
Yes, when Jesus was killed, he went
and preached.
He was like teleporting.
Well, I don't know if you consider it teleporting or not, but the whole point is that the spiritual world is different than our physical world. What I'm saying is that it talks about Jesus going down to the and preaching to the souls that were locked up during the I think the flood, it says, or something like that. I forget exactly.
It was during
Abraham's bosom.
Yeah, in the Abraham bosom. But yeah, I just want to say, like, to EXO, yeah, I thought you were saying that, and I misunderstood you, so my bad for that. But
I got excited, Will. I wanted to make sure that I was putting out there that all evil comes from one deceiver. That's the fallen angel Satan, right? Right. So that's a beautiful thing in Joshua, that God came down and firsthand, right? He that's not the first time he did that. Remember, if you read the earlier part of Exodus, it's called the Passover for the reason God said I, the Lord, will smite the Egyptians for what they did to his people. He personally went down there.
Right, you see that with Moses too, yeah.
Right, but so what they used to call the angel of death, it's not the angel of death. Read it again. A lot of people are confused. Scamdella defect has confused people, right? No such thing. It's God. Elohim came down and slew the children, and that's his right. They were doing it to his people. Yeah.
What do you mean his people?
The Hebrews, God's people, the Hebrews that were being tortured and killed and enslaved by the Egyptians. It's an Exodus.
Aren't Egyptians also the people of God?
No, they weren't. That's the point. They denied God. If you deny God, you're no longer his people. Duh.
But
Moses wasn't. Moses was raised by the Egyptians, sure. And then, of course, he came back to his family, and helped obviously rescue his people. Let my people go. If you don't believe in the Bible, this conversation is not for you.
Right. Yeah, but the Hebrews deny Jesus. The Jews deny Jesus.
No, that's Jews. That's not Hebrews. That's Jews. That came later. Go ahead, Will.
Hold on. But that's why the Jews are no longer the people of God, because if you read Romans 11, the Jews are cut off. Why? Because they stopped their faithfulness to Yahweh. Therefore, they're broken off the covenant. This is like a modern lie that people have. Oh, God only chose a Jew because of their like race. No, God chose people because they're faithful to him. But when they stop being faithful to him, like the Jew, when they started to crucify the Son of God on the cross, they said, Jesus says in Matthew 23 that the blood of the prophet are upon them. Those people, they're antichrist, okay? The one who crucified Christ are no longer his people. So throughout the Bible,
that's right.
When you stop, like, you don't have faithfulness in Yahweh, you're broken off the covenant, and you're not the people of God. So the Jew are not the people of God anymore. The people of God now is the new church, and the church is the new Israel, and it's the spiritual circumcision. Those who are spiritually circumcised are the people of God. It has nothing to do with ethnicity. It has to do with in the Old Testament is the same thing.
You got it.
Let me jump in here.
Done. Yep.
Let me jump in here real quickly. We were talking about religion as good for societies. I don't think all religions, because there's some religions that are kind of way out there crazy. But I think Christianity specifically built the West. And if you look at Russia during the Communist Revolution and the years after it, I'm actually from Ukraine, and my grandpa, he became a Christian when he was young, and he went to prison for 6 years because he was a Christian. And even John Lennox, yeah, he says when he went to Russia, even the professor said, we thought we can, take out God out of our society and keep the values, and that doesn't work because there's nothing to ground
Well, that's why
value
you
of
end up with
human.
communists and killing everybody in all society who end up being like anti-God, end up failing. That's the same
Yeah,
thing.
exactly, because they do not value human life, and then they destroy themselves within. I
Right,
think
they
the
don't
same thing is
value
happening to the
love.
West.
Yeah, that's the reason why I would say the reason why the West has gone into that such mood is because the West has like like a philosophy that seeks to rationalize everything to like a minimum, to understand everything perfectly. I think that's why the West went into atheism. I mean, if you look
New
like
Age,
at
yeah. Exactly, Will. It's a new age. It's a new age. They call what
right,
is
it's
good evil and evil
right.
good.
Right, and it's not how Christian worked for 12th century until Thomas Aquinas came along and decided to build up his Summa Theologia, and he started to rationalize, like try to rationalize thing about God. This is where you see the West going into atheism because they seek to rationalize everything. When you look at the East still leave mysticism, and now that's why atheism basically exists because let's rationalize God even more and until a little mind, it doesn't make sense, so therefore we end up being atheists. That's the problem of Western Christianity, of trying to rationalize everything.
Well, actually, that's always been the problem, Will. And I have to I know you were ending off there. Thank you. But what you're talking about is when men or women, but when cultures or the people of God then try to assimilate of the world and serve two masters, that's the same mistake they've been having for 3,500 years. Remember how psychotic the people were in Exodus when the people saw Elohim commit miracles in front of the people, escaping the
Right.
Egyptians. They turned right around and still made a golden calf.
Yeah.
They saw the miracles and still worshiped false idols right behind Moses's back. So this is the same. There's nothing new under the sun. Okay, there's nothing new under the sun. The people have been doing the same thing for 3,500 years, and that's why Jesus Christ says, again, it goes back to the New Testament now. It shows us, as Jesus Christ says, many will say, I professed unto your name. Jesus, we called out your name. We cast out many demons, and he will turn to them and say, get away from me. I never knew you, you workers of lawlessness. That's what this is about. They're pretending to be Christian, but they want to be part of the world. And we are in the great deception, guys, and it's never been worse. The deception is so bad. I mean, 90% of Christians have no idea how bad the deception is, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say to CJ, CJ, no, I'm not arguing that rationalized thing is wrong. I'm arguing that trying to rationalize everything, yes, that is wrong, but trying to rationalize thing is not wrong. Absolutely not.
I was listening to Ezekiel 3, I think Ezekiel. Anyway, it's in like the full Bible, and he was asking the angels about like what's better, the future or now? Like what's time is more important? And the angel kind of said this kind of interesting example. He's like, can you fit the ocean into a drop? Same thing with your mind. It cannot fit everything into it. It's just impossible. And I think that's the same problem. I like to think through ideas, and I love listening to theology and trying to think through ideas. But the more I think about it, the more I realize how shortcoming our brain is. Like, how can we fit in an infinite God into our understanding? It's impossible. And I think Romans 3, I think it says that because they did not love the truth, and they, God left them over to their own devices to love evil, and they they started worshiping the creation rather than creator. I think that's the problem with the West, is that we started worshiping reason instead of the creator.
Ooh, reason. You see, that's right, because that's carnal knowledge instead of the creator's knowledge, which, of course, what's the beginning of wisdom? Slavic, we know the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. So when we try to say, no, we have our own understanding, this is a big deal. And I have to hit this. When people say, no, I know better, that's already claiming that you're God. And that's what people do. It's the same problem is the point. It's all about self-worship. It's all about people saying, no, I have a better way to figure this out. I don't need God. That's literally the same. That's the same thing Adam did 6,000 years ago. It's literally, there's no such thing as a salvation issue. The only salvation issue is the issue you see in the mirror. That's what's going to prevent you from getting close to the creator, is your own thoughts. That's why God tells you, that his foolish thoughts are smarter than the wisest thoughts of men, for lack of a better term. And that's what people are doing, is that they're using their own understanding, which is what philosophy. The point is, philosophy is all self-worship. So you got to be careful. These words, again, a lot of people don't know. They're much more damaging than people realize.
Philosophizing all night.
Philosophy is Satanism. It's nothing to do with philosophy. This is the Bible. It's anti-philosophy. You don't understand what the word means. No, that's not. You don't understand what the word. No, it's not philosophy. No, you're a liar, Danny. Stop lying, Danny. Relax, Danny. You're having a conniption fit right now. You're having a seizure. No, the Bible is anti-philosophy, Danny.
Just tell me what it means.
The Bible is anti-philosophy. Yes, philosophy is the love of man's wisdom, and the Bible is the antithesis.
Hey, John, I think your prediction came true.
The scripture is not anti-philosophy. The scripture is even based upon philosophy.
No, wrong, Will. You don't know what.
Okay. We're not going to go into dumpster fire. We're not going to go into XO. Calm down, dude. You've been doing fine all
Words
night.
have meanings.
We're not going to degenerate into full-scale dumpster fire. We're going to have some.
Okay, LPP. Can I just say?
Oh my, XO, silence while I'm talking. I will let you talk again in a moment. Okay. Jackson's going to say something in a second. Danny's been being quiet. He's perked up. Danny, do you have a point you would like to make?
Yeah, I just want to ask him what he means by the term philosophy. That's it. I don't think he can answer the question though. So
cool. Excellent. I'll answer right now. Am I allowed to, LPP?
Actually, I'm gonna leave later.
Okay, so the philosophy means the love of man's wisdom. So that was easy.
The love of man's wisdom? Do you think it's man's wisdom to turn
yes,
the ignition?
That's what it is. See, I already answered, and now you're arguing, Danny.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry.
Yes, I answered the question, and now you're scared to death. Thank you for proving my point.
Excuse me. Sorry, I was talking.
Yes, you're scared to death. It's not about your opinion. You have philosophy. Yes.
Okay, let's let Danny respond. Let's let Danny respond. Go ahead, Danny.
Do you think it's man's philosophy to turn the ignition of the car if you want to get to work?
Nope, that's not philosophy. Philosophy is thinking that you know better than God, and that's what philosophy is. Philosophy is not engineering and science. I'm sorry, you don't understand the difference.
Most philosophers don't believe this.
Do you think that it's reasonable to turn the ignition key when you're trying to get to work?
That's not philosophy. That's understanding logic that you are. That's not philosophy. It's not philosophy.
That's not my question. My question.
It's not. Yes, that's
reasonable.
The point. You're hiding from the point. That's not philosophy. That's what all psychopaths do. Yes, it's logic is not philosophy. Logic is knowledge.
Let me know when you're done.
Let me know when you're done hiding from your own religion of philosophy. You don't even know what it means. That's why you're scared to death and you're already running away. So I turned the ignition of my car to start my car because it's logic. It's not philosophy. And anything related to science and engineering is not philosophy. It depends on no philosophy. Thanks.
So now, are you done now? Okay, so what I was going to say was that is it reasonable to turn the ignition of the car? It wasn't about philosophy. I was asking if it were.
Yeah, you're hiding from philosophy. Exactly.
I'm not talking about philosophy. I'm just asking if it's.
I know you're hiding from the topic. The topic's philosophy. That's the point. Yeah.
I'm going to get to that, right? I'm giving you an argument, right?
You don't have one.
The point is that if it's reasonable to turn the ignition of your car, right, then it's, like you said, logical. And all I take philosophy to be is about clear thinking. And the fact is that
that's not what philosophy is.
Excuse me, sir. Since it's our reason, right, when we're deliberating whether to turn the ignition of the car, that's our reasoning, meaning that it's man's reasoning. So
no, it's not. It's given to you. It's not philosophy.
Excuse me, sir.
You're wrong.
Me,
you don't have a claim.
Bro, you're saying he's wrong, but you got to let him talk so you can know what he's saying. And then after, you can say he's wrong and explain why. So try to let him go.
He can't help himself, Will, though. But the point is that if he's defining philosophy as man's reasoning, right, then I'm just pointing out.
I didn't. You keep lying. I can't have this conversation. I said it's the love of man's wisdom. Philo, look up what words mean. They have meaning, Danny. I'm sorry you're new to this.
Well, actually, philosophy doesn't include the notion of man, right? In terms of the etymology. If you're
yes, it is. That's the point. You don't understand the etymology, Danny.
What's the etymology of philosophy?
That's the point. You don't understand it, Danny. That means the love of man's wisdom.
That's not what it means.
That's the reality. That's what it means. I'm sorry, Danny. You don't have a claim.
Look at the etymology.
You don't have a claim, Danny. That's not philosophy. That's the point. That's fine. Nothing.
But so let's just go to scripture because I think this is like a big problem. Scripture itself.
That's a different look.
Yeah, scripture itself is vain philosophy.
That if you look at the etymology of philosophy, it just means love of wisdom, not of man's wisdom. Right.
I'm sorry, the dictionaries you're reading aren't real.
Do you want a source?
Man's wisdom.
Do you want a source?
I'm sorry that you don't have a claim. I'm sorry, bro.
My claim is that it doesn't mean man's
yes, you believe Google. I know, Danny. You're a Googler. We know you're a Googler.
I'll take your source. What source are you using?
No, that's the point. You're a Googler. That's the point, Danny. You believe what men tells you. you. You're still getting it from man. You just proved my point. That's
Dude,
man's
Exo,
wisdom.
Actually, stop.
Yeah. So the point is that
You don't
you're
have a point. Who did you get the information from, Danny?
Let me know when I can speak.
Who did you get the information from? You'll never answer.
Yeah, it's the Latin, right? And I presume
That was easy. You'll never give me an answer. Who'd you get the information from?
Every time
Philosophy
somebody gives
just
an answer, he's
means
like,
the
no,
love.
no answer.
Yeah, they're
No
I get
answer.
it-
Yep.
I
Who
got
did you
it
get?
from the
Who? Men or
etymological
God?
dictionary.
Did you get it from God or man?
Well, presumably God works through man, right?
Wrong. Who'd you get
No,
the
it doesn't work
information
through
from?
men?
God or man? Is it man's claim or God?
That's not a true dichotomy, right?
See, you don't have exactly. You have no claim. It's that easy.
It's not a true dichotomy. It
Yep.
seems like
But
I
it's
could
called a
if
necessary
God exists-
antecedent, Danny. Yes,
It's
it's called a
synergistic, bro.
necessary antecedent.
It's not a true dichotomy. You probably don't know what that means.
It's called a necessary antecedent. You got it from
I don't
man.
even know
Thanks
if
for
you know what
proving my
necessary
point,
means.
Danny. You
You
love
got the-
man
hey, you
and
got
you
the
worship
Bible.
yourself. It's
Hey,
done.
bro, you got the Bible from man through whom God works through. So, hold on a second. Let's pause this. So, first of all, please tell us what is wrong with loving wisdom, to seek after wisdom. Is there anything wrong with this?
Yes, loving man's wisdom, Will. If you love man's wisdom, that's a form of Satanism. God makes this very clear in the Bible that the
So-
beginning of Will. You got to let me answer. The
Hold on,
beginning
that-
of
because
wisdom
you're falling
is the
into-
fear. No,
hold on a
Will,
second.
you're not understanding.
You're
It's
falling
in
into
that's the Will.
Gnosticism
Will,
here.
you're doing the same thing. No, that's the point. You're loving man's wisdom. I'm saying I have none of man's wisdom. I'm saying I trust God. You're
Are-
saying trust man. Will, listen, Will, I can't
Yeah.
get through a sentence. That's the point. I'm
gotta-
trying to answer you. I'm the one who has a different opinion, right?
Hold on a
You're saying
second,
this is
dude.
my
You're-
opinion, but I'm getting it from the Bible. You're saying you trust
You're falling
man.
into
I'm
Gnosticism.
saying
Let
no,
me tell
you're
you why.
trusting man. Will, you don't understand. You're trusting man. Philosophy is of man's wisdom. That's the point. It's
Okay.
from man's wisdom.
Yeah,
If it's
I
not of
understand.
God, you
Hold
have
on a
wait.
I
You have one
understand
choice,
what
right? You have one choice. Will, it's either from God or man. Do you have another
Right.
third
Okay,
choice?
it's from men. I agree with you.
That's it.
Now
then.
my question that I'm gonna ask you, and this is where we're gonna see if you fall into Gnosticism. Can men be right? Or are men always wrong?
Wow. Well, what
Answer the
did Jesus?
question,
What did
please.
Jesus say?
Answer
Will?
the question. Answer the question.
Yes, when
man-
using what God gives
can
man,
man-
yes,
can
of
man-
course they can.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So
that's
what is
not
your
philosophy.
problem?
That's not the love. You're not getting my
great.
point, Will. That's a
Hold on
non
a
sequitur.
second.
Great, Will. That's a
Great,
non
hold on a
sequitur. No,
hey,
no. I just
calm
answered your
down.
question, Will.
Hold on a
That's
second,
not loving man's wisdom. I'm right when I agree with God. That's not my own wisdom. I'm not
Can
loving my
men
own
have-
wisdom, Will. Will, you're having a fit too, Will. I'm
Right.
not the. I mean, you think you're
So
going to say
your
I'm upset,
argument
Will? You're
doesn't
having a
work.
temper tantrum.
So your argument
I'm
doesn't
trying to
work.
tell you the terminology. That's fine. Whatever.
You have to calm down, bro. I'm
Okay,
trying
okay,
to-
we're gonna go on a timeout. Jackson's been
moving
being
on.
very patient. Jackson's got something to say. What's up, man?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Exo what his blood pressure is.
I've never had to monitor mine, so I wouldn't know what my blood pressure is. But that's the point, guys, is that I'm not
probably very
loving
high.
man's wisdom. Is there a claim otherwise, Will?
But that's not what philosophy is.
Yes, it is, Will. Now you're denying the
Philosophy
word.
is
So now you're
loving
backpedaling. No, you're backpedaling, Will. I'm sorry. It's from man. It's a man-made construct, like universe. Do you think universe is in
Okay,
the Old Testament?
what part-
Wait,
what part
one
of
second, Wesley.
philosophy
I
has
got to move
anything to
on.
say
Wesley,
about
excuse
man?
me. Excuse me. Will, watch this example. Do you understand the
no
Bible says universe?
philosopher-
Here.
Will, do you understand the Bible?
Hang on. Wesley has been very quiet for the last hour and a half. What's up, Wesley? What do you want to say?
Exo, you have a burden of proof to show where in the etymology it says man.
Right.
No, I don't have to. It's already admitted.
Yes, you do.
Where'd you get your
It's not
information from,
admitted.
Wesley?
No one
Where'd
on
you
the
get your
panel is
information from,
admitting it.
Wesley?
Yes,
That
I'll
was
tell you.
easy. So, Will, do
It's
you know the
from
word
Online
universe?
Etymology
Okay, again,
Dictionary.
I'm not going to answer retards that are hiding from the point. Will, do you
Hey,
know the
don't-
word
hey,
universe?
hey,
is-
hey,
Will,
hey, hey,
do you
Exo,
know the
hold on a
word
second.
universe is in the Bible?
ETYM
Listen, listen, if you want to kick me out again, I was kicked out
online.com/philosophy.
last night. Listen, if you don't want a Bible literalist here, just kick me out again,
Hey,
Will.
hey,
Or that's fine.
Exo,
Listen, Will, there's
Wesley,
other words I
hold
have
on
to
a
use
second,
the
man.
context. No,
Hold
Will,
on. Hey,
if I'm going to get
Wesley
kicked out, I'll
is a
just get
brother-
kicked out.
hey,
Do you
hey,
understand
Wesley
there's
is a
other
brother
words
in
that are changed?
Christ.
Do you know what the
Hey,
word
hey,
universe comes
Okay,
from, Will?
okay, guys,
Wesley-
Yep.
we're not, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm not
we're
just going to
not
get
at-
bullied.
no.
We'll have this conversation in reality. We'll see how it goes.
Let
I'm
me
not,
just
you
say
get
this.
you.
Let me,
Okay, we're not going to have over talking. Otherwise, nobody in the audience is going to be able to hear anything because it was just a bunch of cacophony of people talking over each other. So we're going to need to slow down and complete full sentences and full thoughts, and then be silent and let people respond.
Can I
okay?
just go ahead and say this real quick? Hey, Exo, please don't call Wesley like Wesley's a brother in Christ. Please don't call him a retard. Like,
Yeah,
you're a
say that
Christ
for me.
believer too. That's
Yeah,
not.
I'm
not
not a
real.
brother in Christ, so you
That's
can call
not-
me a retard. So.
Yeah. So second of all,
Yeah, they're
this is
just
where-
words. Yeah.
Hold on a second. So this is where you fall into Gnosticism because you believe man cannot bring anything good.
No,
That's
I'm not. I
Gnosticism.
didn't
Hold
say
on a
that,
second,
Will.
I'm
You're
not
just
done.
Will. No, you got to
And
stop
second of
slandering me.
all,
Will, listen. Will, you're way too young to be having this conversation. Will, no, it
Great,
doesn't
great
work that way.
argument.
That's slandering me.
So
You
most
don't
philosophers.
understand. Will, you can't slander me. I'm sorry. You got to
Why do
stop.
you
You're
keep
in error.
interrupting
You're
me?
Let's show
slandering
the
me. You got to stop. You have to
Most
let's show
stop
the
it, Will. I'm
character
your
of
elder,
Christ,
Will. You
right?
got to stop slandering people. Move. If you don't like the conversation, move on. But you can't slander me,
well,
Will.
I'm
I'm
trying
not
to have
putting
a
words in. Will, you
conversation, but
don't
all you do is just
understand, Will.
talk
Will,
over
that's
me.
not the
Have
case
something to
here.
say again.
You can't slander me, Will. I'm sorry. Stop it. You're in error. You can't
Okay.
just determine that you're going to call me Gnostic because you don't
Because
understand
that is
something.
a
I've been
Gnostic
studying the Hebrew language for 15 years. How long have you been studying it?
Great. I'm saying that
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the language of God and
So
what words
my
mean.
point
Will.
Okay, guys,
Stop
we're gonna
making
have
a
to
claim for
calm
me.
down.
Thanks.
Calm down. Apparently, what I just said did not.
Yes,
compute.
moving on.
Well, I'm
So
not
we're-
over talking. I'm making a point.
Yes,
and
don't make a
trying to
claim for me.
overtalk
Will,
me.
don't call people. You're calling me Gnostic.
Oh
I'm
my
not Gnostic.
goodness.
Just stop it.
I'm trying to explain why. I'm not saying you're a Gnostic. I'm saying that if you continue this
No,
path,
it's not. You cannot
LPP,
compare it to me,
how
Will. This is
could I say
biblical
something here?
understanding, Will. That's why I'm trying to
Okay,
give you
So
another
we're gonna go on
example.
to a different. Listen, we're gonna go on to a different topic because
Please,
this is going
LPP. Thank
this
you.
is going
LPP.
absolutely nowhere.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
what's
I
up,
just
Jack?
want to LPP. I got to say
No,
this. I'm
what's
moving
up,
on.
Jack? Jackson
Please.
is up next. Go ahead, Jackson.
You're slandering me. That's a claim.
Okay,
That's my impression of
that was
Exo.
great. So more fun and games. That's great. That's fine. That's a troll. That's cool. Good
Okay,
job,
so,
Jackson.
hang on. So Jackson, was that directed at the XO? If so, he gets to respond to you. Was that directed at XO?
Say no.
Yes, it was.
Okay,
Oh
XO,
my
you can
God.
respond to.
Thank you, LPP. I'll
Jackson's
make this
response.
short. So I appreciate the opportunity, Jackson, or else I wouldn't be able to talk right now. So, for example, the word universe used in the Old Testament actually is an incorrect translation, Will, and the actual word means eternities. So the Bible isn't exactly how it used to be. There are problems in the newer versions. That's what men have to realize.
Oh,
So
another
men's
KJV
interpretation,
only.
I'm still talking, but men's interpretations are wrong. There is no philosophy in the Bible. It's an anti-philosophy book, and universe, and there's many other words like science that are in the Bible that are misused, right? Even one part of the Bible says reptiles. That was never in there. So yes, the philosophy is how we got into this mess, and I'm sorry you guys don't understand that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I agree that the philosophy got us into this mess. But to bring that, because philosophy got us into this mess, that means that philosophy is wrong. It's completely absurd. And before you interrupt me, let me go ahead here and say that man can have wisdom. Man can bring wisdom. Man can do philosophy. This is why Paul in the scripture quotes from pagan philosopher. Most philosophers in the beginning of philosophy were theists. They believed in God. They believed in multiple gods. So no, having a love for wisdom and seeking for wisdom is not wrong. And to say otherwise, and this is the path that I think you're going, is that you believe that everything is corrupted and man is corrupted. It's a Gnostic belief to say that man cannot do anything good. That is Gnostic. There's nothing
Okay, let me know when I can speak, Will.
Yeah,
Let me know.
Nothing wrong about philosophy. You need to address why is Paul quoting. And
Okay, let
where
me
the
know when I
scripture-
know you keep going down this line. There's
I'm
20
not done.
things, Will. You said
Hey,
20
hey,
things. That's great.
Hey, I'm not done. I'm just gonna make this point.
Sure.
Where the scripture says not to have philosophy. And go ahead.
Okay, that's the point. You're not listening at all, Will. That's the point. I've told you several times it's not philosophy is bad. It's the love of man's wisdom that's the problem. It's the love. It's saying that man is smarter, man. And when Paul was referencing that, he's showing that stupid people can be right also. That's the point, Will. Their context is everything. The love of man's wisdom is how every problem has ever occurred. When Adam used his own wisdom and said, "Oh yeah, you're right, Eve. We should just eat this because we want to be as gods. We want to have the knowledge of the tree of and the good and evil. That's what we want." That's man saying that man has the solution. That's how every problem has ever been conspired in all of existence. Thanks for proving my point.
Right. So nothing is wrong with Christian philosophy.
There's no such thing as Christian philosophy. It's an oxymoron.
Yes, there is.
No,
Paul
it isn't.
himself
That's not
does
man's
philosophy.
wisdom. You don't. Okay, again, the beginning of knowledge is what?
Right. So
Fear of the Lord. Right. That's
right,
not
but that's not what
philosophy.
philosophy means, dude. It's
That's
not.
not. Yes, wisdom.
No,
Wisdom.
it's not
Wisdom.
of man. It's the love of wisdom. Nothing is wrong with loving wisdom.
It's the love of man's wisdom. It's not the love of God's wisdom. That's what you don't understand. It
But
is
don't
a
you believe that man can?
It's a
Do you believe?
contrivance
Do
from
you
man will.
believe that man can have wisdom? Yes or no?
I never made the claim.
Do
Why are
you
you
I'm gonna
asking?
jump in
Yes,
here.
do I? Right. Do I
you
believe elephants have trunks? Yes, I do.
That's not
Congratulations.
answering the question, sir.
Hey, I'm gonna
You're
jump
not
in here.
asking
Okay,
you're
hang on,
asking a
we're-
relevant
hold on a
question.
second.
silence. Okay, Slavic is trying to hop into the conversation. What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm jumping in here because John said to change the subject, so I'll ask you guys a different question. How about this? What would a Christian society look like if it was completely Christian?
Yeah, look at the Byzantine Empire. That's how like a Christian society would look like.
Slavic, can you define Christian for me, please?
Well, if they're the sort of Christian that XO is, it'd be chaos.
Oh yeah, believing in that God is the only person that we can trust and go by the laws. Yeah, that would be chaos. Slavic, would you give me your idea
It would
of a
end
true
in
Christian,
catastrophe.
please?
But if it's a sort of
Slavic,
Christian, like
if you get a chance, Slavic, just give me your
Wesley,
idea
it
of
would
a
be a pretty
Christian.
good
There's no such thing
society.
as a wrong answer. You can say whatever you want, please.
I would say a Christian that is following the teachings of Christ, because that's exactly what Christians were known for, to be followers of Christ. So I would say, the stuff that Jesus taught is pretty straightforward.
Amen, bro. Hey, that's where I'm at. That's why I call myself an apostle, because I can't be a part of a denomination. I go exactly what Jesus went through. Whatever
Yeah,
he
you're not an
witnessed,
apostle.
whatever he observes, that's what I observe, Slavic. So amen. Thank you.
But what I'm saying is, what would it look like to have it in a society? Because
Yeah, it would,
Okay,
like I said, it would
Slavic, well,
depend. It would
New
depend on like
Testament.
if you have the
So,
kind of Christian
Slavic,
that
in the New
Wesley is.
Testament, what did Peter do? What did
Yeah,
Peter
if you had the
do?
sort of Christian that Wesley is, it'd be a pretty good society. But if it was full of Christians like
So
XO,
Slavic,
it'd be
we
hell.
had Peter actually
Yeah, I
denied
agree with
Christ,
you.
And
right?
if it was
I
like
actually
the
agree
world
with
of Danny, it would be a debaucherous Sodom and Gomorrah.
Absolutely.
That's disgusting. Yeah. So
What would it be
right.
like
So
if I was
Peter,
the only person
Slavic. I
around?
want to talk to Slavic for a second, just because we changed subjects. So Slavic, you would have to admit that Peter is one of the most important people in the Bible, right?
I don't know if the most important. I think Jesus is, but
I mean, I'm saying one of the most. I mean, he's in the Bible, isn't he? He's in the top 100, isn't he? I mean,
yeah, well, that's for sure.
right. He's one of the 12 apostles, right? But even he screwed up, right? So even the best so-called Christians screwed up so bad, he denied Christ 3 times before the rooster crowed, right? So there's no such thing as a perfect robotic Christian society. Even back then, they stabbed Jesus in the back.
Well, yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is, like,
Right.
I would see a Christian society built on the freedom of conscience, right? Not, people can do what they believe is correct, yet it would protect people that have no power, just like the Bible says to protect orphans and widows and those kind of general laws that
Right.
they put in to protect society. I'll say that way.
Well, we'd have the death penalty. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, that penalty would be great. Yep.
Well, the Bible does say right after Noah, whenever somebody kills somebody and they don't put them to death, that society will be punished, which is pretty serious about death penalty.
I think so. Would be killing witches and stuff.
Yeah, I think witch should be burned. Yep, that would be pretty bad.
I wouldn't, unless God gives a command, and we've lost the council, so you can't do that anymore.
That's false. Romans 13 literally says that the state is the righteousness of God. So if the state decide to execute sodomite, then I think that would be fine. That penalty is fine.
I don't know. The only reason they would you would, as a Christian, you would want to convert a sodomite to be a Christian, not a killer.
Right. They should be given the opportunity to repent. So my point is, at no point that the Old Testament law should be reinstated, or that.
Hold up, Will. What are you saying?
What I'm saying is, I believe that the state and the church goes together, and if the state,
you think you should kill?
Yes.
sodomites?
No. Let me make a point. If the state was Christian and would follow a biblical way, and the state would imply in their laws, because if you look at almost every single laws before the 21st century, sodomite or rapists were put to death, or they were lashed. They were receiving 100 lash in the back. So I think if there was a Christian society and the state would push that law, that the state would say, we would say that sodomites should be put to death, yes, that would be morally correct with God, that sodomite would be put to death.
But what do you mean
Because
by sodomite exactly? Just rapist?
I'm just trying not to say the word to not get the channel flag, but homosexual.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that's
Well, if it's technically through atheist standards, if a society sees it that way, it's the proper moral thing to do because society came to those realizations.
well, I believe it's morally correct that the state implements that penalty on.
Like personally, I don't.
Okay, gentlemen, we're not going to discuss the execution of demographics of our society. Okay, that's not going to be discussed. Okay.
Yeah, I don't personally don't think it's a good.
Let's go on to a different topic. And real quick, so Germania is inside chat, and he's accusing me of being a beta, but apparently he's so much of a zeta, he won't even come into the same room as this person he claims is a beta. So I'm really not sure why he's so afraid. But come on, Ger, you need to
Let
step
him
up.
in.
You keep there's two slots available. Ger, you're always welcome, man. Like, we can have a good little trash talk session. You know, you will go to bed and go snuggle with yourself in a fetal position. We all know this is going to happen, but it's okay, man. I'm sure you're at least 4 or 5 beers in, and maybe 1 or 2 more, and you'll be feeling much better.
I have to respond to Sunflower.
Bread of Life is also in the house. What's up, Rebecca? How you doing? I saw you spent some time over on David P. Neff's after show. Feel free to come on in and tell us all about it, because I'm sure it was interesting. I was reading some of the side chat, and it was pretty funny over there. So you're welcome to come on in.
Wait, isn't that girl Bread of Life the one that was like saying that 2 homosexual was a cute thing?
I have no idea.
Girl? Yeah, that's the girl. Yeah, that's the girl I said she should get a husband.
No, she was saying you shouldn't bully like homosexual couples or something.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Do you think you should bully those
Yes.
people? What?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you shouldn't bully them. No.
Guys,
No.
gentlemen, we are not going to discuss
Risking the server.
Okay, that's not going to be discussed on my channel. If you guys want to have that conversation somewhere else, you can, but it's not going to be discussed here. Okay, if it's brought up again, you will be gone. Whoever brings that topic up is going to be gone. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, sir.
Good to go.
Cool. What's up, Jamie?
Sunflower in chat. Go ahead. Sorry.
What's up, Jamie? Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks, John.
Anything on your mind?
No, just interesting conversation.
Right, I run on. And Rebecca's with us as well. What's going on, Rebecca?
Hey, what's up, guys?
She turned her camera off.
I'll turn it back on. What's up, guys? I'm not going to stay too long. I'm going to go to bed soon, but just wanted to come and say hi.
Well, appreciate that. And yeah, the reason Rebecca's going to bed is she's been on like a stream marathon, like channel after channel. I pull up a channel, open the app, and it's like, oh, Rebecca's here. Rebecca's there too. I mean, she's like, something's going on. She's got some extra time on her hands. It's like it's going wild right now.
I'm doing so much YouTube right now, but yeah, it's getting to be a little much. So I'm probably going to slow it down soon. But
see what's been happening is Rebecca has been hosting safe spaces for YouTube to come and air all of their grievances and feel safe in doing so with a sweet woman who is not going to be a jerk and then let them, expound upon their worldview. And, they feel safe in her presence. So, it's that's kind of what's been going on. However, I am intrigued to know how things went over on Neff's after show. Was there anything of substance going on over there? Anything of interest?
Oh, it was 4 or 5 against 1. I was representing. So
the club.
It was all right. I mean, I of course I wasn't going to convince anybody that evolution isn't true, but I did my best to make the points. So,
Rebecca, could you ever get them to make a claim to what evolution is? Because we don't even have a claim anymore for these people.
Have you met EXO, Rebecca?
Actually, I'm going to interrupt real quick. John, in 30 seconds, I'm going to have you share screen because I have the funniest image in the world that will accurately reflect the first hour of this after show. So I'm sending it to my email right now. So
Oh, the
John,
guy
30
Andy, Andy that said no, I'm not. Yes, I am.
It's a surprise, Exo.
Oh,
You'll
so
see
I
that.
can't wait to see
You'll
it,
like
Donnie.
it.
Yeah, there was some good stuff. So, Rebecca, part of what you were experiencing from Andy over on Neff's channel, it was pretty funny because we had just spent, a solid 30, 45 minutes explaining this stuff to him. And then he bounced over there and repeated the same talking points that had already been debunked over here. It was pretty funny.
Wow.
There was some good entertainment.
Mind you, Rebecca, that he said he's not an evolutionist and then argued over there for evolution for another whatever.
I have no more hair.
What do you mean he's not an evolutionist?
Yes. Can you ask him that next time you see him? Because if I ask him, he'll just run away again, Rebecca. I can't ask him.
John's running from you, XO.
Okay, Donnie, it's been more than 30 seconds, buddy.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, what's happening, bro? You're supposed to be sharing your screen right now. You've got us all hooked on suspense, and now you're not sharing your screen.
Well, our thumbnail master Brandon sent it to me, and I realized it would take more than 30 seconds, I guess, to send it to my email and get it. Okay, here it is. Just a sec.
Okay, so are you talking on your phone right now or on your computer?
No, I'm on my computer. That's why I just sent it to my computer from my phone. Okay, we're good. Here, let me yeah. Rebecca, literally he went into David Neff's after show and just completely repeated the same talking points that we correct. Okay, I'm sharing screen. John. No, we're not related to banana plants. 1 hour later. Just kidding. We're totally related to banana plants. Then goes on David Neff's channel, and the first thing he says is, no, we're not related to banana plants. He's not the only one who is an evolutionist, but is embarrassed by their religion. I mean, there's a lot out there that don't want to admit that they're related to a banana plant, but it's Darwin himself. The first question I asked him when he joined was, do you agree with Charles Darwin when he says it's an amazing fact that all life, including plants and animals, should be related? I mean,
do you think we're related, Donnie?
What, banana plant and a human?
No, you and I.
Yeah,
Donnie and Danny.
Definitely.
Oh, okay. But if we said that to Walmart, if we said it to someone in Walmart, then they would probably be confused, right?
Well,
and that's proof you came from Pond Scum, right, Danny?
What?
Yep, sure is.
Did I come from Palm Scum? Is that?
That's proof of evolution, right? The fact that Donnie and Danny are related, that's proof of evolution, right?
I'm not so sure.
Oh,
You're
on
asking
camera
me.
now.
Exactly.
Well,
there still is no claim for evolution. Thank you.
Yeah, that difference. The O
Why are
and
you wearing
minor, the
sunglasses?
A and
What about a rock? Is it true
That's a
or
result
related?
of a mutation.
A
That's
single point mutation, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
single
FT,
point
is it true or related to rock, though? What about rock?
Jackson.
I mean, if they told you
related
it
to
must
a
be.
rock?
Yeah, Donnie.
Jackson, do you come from a rock?
No, I don't think we come from a rock.
Where did the first self-replicating molecule come from?
Where did it come from?
Yeah.
I would say prebiotic chemistry.
Prebiotic chemistry that existed where?
Words. Good answer.
Well,
Prebiotic chemistry from where?
Prebiotic chemistry from minerals.
A rock?
Like
All
water? Oceans?
Well, another question,
Where?
real quick, Donnie.
Well,
Can we ask Jackson?
hold on,
Jackson, is it possible that
Oh, yeah.
humans can make this example of this abiogenesis?
No, they can make amino acids.
Yeah,
Is
that's
this-
nowhere
wait,
close.
wait,
bro.
is this magical chemical mixture? Did it exist in some warm pond somewhere billions of years ago, Jackson? Was it like what? Where did this
Donnie, don't
mixture
get
of
back down
chemicals
with me.
exist?
Yeah, where was it on? Like,
Where?
What was it on? Yeah.
What?
When it came all together, when everything came all together to make that first cell, what was it on?
Was it in water?
I don't
Wait,
know.
hold on.
where it
You
was.
guys didn't hear about it?
I'm
There
not
was the
a,
kiss.
I'm not a biochemist, so I can't really
Well,
comment.
Jackson, you're the one saying that you didn't come from a rock, but wait a minute. What exists? What's
Like
the
you're
Earth
saying,
made
no,
of?
I don't believe
If
a
you
rock
take
came
off
first,
all,
so
if you
that's
remove
what
all
I'm
the
saying.
water from the Earth, what's the Earth made of?
What?
What's the Earth made of?
It's made of rocks.
Okay. And what existed before there was water on the Earth?
Donnie, don't give him all the options yet.
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
We know that molecule breaks down in water.
Where did all the
so-
water come from on this planet? Just wait, let me cross-examine him for a minute,
I would
guys.
say the accretion disk had an amount of water in it, and it condensed by gravity, which EXO doesn't believe in.
And okay, so what existed before there was water on this Earth?
Not water.
Rock without water?
Right.
So you come
And
from a
then it-
rock?
Okay. So ultimately you've got rock, then water. And within that water, you have what? The chemicals from rock and water that magically came together to evolve into the first self-replicating molecule. Would that be pretty close to what you believe?
Potentially, or it could have come from God.
So ultimately, in the same way that you evolutionists believe you came from a single-celled like ancestor long ago and far away, you guys do believe you ultimately came from a rock. As a matter of fact, you guys ultimately came from stardust. You are stardust, aren't you, Jackson? Ultimately?
Right. It's kind of an expression from Carl Sagan, isn't it? I mean, we're all
I mean, that's what all
heavier
those...
elements were fused by stars. So
That's what many of like physicians shit like that says. They all say like you come from stardust. What's that guy's he's with Richard Dawkins, like the black guy, like
Neil
Nelson.
deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Neil
guy
deGrasse
literally says
Tyson.
you're stardust, yeah.
Kraus also.
Yeah, he says that pretty often.
Hey guys, I'm gonna say good night. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Good night,
Bye,
Rebecca.
LPP
God
and
bless.
everybody.
Good night.
God
Good to
bless.
see you, Rebecca. Have a great night.
Thanks.
Actually, will you move those
You can hear
sunglasses?
that story about the kiss of time? I think what's his name? Dr. Dino. He brought it up in that debate. You know, the only difference between a prince turning from a frog to a prince was magic or the kiss of time.
Who was that to?
I think Dr. Dino brought that up during the debate. You know, that fairy tale with the prince turning into a frog turning into a prince, and the only thing was a kiss.
Well,
That
here's the thing.
transformed it.
Here's the thing. If I told you that Superman could fly quickly through the air, you'd say that's imagination, that's fairy tale. But if I said Superman could fly slowly through the air,
That might happen.
That's
bro.
science. That's
That's
realistic, right?
Well, it's worse than that,
That's a good
Donnie.
analogy.
Donnie, it's way worse than
Well,
that.
he
They're
might be
saying,
on a plane.
Let me just explain this real quick. It's much worse than that, Donnie. They're saying I have evidence for Superman flying because here's his footprints. That's how stupid they are. Yeah, I have Superman's footprints. That's how I know he flew. Thanks.
Hey, EXO, is that your house or your mom's house?
Wait,
John,
Donnie.
share my screen.
Somebody's
If I told
triggered.
you, I like this one from Kent, where he says, if I told you Mary Poppins could fly quickly through the air with her umbrella, you'd say that that's a fairy tale. But if I told you Mary Poppins could fly slowly through the air, then it's science.
like
So have a
parachute?
look at this. Earth has vast oceans today, but our planet was a dry rock when it was first formed. And water was a late addition. Rain. So all this water, Jackson, it rained down in asteroids from the icy outer solar system. Like, you really believe this?
And small
That's one
planetesimals.
hypothesis. I can't talk tonight.
So the mixing of the rocks, the mixing of the chemicals from rocks and the water that came from asteroids is the precursor chemicals for the first life, essentially.
Well, you know, you can get amino acids made from that stuff. So, those
So
are
no
the
claim.
blocks.
No claim still, huh, Jackson? Good.
No
Jackson,
one's
if
talking
it's
to you.
if it's
Makes no difference who you are.
But
thank you, Jamie.
Safety, weren't
Jackson,
there
I had a question.
Yeah.
If it's the case then that at first the planet was dry, and then when it started to cool, planetesimals, asteroids came and supplied that water, how do you explain that approximately more than 3/4 of the water on Earth is in the transitional layers, like the Wadslidite and the Ringwoodite and the ice 7 core?
Boom.
Oh no. Jamie Russell, out of all people that could have joined the after show, Jamie believes he's related to a banana plant, Russell.
Wait, Jamie Russell not believe in evolution?
Yeah, Jamie Russell, he believes that whales and pine trees are related because they're
Since
both
when?
eukaryotes.
No, I believe all life forms were created 6,000 years ago in their present form.
Oh, fighting words, XO.
Wait a minute. Well, fighting words.
Wait, let's do a debate. Hey,
What are you talking
John,
about?
let's do
Wait,
a
is that the
time
same?
debate,
Wait,
XO
can you
and
hold on?
Jamie.
Is that the
Let's do
same
it.
Jamie I spoke to? Was that last night or the other night?
Yeah, that's the man himself.
Didn't I already speak to you, Jamie?
Yeah, we've talked a few times.
Okay, so I really
Yeah,
want.
what are you
want
talking about? I'm a
Jackson to
Bible
answer
literalist.
I really want Jackson to answer the question of how is it plausible that 336 million cubic miles of water on planet Earth could have arrived via comets? Like, do you actually view that as a plausible explanation?
In an early
And
solar
also-
system with an accretion disk and a lot of there's a lot of water in the universe. So
Okay, so that's like almost, let's see, what is that? Almost 4x the cubic, or 4x the distance, pretty close, from the Earth to the sun in freaking water. Like, you don't think that's an exorbitant amount that would have to have arrived via freaking comets?
that's why I don't
Because you also
What?
have to remember, like, you have to account for larger gravitational forces in our solar system, right? So
Right.
why would it come to Earth?
A lot of it didn't. Like Europa, it's got twice the amount of water than the Earth has.
Europa has
Europa.
672
So we're off on the fairy tales
million
already.
cubic
Wow.
miles. I'm gonna call bullshit on that one, Jackson.
Look it up. It's true.
Excellent. Yeah, just look whatever the internet
You mean
says,
the
right? Like,
Jackson, do you mean the water on the surface of the planet or the
No,
water?
no, it's under the ice.
No, more than the water on the surface of the Earth?
More than the surface of the Earth, yeah.
Okay. Because that's different than the amount of water that's on the Earth.
Well, I think it's actually the Earth total.
So, okay, the cubic volume of water on planet Earth is 336 million cubic miles. You think that Europa has more than that?
That's what I believe I've read. Yes, I may be wrong.
it's insanity.
There is no way.
Well, look it up real quick. We'll see if I'm right or not.
That's insanity to even claim that you believe that. Just
Okay.
if somebody writes that down on a piece of paper, LPP, and you think that's true, you're insane.
Okay, oceans perhaps, but I highly doubt in terms of the total volume.
It might be oceans. It might be total volume. I don't remember.
So while everybody look that up,
estimations.
I got an interesting question quickly. Danny, you know what? You kind of confuse me sometimes because there's another guy that gets on here that his voice almost sounds exactly like yours, except he's a Christian, I think.
Who? Me?
Yeah. And every time I hear him, I think it's you, and then he speaks like he's a Christian. I'm like, wait, is it the same person, or am I just hearing things now?
Well, I tend to confuse people about what I am in the first place. So maybe you're just kidding. Maybe you previously you thought I was a Christian and I just wasn't.
He is a Christian.
I've been told I sound a little like Danny.
So yeah, maybe it's you that I don't remember. I remember hearing Danny, and then I hear somebody else, and they're completely different point of views. I'm like, am I hearing things? Like, what's going on here?
No, real quick, LPP, I had to respond to Sunflower in chat about 10 minutes ago, and there's some confusion there. But I was talking about wisdom, and we're not going to go down that line again. But the Sunflower, yes, when the Bible mentions wisdom, it's not talking about man's wisdom. And that's the lesson here that I'm trying to put forward, that God doesn't worry about man's wisdom. There's no such thing as man's wisdom. All of our wisdom we get from the Creator. That's the point.
You're gonna wake your parents up. Just kidding.
What's up, Jamie?
You can throw up my screen if you want, real quick. I'll just.
Yeah, I'd already looked this up. I'm looking through some more stuff. So what's interesting about this is the all the stuff I read in greater detail talks about may perhaps, like they don't actually have necessarily definitive proof of all this stuff. A lot of it's
well, the magnetometer
and I don't really, and to be honest, I don't really care if there is more. I still don't think that it's actually that plausible that amount of water just like happens.
Well, I don't think the fact that people believe it shows how gullible people are in the first place.
What about Ganymede or Callisto or Enceladus? All those that have oceans too.
I mean,
I'm not saying they don't have
anything's possible in fairy tales. Yeah.
The point is that if you're claiming that it all happens from freaking comets hitting,
well, no, not all comets.
The plausibility of that when you actually like think it through doesn't seem to be very rational, if you ask me.
I don't think it's possible. Yeah. Wesley was saying,
isn't it? One idea about the comets. The other idea is it was there.
There's
too hot to condense into liquid. It was gaseous.
Well, and the other thing for me is like if you don't have all the form, you don't have the gravitational pull necessarily. You have a boiling hot rock with no atmosphere. If that's obviously gonna be too hot for the water to liquefy, and there's no atmosphere to contain it. So why wouldn't it just like blow off? And then you've got the whole aspect of supposedly the formation of our moon. When it struck the Earth, it actually caused the atmosphere to be blasted off, basically. And like in their own model, the atmosphere gets obliterated upon the impact that forms the moon, right? So there's all these different things. It's like, okay, so all these like crazy, extremely improbable, like almost on the borderline edge of freaking magic things occurred at the perfect angles, the perfect speed, and all this other kind of stuff. And then, but somehow everything formed perfectly to be what we have today and the ability for life to exist. And it's like, to me, it's like we're taking gigantic leaps of faith, in my opinion, to reach some of these conclusions.
So what's up, Jamie? Have you found an example of speciation yet?
Yeah, dogs.
Oh, you're saying a dog made a non-dog?
No. Nobody says that.
Oh, is this Jamie?
Yeah. I said a good candidate for a distinction that's worth noting would be a species like for example dogs that have whatever you want to call it, a derivative that can no longer breed with the parent subspecies, and then that only can interbreed within its own, and it has different genetics.
Okay, just give me one example. Show me one example of that happening.
Different kinds of dogs.
There's something called.
Just all you have to do is show me one example of that happening, and it's still not speciation. But can you just show me that happening where now a group of dogs can't reproduce with wolves anymore? Can you show me that?
Nope.
Chihuahuas probably can.
That was easy. Yeah, that's the point. Is that they're still dogs. They're actually the problem is that they're still listed as Canis lupus. They're still considered the same species, which is a false term. But they admit there's no speciation event. So again, we don't even have a claim.
Species is arbitrary.
Jamie, is he just saying that species aren't a natural kind? Jamie, is that what he's kind of
saying?
Yeah,
he's
okay.
kind
Who
of
cares, right?
off and on.
Yeah, like he's not really saying anything substantive then.
There's no such thing as speciation is the point. You don't
I'm saying that there's a reason to say there's different definitions for species. It's not there's not a set definition, but
it's not a natural kind.
Yeah,
species is not a natural kind.
I'm still.
There's no such thing as a speciation event. Is the point? You don't have an example.
No, he agreed. He's saying that it's not a natural kind. So I don't know what you're disagreeing about.
Right. So there's no such thing as a speciation event. That's the point. Exactly. No such thing.
It's in the same type of thing as chairs and tables and microphones, right there.
No, it's not. We're talking about biology. We're talking about dogs only. Okay, is there any possibility that a wolf can make anything other than a dog or a wolf? Is there anything at all?
We agree that species aren't natural kinds, just like chairs.
There's no such thing as a species either.
You know what a natural
don't
kind
understand.
is?
That's the point. It's a fictitious term.
Do you know what a natural kind is?
Doesn't matter. Yes, a natural kind is a kind that exists and it brings forth. There's only one kind of kind. If it brings forth, it's a kind.
That's not a natural
Do you have
kind.
example of a speciation event at all?
Try. That's not a natural kind. Try again.
No, you don't. You're just making up stuff. It's fine. You don't have a
You can
claim.
look it up.
That's the point.
Natural kind.
So,
Go
do you have an
educate yourself.
example of a speciation event,
We
or
agree. It's not a
dogs
natural
making
kind.
anything
We
other
agree.
than dogs? You
It's
don't.
not a natural kind. We already agree.
It there's no okay. First of
You're
all,
equating two
natural
terms,
is. Do you understand that the word nature it doesn't mean what it means now? Are you talking about the 300-year-old definition of nature or the modern
No,
definition?
I'm not talking
of
about nature. I'm talking about natural kind. Why don't you Google it in the SCP or
Yes,
the
you're
IP?
talking about man selecting breeds and
No,
then
I'm talking
breeding
about
and
natural
still
kinds,
right. So
right?
natural kinds are still the same. It doesn't matter. Unnatural and
Do
natural
you know
are
what a
still the
natural
same
kind
kind.
is? Do you know what
Yes,
a natural
kinds are still kinds. Do you have an example otherwise,
He
Danny?
doesn't know what a natural kind is.
So
Yes,
you
guys.
do you have an example otherwise, Danny, at all? Anything?
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Anything, Danny? Do you have any example at all for a kind bringing forth a different kind? Because
so he's not
unnatural
talking
or
about
natural,
kinds
they're
as in
still the
like
same
Berriman.
kind. So do you
Yeah,
have an
explain-
example of a
Wesley will tell
speciation
you.
event at
Wesley
all?
will tell you.
So
Wesley,
you gotta reciprocate a little bit, man.
Go ahead, Wesley. You
So-
know, I think you understood me.
Yeah, so he's not talking about he's
Let
not talking
other-
about kinds as in like Berriman, as in like the created kinds as in animals. He's talking about the philosophical term natural kind. Do you know what that is?
He doesn't. Right. A natural kind
Yeah,
is
no
an
such
entity
thing.
that
Like
exists
stuff
that's
or thing.
and that let me explain what a natural
It's
kind
still
is.
the same. I
Let
know
me-
it's
let
a
me-
pseudo
let me
term, Danny.
explain
There's
what
no
a
such
natural
thing,
kind-
Danny.
let
There's
me-
no
excuse
such
me,
thing.
sorry.
Let me
Sorry.
explain,
Excuse me.
Danny. There's no
You
such thing.
You can't say
Princess.
there's no
I
such
know
thing
you're just
if you
using
don't even
fictitious
know
words.
what it is.
You're still making
Excuse
up
me,
words.
sorry.
You don't have a
Excuse me,
claim.
sir.
I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me.
You're
Okay,
just
let me
making
excuse
stuff
me.
up.
Excuse
Yes.
me.
The demons.
Excuse me.
right now.
Speciation. No
Excuse me.
such thing.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Okay, a natural kind is something that exists that's equally accessible to any psychology with any type of background. So, for example, electrons are natural kinds. Anyone with
Nope,
any
we're
kind
talking
of
about
background- excuse
biology.
me.
You don't have a
Sorry.
claim. Yep, you're just
Excuse me.
curbing.
Excuse
Yep,
me.
you've lost your
Excuse
mind,
me.
bro. You're just
Excuse
scared
me.
to death as
Sorry.
usual. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
Princess. I'm
Sorry.
sorry. We're talking
Sorry.
about biology.
Excuse me,
You're
sir.
running
I
for
was
your life
speaking.
as usual.
Don't
you don't have
interrupt.
a claim. You're just
Excuse
running
me.
for your life. We're
Sorry.
talking about biology.
Sorry.
I know,
Okay,
Princess. You're stuck on the internet. Thanks for
silence.
playing.
Let Danny finish his point. Go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, so a natural kind is a thing that exists naturally.
Irrelevant.
That it's, excuse me, sir, that exists in a way where it's equally accessible to all psychologies, all backgrounds. So, for instance, the reason why a species is not considered a natural kind is because very, very well it could be that there's a different, a non-human agent that could come to a different taxonomy, a different conclusions about what is a species, what's not a species. So it's not going to be a natural kind. It's a construction. It's part of a taxonomy, right? It's for practical reasons that we distinguish between dogs and cats the way that we do.
Yep, another non-claim. No speciation, no speciation event, no species, no
Doesn't
nothing.
have
A kind
anything to
only
do
brings
with
forth after
speciation
a
at all.
kind. Is there, okay, so here's the point. So I'm going to talk now. I'm going to try to get this through. Give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds, real quick. Is there any example of any speciation event ever happening? And just give it to me right now. Go ahead.
Do you understand what a natural kind is? Because
Okay, so you're still hiding. Okay, again, I'm not talking to
He
you,
doesn't
Danny,
know,
because you're
ladies
having
and
some
gentlemen.
sort of seizure and you're scared to death of the question, just like all Evo-tards. You don't have a claim. Is there anybody here that has an example in reality of a speciation event? Anybody at all? LPP, you two,
we agree
anybody
with
at all?
you. It's not a natural kind. We
And,
agree
okay,
with you.
again, so you've changed your mind, Jamie, or do you understand this
No,
now?
Jamie doesn't think
that
it's a
there's no
natural
such
kind
thing?
either.
There's no such thing as a speciation event. Thus, there's no such thing as a species because the necessary antecedent to kittens is what? Cats. The necessary antecedent to puppies is 2 dogs. The necessary antecedent of baby walruses
I
is
never
mommy
denied
and
that.
daddy walruses.
Never
There's
denied
no example otherwise in the history of existence. I'm sorry, guys. Let me know when you have a
Strawberries.
claim otherwise.
Apples, strawberries.
Yes, only bring forth after their kind. That's easy.
You asked for a speciation event.
Yes,
Now
give me
now
one
you're-
example of one event where it's not bringing forth after its kind, Jamie. Give me the
You asked for
recorded example.
speciation.
Yes,
Example.
give
That's
me
not
the
the definition.
yes.
You're
Show
moving
me the
goalposts.
example. Stop
moving
saying
goalposts.
words, princess, and
I've
show
heard
me the
your silly
example like a
little,
big boy.
one-liner
Yes,
a million
show
times.
the example. Stop talking, Jamie, and show the example.
I got the demons.
Okay, let me know when you have an
link
example to
camera
show,
up.
Jamie. Take your time.
Yeah. Strawberries came from a plant that didn't have strawberries on them.
Okay, let me know when you can show that, Jamie.
You don't think
Best of luck,
recorded
Jamie.
ultra developed
Jamie, let me know when you can
don't
show
think
that.
that's
I'm
true.
sorry.
Gave me
Again,
this
you're
last
just proving
time.
my
You
point.
really didn't look it up.
Listen, guys, it's past my
For
bedtime
everyone else,
anyway.
because
It was
EXO doesn't
fun. It's
understand
been
the
really
dial-
fun, guys,
doesn't
but you don't have
understand.
a claim, Jamie.
Yeah, EXO doesn't understand
That's
anything,
the
but
point.
I
So,
will
guys,
say
you
that
don't
for
have
the
a claim either, Danny. You're just proving my point. There is no claim.
Let me know
Everything
when you're
brings
done.
forth
You don't
after
even know
its
what
kind.
claim means.
You don't even have anything
that's
to
true,
show
Wesley.
for it. You guys literally are just making stuff
You don't
up.
even know what claim
One
means,
example
EXO.
of anything
Give me a
not bringing
break.
forth after its kind. Just one
Read a
example.
dictionary.
Just
Yeah,
one example,
yeah, okay.
guys.
Now that
That's
EXO's
the
done, I'm
point.
gonna.
You don't have a claim.
I'm not
That's the
talking
point.
to EXO. I'm
Show
not
me
talking
when
to
you
EXO.
guys,
I'm just
bro, you
talking
guys
to
admit
chat.
you don't even have a claim. This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
way
yeah.
too
Okay,
easy.
yeah, yeah.
But
Sure,
LPP,
sure,
as usual,
sure.
it's been
Yeah,
fun. I'll talk
yeah,
to you later. It's
yeah,
been
yeah,
too
yeah,
easy as
yeah,
usual.
yeah,
But
yeah.
hopefully we can get these guys to graduate off the internet
Yeah, yeah.
heroism. And the LGBT community sure is proud of you guys. Keep up the good work. Thanks.
All
Have a
right.
good one,
So
Jackson. Thanks
to
for
the rest of
playing.
the people that are actually interested in the discussion, there I just posted the link to what a natural kind is. Okay. And if you're interested in what I was talking about, there's a link to a reputable source about what natural kinds are. I don't think species are natural kinds. In fact, I think most biological categories are not natural kinds. Usually, physical entities, entities that are studied in physics, tend to be examples of natural kinds. So atoms, electrons, and whatnot. But taxonomy tends to not be understood as natural kinds. But there is disagreement.
Yeah, he's out of his mind.
I think that's just, and I don't mean to be cruel or mean. I just think that's the kind of thing that happens when like you're not willing to listen. I think it's better if we're honest about things that are just like undoubtedly true. Like, yeah, there's still issues with defining a species and stuff, but
Right.
it just no one's gonna take you seriously if you're like that.
If I had the choice from being right or having the ability to listen, I would choose listening 100% of the time.
Yeah, because I don't even disagree with some of the things he's saying. I think there's issues with the definition, but obviously there's distinctions that are worth making here.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Like, I mean, no one's going to disagree that the notion of species is sort of ambiguous. There are different notions of it. But that doesn't mean like we throw it out. It doesn't mean it's not useful, right?
Right.
Like,
It's useful for like allopatric speciation or sympatric speciation when there are like physical isolations or things within a species that cause them to be not capable to interbreed. And there's other useful reasons to use, like taxonomic reasons to distinguish different species or different branches of the same kind that have unique characteristics because of their climate or their ecosystem. So it's not a useless term. Yes, there's different definitions, but that doesn't make it wrong.
Yep, because you got to be careful of what that just seems belligerent when you're acting that way. Like, that's why I tried to nip it in the bud by asking if he thinks, because I mean that's the thing that gets thrown at young earth creationists all the time. Oh, they posit the argument as if we're saying all species are were created in their present form, and that's just silly. That was something that maybe creationists thought at the very beginning of the young earth creationist movement without thinking it through, and when there was less knowledge, and that's like a straw man. And I'm throwing that at him because I'm wondering, what are you saying then? If I'm saying obviously that's not the case, right? Don't you agree? And he just doesn't seem to catch on to what I'm getting at.
Yeah, you guys have heard me say this many times. I really do not grasp how, and this applies to on all sides. I really don't understand how people cannot grasp the premise of the front-loaded genome especially in the era of technology in which we live, where we do the exact same concept all the freaking time. And now, like 15, 20 years ago, it would be a harder thing to truly grasp. Now, with what we're doing with GitHub libraries and templates and APIs and all that kind of stuff, like, this is not that complicated, folks, from a conceptual perspective to grasp. You can have all sorts of different pre-programmed iterations of some, or potential iterations for something, right? Like, oh my goodness, I have a freaking widget installed and I can push some buttons and presto, I have that widget show up across an entire application. Like we do this all the time, but then somehow when it comes to biology, that concept is some sort of like extraordinarily difficult concept to grasp. I really don't understand how this is so difficult to comprehend or to at least consider as a reasonable explanation. One that's potentially more reasonable than freaking undirected process somehow resulting in what I just described, because that's what you have to account for with what we observe. Like, oh, okay, so either all that stuff created itself or it was created on the front end. That's your choice. And like why that seems so difficult to comprehend just blows me away. And I think it speaks directly to the amount of indoctrination that's gone on in our education system that people somehow are not being able to put two and two together on this. I mean,
Right, and to say that there isn't like front loading in the genome, just like is clearly incorrect in the face of like evidence such as like the mosquito fish, for instance, that can it can vary its age and length at maturity, growth rates, and size of its offspring. And there's many other examples. I think, let me check this. So I have a, 1 second.
Well, it's apparent too that as the generations go on, it seems to me that you get more refined, niches of animals that fit in different places, but their genome is like a lot. I don't know much about it, but it seems like they get, stripped down, and so just like you get dogs from a wolf, but you can't really get a wolf back from a dog or whatever, so that sort of thing, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just kind of thinking out loud, but.
They're trying to breed back French bulldogs to a little bit of a prior state. They kind of have to make.
Yeah, you can to a degree, right? Like, yeah. But not. It's clearly like doesn't it seem to be like you lose that though at a certain point, anyways, don't you?
Yeah, through mutation, there's information that's lost. There's some information that's just changed. Like an example that I heard was sort of like you can choose what card on a roller coaster that you want to ride on. It doesn't mean that the other cards aren't there. It just means that technically that one trait that's being expressed is the one that it's the one that's being expressed. Doesn't mean that the other ones aren't in the the genome.
Well, and what we're now discovering, or not discovering, like we know and are now being able to implement is like, oh, well, these genes or these traits are recessive. So if we can make them dominant, then through breeding, selective breeding, we can reactivate certain traits. Like they've been doing this with a variety of different animals. Are trying to go back to like previous forms, but they've all of those But all of those projects freely admit that they are lacking what will be needed to truly accomplish the objective, because there might be some of the traits still there, but a plethora of them have been deleted and have been lost over time. Like this is recognized. I've read papers on this exact topic of like I forget, one of them is like some kind of cow they're trying to redo. And from a couple, the last known one was from a couple hundred years ago. They were able to get access to the genome and then be able to kind of identify different things they were pretty sure were specific portions of the different traits they were trying to regenerate. And some of them they were able to find a few of the cows that had, or some bulls and cows that had some of the traits, and selectively bred some of them back on there. But at the same time, by doing a comparative sequencing, they recognized that they wouldn't be able to 100% accomplish it because there were whole portions of the genome that were missing from the things that the preceding one had that the more modern ones did not. And that's an ongoing trend that always just cracks me up in relation to the evolutionary arguments, right? It's like, we recognize that all these preceding organisms had genes that extant ones don't have. It's like,
it seems like you need
there's all this stuff that's been deleted.
I found the paper I was looking
about
for.
This for a second, folks.
It's a Thompson JN 1998 Rapid Evolution as an Ecological Process, Trends in Ecology and Evolution. That's what the paper is called. It has I think it has like a little bit more than 20 maybe examples of rapid evolution. Processes that are clearly directed processes in the genome. And that's kind of hard to explain given mutation being presupposed as a random process of improvement.
Yeah, it seems like it's a thinning out of the original genome or whatever, and sometimes you could bring some of it back by getting more diversity and through your breeding or whatever. But it seems like you need the fact that exists seems to be problematic, at least conceptually. I don't know. Hey, it's CJ.
Oh, what? No, it's not. Very funny.
That's what we sounded like. I was like, wait a minute.
Somebody's impersonating CJ.
No, how y'all doing?
Good. How are you doing, man?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. I had a blast in the live chat, so I decided to stop having a blast in the live chat and come in here.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw you were on a tear there for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how you guys do it, man. I just don't get it. But I applaud you. I applaud you.
Are you talking about XO?
I am talking about XO.
LPB, what do you think about XO? Like, it seems like you're somewhat neutral, which is fine. I just want to know your view.
Well, I mean, I'm obviously not a flat earther, and I think I've made my positions rather clear over the past few
years.
Not
much a lunatic either.
He's unhinged.
Well, listen, I think that he has very firm positions and is very adamant about his stance on different things. And, I think that sometimes that can, help to catalyze entertaining and interesting dialogue.
He's a lulz cow.
It's entertaining
and force people. Listen, I think it's in everybody's best interest to occasionally have to rise up and battle adamant opponents. So, I mean, listen, I'm just trying to sharpen you guys' skills. Okay, that's all this is.
Yeah, so he's.
I just want to know. I just want to know if LPP, excuse me, if XO has a functional definition for the word "the," and we can start there. Build off of that, right?
Hey, don't make fun of my stepson.
Don't make that claim. You have a claim.
So I am interested to find out if
you don't have a claim.
Find out what Jackson and Danny think about in relation to the point that was being made about all of the deleted portions of the genome.
I don't know anything
in relation to evolution being true or false.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I don't know much about it, but sometimes stuff gets deleted, sometimes stuff gets duplicated, sometimes stuff gets formed in de novo, which I think you guys said you don't believe in, but is that right?
Well, I personally think a lot of the assertions about de novo are not observed, right? They're supposedly inferences, right? Oh well, this organism that it is my position that this organism must have come from this lineage, and this lineage doesn't have X gene, therefore it must be de novo. Like that's the assertion that's being made. And
I was reading some paper about stickleback fish. They were sampling different populations. There's different factors they were using. I forget what it is. I'm tired.
Right, but let's think this through for a second, Jackson. Let's say that the preceding, but let's just for organism, we won't even use names. We'll just use organism A and B that are related, right? And organism A has some genes that organism B is not, and vice versa. What if they did come from the same lineage, right? And the preceding organism from which they both are derived had a larger genome that had different genes, right? That all the ones that both of them share as well as ones they don't, right? But then when the split happened, some of those genes got passed on to organism line A and other ones went to organism line B. Now you're comparing A and B, and there's things that appear to be de novo, right? Because A has some that B does not. But unless we're comparing root plus A and B, and from a genomic perspective, right? I'm talking about the actual, not the inferences, but the actual. Because the vast majority, like the phylogenetic trees and stuff, are being done from sequencing of extant genomes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're not actually doing direct DNA comparisons to the predecessors, right? We're making all of these inferences, supposedly. So my point is, if you're making the argument that, oh, there was a preceding common ancestor, but we don't have that genome. However, there's de novos, right, in the lineage. Well, if the preceding one had it and things got deleted and different ones were passed down, right? We actually don't know if it was truly de novo.
That might explain some of them, yeah.
We're making this very strong assertion that it's the same thing with like.
Can you guys define de novo?
And new from scratch, like it's
sort of novel and uncaused.
Non-coding DNA, a gene from non-coding DNA.
Right. Well, that's another. That's one of the potential sources that they claim, right?
Right.
The what was the point I was going to make on that? There was something else I was going to say on this. I lost my train of thought now. Anyway, the point is that we make all of these very strong assertions about where this stuff must have come from, but we're not actually making real-time observations of this stuff. It's inference. And it's like, this is why I get so entertained in relation to when you think about it from like a software perspective, right? Like you can build all sorts of stuff and you can have a starting framework that you're using. And you could make copies and modifications and like different variations and like versions and all this other kind of stuff. And you might not have some lines of code, or you might have a new function in this one you don't have in a different one, right? But then it's to be like, well, the new code must have sprung into existence by itself. It's like, no, I deleted this other version of it, or this other thing I don't need in this variation. So I deleted that portion to not waste space, like to make it more like we do this all the time. Like conceptually, right? We do this in every software dev has done this.
John,
right?
you just don't understand evolution, man.
Well,
I know. But anyway, my last point of my tangent here is.
Well, I don't think de novo would prove evolution or disprove it.
Well, you need a mechanism to create new information, new material.
Hang on, Jackson.
Yeah.
Jackson, you might say it's not proving it, but it is. De novo genes are used as supposed evidence to like validate the concept that new high level function can arise.
Well, they've never observed
and mutations and such can somehow result, and selective pressures and whatnot can result in the formation of entirely new function, right? Now, how it happened, my whole point is like this is all being argued as look at what we're seeing now. We're now being able to, sequence all this stuff, and we're seeing all these de novo genes that prove that new functions can evolve in the manner that follows the neo-Darwinian or extended evolutionary synthesis and all that kind of stuff, different models, right? Like this is how we're proving that this is how new function comes into place. Versus, well, what if it was it was already in existence, different portions of it got deleted and specialized for these different organisms. And I remember what I was going to say earlier. It was I was going to comment in relation to like indels, right? Insertions and deletions. We make all these dramatic assertions that like, oh, well, based on our lineage history, because there's these differences, this must be an insertion if it has something that the other one doesn't, and vice versa. Like, oh, well, this one doesn't have X, Y, and Z, therefore it must have been deleted, right? We don't know that there was an insertion or deletion, or it could have already been there. Like, we don't actually know this beyond all doubt. We're making the assertion and the inference that this differentiation is a insertion or deletion, right? But we don't actually know this. And it's what cracks me up. Like, oh, well, over bazillions of years, we know that these variations were caused by insertions and deletions. Really? Prove that.
Or gene duplications.
I got some highlights from that paper I was talking about. I didn't remember because I had a terrible memory. But anyway, new genes were less cytosine guanine depleted than ancient genes. Younger genes were often gonad specific. Young genes were often expressed in one sex and one gonad. New genes tend to overlap with copy number variations. New genes significantly different than the ancient genes in terms of genomic measures such as sequence length.
Are they saying this is through common ancestry, right? Then is that the idea, or is it just things they're finding in them?
Just genes that are coming into existence.
Oh, right.
Okay, so
John.
Let's analyze that for 1 second. So gene length, right? So we're going to say that gene length is somehow indicative of being younger or older.
Well, in relation to the other factors I listed.
Well, right, but how are you actually? We're talking about a Like, how do you actually know that the nucleotides that are making up this sequence, like they're made out of the same stuff, right? So are we actually able to quantify the age of the chemicals that are in this particular order? Or are we making inferences?
I just read the paper. I'm not.
Are they just things that you can't link to
all of this is inference. Like, oh, well,
Sure,
it must be.
inference, but it's based on several cross-referencing lines of evidence.
Like not finding
Okay, none of which have been observed.
Right, it
Like,
hasn't been
these is-
directly observed.
Okay, so let's think about this for a second. I had like the let's see, the helicase, for example, is like 970 something amino acids in length, right? So you've got what is that, 2,800 nucleotides necessary for that one. Actually, it's more than that when you factor in intron stuff, but at the minimum, right? So like that's not exactly short, but it's not as long as like a Titan protein, which is like 33,000. But supposedly it needs to be one of the earliest things that somehow was formed. But on the flip side, you've got things like the potassium ion channel, which is like 2,700, and it's also really needed at a very early stage. So I mean, my point is that like we have all the length of strand of sequences and all this other kind of stuff. Like they want to claim, if it's shorter, well, I mean, it must be newer. If it's longer, it must be older. Well, it's like, yeah, okay, but we also look at it from the further we're going back down the food chain, we're discovering, this from their own model must have existed very, very early on. So, okay, so if the Titan protein supposedly arose like really, really freaking early in the evolutionary timeline, but it's the longest one. It didn't have the extraordinary amount of time to grow. So how in the hell are you going to claim that like length has any relevance if some of the most complicated ones supposedly arose at the very close to the beginning?
I'm
So
not
it's it's ad hoc, post hoc explanations of all this kind of stuff, and like, oh well, it must have happened that way. Like, okay,
Well,
cool.
remember, these evolutionists, they assume if it exists, it must have evolved. And that's the problem with and you're spot on, John. That's the problem, especially with the orphan genes, the taxonomically restricted genes. They exist, so they must have evolved somehow. And that's why they look to, gene duplication followed by neo-functionalization, or they'll look to de novo gene synthesis. They'll say that these popped up from junk areas of our genome, non-coding areas. So they'll look, and that's what all these papers have to do. You're not seeing the actual evolution of a novel orphan gene that's essential to the cell. Okay. And it's the same thing with ERVs. They're not seeing co-option, they're inferring it. So they'll look to like similar areas in the junk DNA. And they'll say, well, this is kind of, there's some features here that are similar to the orphan gene. So maybe this is the precursor to the orphan gene, right? There's a lot of inference, a lot of guessing game. They're not actually seeing the orphan gene pop up. And that's the problem with a lot of the evolutionists like Dan Cardinal or some of the papers you read during our debate, Jackson, is, it'll be very fancy. It'll have a flashy title, new orphan gene or new gene evolved or observed or something. But no, that's never the case. It's always an inference based on something else. Go ahead, Jamie.
I was just wondering what makes it particularly an orphan gene. Why is it called an orphan gene?
Because it has no evidence of ancestral genes. Like, where did it come from?
Okay,
right.
That's what I was thinking of. I think when I was asking about the other.
My phylogenetic tree is breaking down. It must be an orphan. It's a de novo. There is no ancestry.
Yeah,
my model is imploding around me. Oh my lord!
John,
we're discovering new orphan genes everywhere. The more things we sequence, the more we find. What do we just freak out mode? That's what it is. It's like it's hilarious. What?
John, share my screen as you respond there, Jackson.
Yeah. I told this to Donnie. I'm not sure if I said this on here, but they found that orphan genes are different. Orphan genes are in different species of fruit flies, even different populations of fruit flies. Are we saying fruit flies aren't related?
No, but I explained this. I'm choking on my coffee. Look what you're doing to me, Jackson. So I got a specific paper here, actually. Well, there's one on the water fleas where and it's similar with the fruit flies you're talking about, right? An amazing case in point. The well-studied little animal called the water flea contains many orphan genes that are only expressed, notice this, that are only expressed under specific sets of environmental conditions and stresses related to water availability. So that's the issue, is they'll assume that the now expression of orphan genes, of an orphan gene, because of an environmental trigger. Okay, bam. The orphan gene is now
Like
being
one generation?
utilized.
One
They're
generation?
assuming that that's an orphan gene coming into existence, or the evolution of a new orphan gene. It's always been there, in the same way that my spare tire has always been in the back seat, in the back of my car, and I only needed to use it when I entered an environment that unfortunately gave me a flat tire. Okay, now I can use the spare tire. It's just a simple analogy, but that's what we see with a lot of these genes is they're there. We see this with pseudo genes, and that's why, when I was debating Guts at Gibbon, she said, well, they knocked out all these genes in mice and the mice survived and had babies, and there was future generations, so most of it must be junk. No, that misunderstands the fact that a lot of genes, for example, are only used during the developmental process. These developmental windows, genes are called upon, they're used, and then they're shut off. So if you knock those out during the life of the mouse, sure, they're going to survive because those genes are no longer being utilized. Or sometimes those genes are repurposed, where they're used.
Hey, Donnie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, like the lungfish has like 20 billion base pairs or something.
Right.
I'm not saying necessarily that the human genome isn't 100% functional. Maybe it is, but do you think that the lungfish genome is 100% functional with 20 billion base pairs?
Well, there's probably a lot of redundancy for its environment. Remember, there's a lot of built-in redundancy and we see this with fish. There's lots of examples where you have certain variations of fish entering new environments, for example, entering cold water, and bam, they evolve, quote unquote, rapidly. They adapt rapidly because they had genes, pre-existing genes that were there just waiting to be turned on.
Okay.
So the evolutionists, if they were to look at those before they're turned on or being expressed or utilized, they're going to say, see, these are junk sequences. Look at a lot of plants. There's a lot of plants that have more base pairs and more genetic information than humans. But plants need a lot of redundancy as well. Look at the environmental conditions they're in. So redundancy is good, right? I hope that answered your question. Go ahead, Jack.
Hey, this gets back to what kind of came up with what's his name.
Real quick, I want to George Bond super chat. Thank you so much, George. Says, guys, just a reminder, it's Question Evolution Day on February 12th. Appreciate that, George. Hope you had a good time getting some pizza there as you are. Oh, George has been dodging the controlled Nazis in Australia, getting out to go get some pizza. So,
battle boy,
yikes.
He's earned it.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Actually,
Okay,
real quick, just to leave no stone unturned, because the fruit flies, real quick.
I got to come back to this though, man. So when you're done, let me.
Yeah, we will. For the orphan genes for the fruit flies, what they do a lot of the times during these experiments is force the orphan genes out, or after generation and generation of fruit flies, they lose orphan genes. So let's say you have let's say you have 10 different species of fruit flies that we would say are all related ultimately. Okay, yeah, we would expect, just given the nature of how mutations are passed on and how speciation and variation occurs, we would expect that there may be certain orphan genes in, let's say, species A that are not found in species D. because that's what happens when orphan genes are lost. That's what happens when variation is reduced, is you lose. That's not evidence of a gain. Does that make sense, Jackson? And like, what's your response to that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So that does make sense, or
It makes
if it
sense.
doesn't, you can be honest.
Yeah, no, it does.
Well,
Now
and
the question is, okay,
here's the other thing.
the question is, how do we identify kinds using orphan genes? Yeah, it's going to take research. It's going to take time, since guess what? We've had thousands of years of what? Speciation. We've had thousands of years of adaptation. So we could look to, let's say, the Felid family, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. So everything, species, genus, up to the family, let's say, is related. Well, we might have some species within that family, that kind, where, again, species A has an orphan gene that species, I don't know, C or D doesn't. You know what I mean? But that's because there's been a reduction in variability and a loss of orphan genes. So we, as baraminologists or as young earth creationists, we have to go about reconstructing, the ancestral sequences, I guess you could say, pre-speciation.
That wouldn't be easy, Jackson? Right?
Well, and something else has to be considered too in relation to the, like, whether or not you want to say that pre-flood is a longer time frame or otherwise. Like, let's just remove that argument from the equation, right? If you were operating, I did the math one time, if you were operating from the around 4,500 year perspective, I think the math worked out to something like you would need like 1,720 something new species per year to account for what we currently see. And if you have a front-loaded genome that is ready to go into speciation, like based on what we observe with with birds, it's like 10, 12 new species a year, something like that. If you just do some basic math, it is not that complicated to extrapolate out the number of, but long story short, the number of species needed per year is not that overwhelming. If you actually do it,
as the population grows, and you could have, there could be a large jump suddenly, like as you lose function or whatever, and there's a huge population that's spread out more. You could have sudden, the numbers could suddenly rise, or the speed of it could. It seems to me, anyways, logically.
Right. It's not that like unachievable type deal, like, oh, this is pie in the sky type stuff. It's like actually kind of matches up with the data that we see. So I'm not really sure what your problem is, other than wanting to, rely on, the evolutionary paradigm. And I'm speaking rhetorically here. To me, it's just, I don't understand why people get so obsessed with avoiding that basic reality of what does the math say. And it also, if you have a front-loaded genome, you're also not having to account for, the waiting time problem and insane time for fixation of the changes, and like the stunning improbability of, well, I have all these ways that I think that these things could evolve, but it's like you still got to come up with 400, like chimp to human, you still have to come up with 400 million differences in the freaking genome. Like,
well, John, if I could interrupt you there, I just want to say one thing. This is why I did spend hours trying to explain this to so many critics, but specifically that bozo Smokey, or I should say Sloppy Saint, where they use this argument that young earth creationists, they have too many species to explain, and they believe in hyperevolution. This is why, people like him are low-hanging fruit, because they don't understand even the basics of evolutionary change, speciation, and so on and so forth. For example, here, the ultimate source of all genetic variation is what? Mutation. So evolution, large-scale evolution especially, needs millions of years, because guess what? They got to build up the variation through mutations. But as John is pointing out here, if we have front-loaded genomes, which the evidence suggests, because we have evidence for genome-wide functionality, okay, so the evidence suggests the necessity of front-loading of genetic variation. Guess what? We don't need millions of years. You see how basic this is, but it's just in one ear and out the other. We don't need millions of years to build up the variation. If the variation is already there and front-loaded from the beginning, then guess what? Notice this. recombination also can create, this isn't a young earth creationist source, recombination also can create a new DNA sequence. Well, it'd be better explained as new chromosomal combinations. Okay. So the point is, if the variation's already built in from the start, then a single generation of recombination, you get new chromosomal varieties, new chromosomal combinations, change quickly because it's already built in. So these guys, especially the old earthers, they, you know, and Joel Duff especially, they're assuming that all genetic variation is the result of mutations.
Nope.
When in fact, okay, go ahead, Jamie.
No, I'm just agreeing. I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what I was trying to get at too. It seems like recombination is going to bring old traits back that you may have thought like were just gone.
If the genetic variation is there, the capacity for change is already there, right? The majority of, let's say, nuclear DNA variations, the result of created heterozygosity. Well, guess what? Recombination and gene conversion in one single generation can lead to great variety in a single generation. We don't need, see, hyperevolution. When these critics say, oh, young earth creationists believe in hyperevolution, that means they don't understand what evolution is. Because evolution explains the vast majority, if not all, variation, the majority of variation is being the result of mutation. That's why they need millions of years, because it's got to build up the mutations over time. And we also don't have a waiting, and we don't have a waiting time problem either, because if the majority of genetic variations front loaded from the start, there's not really a waiting time problem.
Would it mean then that as you go further back on our model, then that you would have more potential genetic or species, let's say more potential what you could call speciation, because the combination of like the parents could have more potential differences being expressed as you go back further in time, wouldn't it? You know, as it's less thin of a genome or something, or gene pool.
I agree. I always say this: as creationists, we look back to the expansion of genetic variation, right? We look back in time to the expansion of genetic variation, where the original archetypes or the original created kinds would have the most amount of genetic variation, or the most amount of the highest levels of heterozygosity. So you would then, I think, infer correctly that you would have faster, you'd have faster speciation events in the pre-flood world. You'd also have more effective recombination. You'd have more of these PRDM9 sites, which assist in recombination. Okay. And mutations degrade and destroy those sites as well. So recombination is slowed down over time. But I like what Jensen says here. He says, conversely, the fact that so many nuclear DNA differences were present from the start has tremendous implications. And right here, with millions of DNA differences, okay, like evolution has to explain how those millions of DNA differences got there through mutations. No, if they were front-loaded, massive amounts of DNA variety encoded into each kind from the start of their existence, the potential for speciation is mind-boggling. Combined with the fact that species can recover enormous population sizes in very short amounts of time, in addition to the fact that the vast majority, this is what we always talk about, the vast majority of DNA sequences within a creature appear to be functional. That's a direct prediction from the design diversity hypothesis. These results demonstrate that millions of species, notice this, millions of species in a few thousand years is not only plausible, it is also probable. But you got people like Joel Duff and Sloppy saying, even though he doesn't know the basics, he's just repeating arguments, still saying that we believe in hyperevolution. Not even close. I yield.
You can even say it's logical even there.
Logical.
Logical.
So Scurry says, what causes speciation under a front-loaded genome? Does the genome simply choose whatever the best genes for its environment are? What do you think about that?
Oh, I think a lot about that, yeah. Speciation under the young earth creationist model, since we have the DNA differences for the most part pre-existing, right? We go back, and we all inherit. So for example, if we're inheriting 100 new mutations per person per generation, so we get, let's say, John, you got 100 new nuclear DNA mutations. You have a lot more than 100 DNA differences in your body. So the rest were pre-existing, inherited. And Adam and Eve would have had those pre-existing differences. The original created kinds would have had those pre-existing differences. That means we don't need to explain how those differences come about, let's say through hundreds of thousands of generations. So all we need is what? Migration, isolation, breakaway populations, shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity, so shifts in more genetic diversity to less genetic diversity, and eventually you have enough genetic distinctiveness where you can say, okay, this is a new species. And a lot of that has to do with, go ahead, Jamie.
An example of like, have you guys ever noticed, and I don't mean to be crude or anything, but like certain diverse human beings, like when they have who don't marry very often or something, like say like an African person and an Asian person, you don't see a lot of, I mean, like sometimes the children they have are just absolutely beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like just the mix of like recombination of different and so it's things like that. Sorry.
No, that's definitely true. I tell you what, man. So I grew up on an Air Force base. Whew, there was a lot of Filipino and white, black, all sorts of different mixes in my high school, and good Lord, those women were beautiful. It was like a good grief.
Well, look at this, just from recombination. Look at this, John. If you share my screen, what you guys are saying here. This couple right here. It's like a middle brown, and I mean, look at just the variety in those two children over here as well. I mean, just simple heterozygosis. For example, if Adam and Eve were a mix, okay, capital A, lowercase a, capital B, lowercase b, you do that for millions of DNA positions in the genome, then guess what? They have the potential within themselves to explain every single ethno-linguistic difference on the planet today. They're a middle brown skin. You can explain every other shade of skin that exists on the planet today. We see that.
Well, what I find so funny about a lot of the arguments that are made, it's like you guys want to just dismiss alternative hypotheses because it doesn't follow in line with like the traditional models. And it's like, well, actually, there's substantive, like foundational concepts that are things that are all accepted in terms of what happens when recombination takes place, and we're observing like an organism growing, right? Like based on phenotype and such. But somehow the source of it, of all that, is what's in question. And then the quote unquote scientists don't want to question whether or not there's an alternative paradigm for the original source of all this potential. And that's what it boils down to. And this is why, as Donnie talks about all the time, why they're so against the concept of genetic entropy. Because if the entropy is true, then that means that it was better in the past and there was more, and we are losing, not gaining. And like, even if there can be slight benefit in the short run, if you're actually ultimately ending up with less, like if your net is less, like, oh, cool, we saw this little micro deal, like that's awesome. I think about it from this perspective, right? Like, so you have $100 and you need to go get gas. So you go get gas, and freaking gas prices are getting ridiculous, but we'll keep it cheap. And you put $30 worth of gas in your car. You don't have $70 left. Now you've got gas and your car can run, but you only have $70 left. And then you drive 400 miles, and then you go back and you fill up again. And now you've got $30 left because it was, you filled a fuel tank. Anyway, yeah, I had gas for this short period of time, and my car was able to drive and zip around. It was freaking awesome. But now I'm out of money. I've got no more money to go buy more gas. So you're gonna be like, well, I could drive for like a week. Well, congratulations, bro. Like that was awesome in the short run, but you didn't get more money. Like you didn't have a job, so you didn't get a paycheck. So your bank account didn't get refilled. So cool, you survived for these cycles, and now you're like out. Well, what do we see? We see all these extinctions, right? Well, a lot of these organisms ran out of freaking money in the bank and weren't able to reload. It's like, this is pretty obvious. Like we observe this, we see this all over the place, but then somehow the concept of having to have the money in the bank first, rather than somehow like have the money just magically appear in the bank in order to be able to go buy the gas, is like, that's more plausible, that the money just appears in the bank account. It's like we're dealing with, I not to bash on you, Jackson, but I feel like sometimes when I'm like the supposed like PhDs and like these experts and such, it's like,
have you guys actually thought through how implausible your arguments are? Well, this is what had to have happened. Like, okay, but and this to the point that we were making of like, we haven't actually observed this stuff. You see, like you saw the gas tank get filled, but cool, you already had the potential for this. Like you had a degradation or whatever. Like sweet. Like we see very small in real time rewrites of existing code to solve problems and do like micro adaptations like on the fly, right? We see this in real time. It's not even remotely close to what we're told is happening from an evolutionary model perspective. It's like it's not even it has absolutely no relevance to the evolution, like the modern synthesis and all that kind of stuff. Like it's nothing to do with it. It's like controlled. There's freaking computation going on in real time to like create a little custom adaptation on the fly to solve XYZ problem. Like this is badass tech we're observing here. It's not freaking evolution from the traditional sense at all. Nothing about it fits inside of what we're told is what has happened and is resulted in all these, new organisms and new functions, all that kind of stuff. It's like, anyway, enough of my tangent. Gets me worked up.
What do you guys think of my calculations on genetic entropy with viruses?
I didn't think too much of them because that's why when we got into actually, before I answer, I just want to make one comment on what John said because it's brilliant. That's why I find it funny, Jackson, when you evolutionists put so much effort into trying to demonstrate like a handful of truly beneficial mutations that are not reductive. And it's like, you guys don't even realize that there's been thousands of numerical simulations done through Mendel's accountant, for example, where they allowed for super beneficial mutations. And still, all you ever got was shrinking functional genome sizes. You never got any real counterbalance. So it's like, even if we just gave you 100 truly neutral or truly novel beneficial mutations, it's like that's still not going to counterbalance the massive amount of low impact, nearly neutral deleterious mutations accumulating in populations over time. So it's like, and it's like you're waiting so long for, let's say, a single desirable point mutation. And while you're waiting for that one single desirable point mutation that's beneficial, you've got massive amounts of other nucleotide sites degrading from deleterious mutation accumulation. So you finally get, one amplified beneficial mutation. Okay, what's that ever going to do to counterbalance the damage? What are your thoughts on that, Jackson?
Standing, can't you look at that paper of Mendel's accountant at like fmsfound.org? Is that free domain, right?
Yeah, I've also got a list of a bunch. I've got a list of a bunch of them here.
Sorry, Jackson. Go ahead, man.
That's all right.
There's a bunch of them.
About the virus thing. Like I calculated for influenza B, it's been around for 4,000 years. It has no animal reservoirs. So it's 14,500 nucleotides long. Has an average of 1 mutation per replication. And it replicates every 6 hours in the cell. So I did the amount of human nucleotides divided by the amount of its nucleotides. Comes out to 400,000. Divide that by 100 human mutations. Comes out to 4,000 something. And then 4,000 years times 365 equals 1.4 million. Times 4, because 6 goes into 24 hours 4 times.
I see.
Well, how does the persistence of, let's say, some viruses, how does that help solve the clear evidence we have for human genetic degeneration?
Well, this does bring up, I think, some good questions, though. Because I would ask you, like, how do we know, like, some of these? Because you're basically saying it would have mutated out of existence well over, even in a young Earth model, right? Is that your point?
Right.
That's his point. But here's the thing. Okay, for one, another reason viruses can persist, this is from Sanford himself, can persist in spite of genetic entropy is that they can be preserved in a dormant state for what? Thousands of years. Therefore, even if most active strains continuously died out, new strains could be continuously reseeded in the environment from natural dormant reservoirs.
Yeah, that's what I said about influenza B. There aren't any reservoirs outside of humans.
Okay. And this goes back to what we were talking about in our debate. And I guess we're going to have to rehash it a little bit. You're looking to viruses when genetic entropy and mutation accumulation, as acknowledged by pretty much all population geneticists as being a reality. That's why they're looking for solutions. It was never written or recognized as a problem because of viruses. It was recognized as a problem because of longer lived organisms like mammals, for example. The whole virus argument, Jackson, that you're talking about comes down to a greater question on the origin of viruses. Where did they come from? Are they alive? You know, like me and you were talking, for example, since viruses require a host to replicate, what came first, the host or the viruses, Jackson?
Probably the host, but I don't think that's really relevant. There's still
Hey, real quick, so Jackson, which influenza are you referring to?
Influenza B.
Well, let me stick up for Jackson for a second, because
go ahead.
We don't want to, like, what do you call it, the YouTube what is it, the U2 fallacy, because this could be a fruitful place to, like, try to distinguish certain what's the word, ways that this could I think this is a good question. It needs to be explained, and how that would be explained may help define the way these things work better. I don't know, because you don't want to just say, well, there are bigger problems obviously that need to be explained on the other side, but there has to be an explanation, especially if these are happening and, like, constrained inside of a person, and we can't just look at it linearly, like it would just, because the mutation rate is what it is, we measure that, and so there needs to be an explanation of how it, like, maintains not being totally obliterated or whatever, and that answering those questions could be helpful in understanding.
Well, okay, does selection act on phenotype or genotype?
Me?
Anybody?
I would think phenotype.
Phenotype selection happens.
It happens on the organismal level. It's not like Mother Nature looks and says, "Oh, look, we've got this mutation we're going to remove, and this one and that one, and no." It's either every single nucleotide or none at all. It's phenotype, and that's why all the mistakes are inherited the next generation, and that's why it goes back to this question on the origin of viruses and whether or not they predated the host or evolved outside the host. Because guess what? According to the creation model, the VIG model, variation-inducing genetic element hypothesis, viruses and viral-like elements existed within the host. God front-loaded the original created kinds with genetic variation and DNA elements such as ERVs. And Jackson and I pointed out that we have more viruses in and on our body than we have cells, because the viruses are there, they're good, they're beneficial, they are regulating the number of species of bacteria in our body. So here's the thing: if selection is acting on phenotype, not genotype, is the virome, okay, let's say the human virome, for example, is that part of the genotype?
No.
It's the virome, and it is, for example, when selection removes a phenotype, it's removing everything, including the virome, right? The bacteria, the cells, the viruses, everything along with it. That's what I'm saying. Genetic entropy is an organismal problem. Viruses existing within the organism, you can't. It is like apples and oranges. It's just it's not. I understand what you're saying, but it really comes down to a whole bigger debate on what are viruses, Are they? I just don't see how you can look to viruses to refute human genetic degeneration. That's my point.
Well,
I don't know. Wait, what are your thoughts? And then I saw John unmute. So
they're made of genetic material, so I think they're a good analog.
yeah, because they come from within a host. That's why they have
Right,
genetic.
but I don't think that matters. I just think that they're made of genetic material is what matters. I don't think it matters where they came from.
Well, here's what I want to know. What is you made the assertion that influenza B has no other reservoirs.
That's what I read.
And has been around for 4,000 years, right?
Mhm.
You made that assertion, right? Okay. But it's been mutating, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we actually know that at no point there was never another reservoir?
I don't know. Good question.
Right. So are we going back? Do we have a DeLorean that goes back 4,000 years and sequences the influenza B strains from 4,000 years ago?
That's a good point.
No, that is a good point.
So basically, let's go back to the original something I mentioned earlier, that like the phylogenetic trees and all this kind of stuff that's being done. 99.99999% of that stuff is all being derived from extant organisms. And I'm just like, so you guys are extrapolating out billions of years of heredity, all for all intents and purposes, all from stuff that's alive right now or has been alive within the last century. Because let's think about this. Other than the very, very minor cases where you get stuff going back a couple hundred years, maybe a max of 1,000 years or so, right? Yeah, I mean, let's just be honest, man. Like, we've done all the tests within the last, 60 years. We didn't even know what the hell freaking DNA was until what, 1954? So I mean, like that's why I kind of crack up at some of the dogmatic assertions that are made by the Evo camp of that we know all this beyond all freaking doubt. When it's like you're scanning.
Well, I never said that.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying, well, I didn't say that you made that assertion, but you personally are like a huge portion of your position is dependent on the dogmatic assertions that are made by the supposed experts in this, who, per their own admission, are actually making inferences and extrapolating out and they're basing all of their conclusions on real-time data from stuff that's alive right now.
Sure, but John, you're forgetting what the last guy said. Trust the experts.
Are you talking about WoW?
Yeah, that guy.
But like I said, that's just why I get when you go down the proverbial rabbit holes with this stuff. It's why I'm just like, what? Especially now, all the stuff we're learning about, like GC rich quartets and Z and B type DNA and all these different like insane things that we're just now starting to discover about the functionality of the genome, right? And it's like, so let me get this straight, Evos. You have extrapolated out billions of years of our existence by analyzing less than 3% of our genome. And of that, a very small percentage of the total genomes that are available in terms of all the different types of organisms. So we're scanning thousands per year, right? And we start getting more and more and more conflicts with a lot of the evolutionary paradigm principles. The more genomes we scan, right? So they have to keep having to come up with more and more creative explanations for stuff, while simultaneously claiming all of the extrapolation is there, but they keep finding all these conflicts. It's like, so you're finding more and more unexplainable things, and that's just in the coding regions. But then when you're actually starting to go into the is there function in other portions of the genome that are necessary for that organism to exist, and now you start looking at these dramatically different variations, right? So case in point, we are supposedly 81% similar to mice, right? If you're only looking at the coding regions. If you look at the entirety of the genome, that drops from 81% to 9% similarity. So let's assume this for easy math purposes. Let's say that 50% of the genome is functional, but we're only 9% similar in terms of the totality. How does evolution become plausible at that point? Like I mean from a heredity perspective, derived from common ancestry, all that kind of stuff, right? If you're that different, because suddenly it's like, oh, so yeah, the screwdrivers I use, the drill, the saw, and the other power tools we use to build this cabin were the same, but the floor plans and all the other stuff inside of it are totally different. So you have like the one room shack that's made out of wood and was also, a drill and, saws and stuff were used to build it, as well as the 5,000 square foot freaking mansion. Like, did one come from the other? I think not. And but if now somebody's kind of like, well, the way this was built, it used the same tools. I mean, you would laugh in that person's face, would you not? If they try to make that argument.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but would you agree or disagree that the proteins, all this kind of stuff, and the sequences that build those proteins, those are the tools that enable life to exist, right?
Sure.
So we use some slightly different tools to build dramatically different organisms. How is that any different than arguing that because there's a 5,000 square foot house and a one room shack that both use power tools to build? Like, would you ever argue that that's a plausible explanation just because the same tools were used, or same type of tools? Some are bigger and smaller, but similar stuff. No, I don't think you would. I don't think any rational person would, except that's exactly the argument that's made in relation to our very freaking existence, in relation to the evolutionary paradigm.
Well, given what John, what you said, I'd be curious from Jackson's point of view. This going back to seems to be your main objection to genetic entropy. This influenza variant, could it have been receded into the environment from natural dormant reservoirs, given what John was arguing there?
Possibly, but I don't know.
Okay, so let's say it was. What does that mean for your argument?
It would mean the time would be cut down from 4,000 years to less than that, I guess.
Would it still present a problem for genetic entropy in your mind?
I think it still would. I mean, I've done this for like 20 different virus types.
Well, I think for you, then it's just going to come down to the much broader debate that we've been having over the last few weeks is the nature of viruses. What are they? Are they ultimately the result of created DNA variety? Well,
actually, let's address this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do bacteria have higher or lower rates of mutation than higher level organisms?
Slightly higher, yeah.
Slightly or dramatically different?
Much higher, yeah.
Okay. Like way different, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do bacteria have variable mutation rates based on environmental pressures?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do higher level organisms have that? Even remotely comparable to what we see with
I don't
bacteria?
think humans do, no.
Right. So there's dramatic differences in prokaryotes versus eukaryotes in terms of the evolutionary variation, or I said the mutation rate variation, right? Like it's not even in the same freaking stratosphere. However, people like to apply, even though we observe this dramatic variation, people try to apply the mutation rates we're observing in freaking bacteria and such as somehow applicable to the evolution of other types of organisms, when we observe that the same mutation rates are not even remotely applicable. So this is kind of why, like, the whole aspect of the viruses and all that stuff, it's like it means nothing. I mean, viruses don't have error correction.
That's kind of the point.
Viruses don't have error correction mechanisms that other organisms do.
Right.
So if you don't have the ability to fix errors, wouldn't you have a dramatic difference in that?
I would think that would make it worse.
Hypothetically, I would say I get that, but I'm saying, would you not have a dramatic difference?
Yeah.
One way or the other, would you not have a dramatic difference?
Sure.
Okay. So then why are you trying to compare two completely different things?
Well, because I think the fact that they mutate faster, way faster, and don't have recombination like sexual organisms have, or organisms have. They're not even organisms.
It demands an answer.
What?
I think it demands an answer. I think it's a good question.
Yeah. No,
Right. I get that, but what I'm saying is we have you have to look at it from two different perspectives. I'm not saying you wouldn't want to have an answer for it. The point I'm making is the answer that might apply to viruses doesn't really have much relevance to that may or may not apply to a virus. Doesn't really have much relevance to something that operates in a completely different or dramatically different set of rules. Like the point Donnie was kind of making, we're like comparing apples and oranges.
Well, I know I've said this before, but John Sanford used H1N1 as an example of genetic entropy.
Sorry.
Yeah, it went extinct, didn't it?
Yeah, he was using viruses as an example of genetic entropy. So why can't I do the same?
That's a valid question. Let me share a screen real quick.
It's like, was the H1N1? I mean, how that was a variant in and of itself. So variants are going to come and go. Seems to me.
Yeah, H1N1 was manipulated in a lab. That's how it came out.
So
they've been doing it for years.
Sanford did point out
before you
here.
go into that rabbit hole, I'm going to bed. If you guys want to continue, you can. But I want to sleep.
John, don't leave us, brother. The night's young. The night's young.
It's 1 o'clock.
Just kidding. I'm kidding, brother.
You guys have fun. Enjoy your debauchery. Hey, if anyone wants to join, do it real quick because I'm going to sleep.
You articulated what I was trying to get at. Like,
you guys have 5 minutes to join. Then John's out of here. And John, when everybody leaves, how long does it take before YouTube or StreamYard just shuts down the video, or does it just go for hours and hours until you wake up?
It just goes forever.
It does until you run out of space or whatever on your StreamYard account.
Because I want to download this show and clip out the first hour as a separate clip for my channel because it was just too funny. But if this ends up going, 7 hours, it's gonna be a tough download. But anyways, regardless. So
yeah,
Donnie, doesn't Sanford address this because it comes up in maybe like the NIH lecture? Somebody asked that question about how genetic entry, essentially the same thing that Jackson's asking.
Well, he points out, in his NIH lecture, he points out, for one, there was a new paper. I'd have to pull it up. I do have it somewhere in my 1,000 slides where the evidence suggests viruses in general are all evolutionarily young. But he also points to, so for example, here, viruses and bacteria, such microbes should degenerate very slowly because mutation rate per genome is low and selection is intense and continuous. He says, despite this, we have just published a paper showing that RNA viruses are clearly subject to genetic entropy. Another reason viruses can persist, we talked about that. So I guess my response would be, yeah, RNA viruses are clearly subject to genetic entropy because we know some have actually gone extinct due to mutation accumulation. That being said, I still don't, as John was iterating, the different rules apply. It's a different domain. The way I argue it, I guess, is not necessarily the same way Dr. Sanford would, is I would bring it again to the bigger picture of the origin of virus. If the VIG model is true, as some creationist PhDs have suggested about the origin of viruses, the fact that they're created in the host, and mutation accumulation has resulted in some good viruses becoming bad, and also just through recombination and that which occurs on the molecular level from generation to generation, the genome has essentially created bad viral-like elements, which, by the way, when a virus leaves its original host, and crosses into another host, another species that can't quite
deal with it,
regulate the virus, then the virus, like Ebola, for example, or the virus that's going on right now, then it burns hot and fast. But if essentially if they all have originated within the host and they were created good and so on and so forth, genetic entropy actually explains why many viruses have become bad. To me, it's just apples.
Yeah, why do they still exist?
That's true. It's apples and oranges is my point. If that's true, go ahead. I talked.
Yeah, how would they even exist on an older model when we see how fast the variants get taken out, like the H1N1? It seems like they're whatever. We're just seeing endless mutations and of them going all over the place through for millions of years. It seems like, I don't know. It just seems like that would we wouldn't have any viruses left anymore based on what we see happening and the speed at which they get, your body. And how do you even explain how the body is even able to deal with these things that are like, seemingly from mutation come out of nowhere, yet, they might cause a huge problem, like killing millions of people, but they seem to, like you said, burn hot or whatever. And so I don't know, like, it just seems like they wouldn't even fit. Or you'd think that the different variants would like last longer in the things they do than they do. Like, I think was kind of the point of John Sanford's thing about the H1N1. Like, and he made a predicted model for, I think Corona, didn't he, based off of the H1N1, and he made some predictions about that.
Well, Dr. Rob Carter has been doing some work on the Corona, but I think again to the bigger picture, like Jackson, I think you have kind of a double standard here, because you keep bringing this up, but you're not answering the greater problems that suggest our model in terms of the origin of viruses, the explanation for viruses, why they do what they do. Is true.
Whether viruses were created or evolved, they still mutate incredibly fast.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If the viruses originated within the host genome, okay, which had to be the case. I mean, you admitted it. I don't know if I've heard other evolutionists not admit it, but that had to be the case anyway, since viruses are dependent upon the host cells, meaning the cell's genome had to predate viruses. Okay. So the point is, and we would look to ERVs as probably being either functional DNA elements or even rogue products of the genomes of their hosts, which is why they still retain some of their function. But if you're not, I don't really see you answering these problems. I mean, have you had time to look for a paper that has shown one of these, viral like elements like an ERV or one of these classes of retrotransposons becoming functional? Have you looked into any of this, Jackson?
But I haven't looked into it. No.
Yeah. So listen, if again, that's why if our model is true, it's apples and oranges, because
yeah, totally.
Virome is part of the organism. Yeah. I'm sorry, Jamie. What were you saying, brother?
No, I'm just saying. Now I totally get what you're saying about apples and oranges, because the way they have to be explained within the models is kind of like entirely different. But they're both. You can see how they could both try to be described in both models. I would say honestly, it seems like it makes more sense in our model based on the speed we see them burn out or whatever and things like that, and how, like you were saying, they come out of the host because they're dependent on the host, like kind of like a parasite or something.
Yeah. So if we have viruses constantly leaving their natural environment from a variety of different hosts, animals, for example, like look at where these influenza strains come from, for example, right? Then you're constantly going to have bad viruses coming and going, mutating into oblivion, going dormant. I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Jackson? We've been talking a lot. Analyze what we're saying. Go on a rant for 5 minutes. You're allowed to.
I don't know. I'm tired. I'm starting a new job today.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of burnt out too.
Stocking stuff all day, bending over, so my back's killing me.
Yeah, you got to get a better system over there where you have a better posture. You got to get one of these chairs that I have, Jackson.
Yeah. What kind of? Yeah, I need one of those.
You're bent over in a computer chair or doing labor?
Labor.
Okay, yeah, me too. Moving long 16-foot boards all day and 5-gallon paint buckets.
Yeah, not used to doing that in a while, so I'm sore.
Well, Jackson, before you leave, I am curious.
I'm not leaving just yet. I'm just saying.
From the evolution model, go on a rant. Take 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I don't care. Explain to me your model in terms of viruses. Why they do what they do, the origin of them, where they came from. Go ahead.
I'm not sure anyone really knows the true origin of viruses. They're a separate domain of pseudo life, not really life, but something. But yeah, I mean, I think they're a decent example, no matter how they came about. Like you can make the argument that different variants pop in and out, like flu variants or something, but you can't really say that for stuff like measles or mumps, which have been around for thousands of years, evidently.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I can think of to say.
I have a theory for you. Maybe there's a virus Oort cloud.
Maybe.
Well, and this is why I believe viruses are best explained from the creation model, because we actually have an explanation for why the vast majority of viruses are good. Okay. And we also have an explanation for bad viruses, why viruses can go rogue, why viruses can escape their initial host genome, their design genome that they were designed for, right? They escape, and what happens? They become bad. They cross species, and I think you'd even agree with that. At least you wouldn't agree with the design part.
Maybe not design, but yeah, they cross species.
Right. And do you acknowledge that obviously the billions and billions of viruses that exist in and on us, we're not dead. They're obviously there.
Most viruses are beneficial or have no impact on us at all. Yeah.
So how did we get all of these viruses in and on us that are beneficial?
Well, it's a good question. Why would a good God make viruses in the first place, SFT?
Exactly.
I'm just saying what he's too nice to say. I'm just going to say it. He's too nice.
Well, and that's my whole point.
Some crap like that, but yeah.
And that's my whole point is viruses are a manifestation of initial design variation, initial creation, and the few that have gone bad as compared to the billions and billions that are good is because of genetic entropy, which I find funny is you're trying to use viruses to refute genetic entropy.
You know how long influenza B has been around in comparison to humans?
Less than 6,000 years.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're equating mutation rates and life cycles, so to speak, they're not really alive. But anyway, it comes out.
That's a good question. That's a good question. There's got to be some constraints here that we're not aware of.
It comes out to 23 billion years for influenza B.
Based on their mutation rate?
Yeah, and divided by some human mutation rates and stuff. It's not complicated, but yeah, there it is.
That's sort of the problem here is that that's not really an internal critique of a young Earth model, because we don't hold the same processes of mutation or like the cause of new information as you do. It's the same as.
No,
he's using genetic entropy rates, aren't you?
I'm just using regular mutation rates, just it doesn't
Measured
matter
rates,
what kind. Like the 100 per human generation mutation rate, and
right, and we're saying that these are not the cause of the, or at least most of them aren't, or the random ones are not the cause of new features.
No, I'm saying genetic entropy.
Every single influenza.
That's just humans, though, right? 100 per generation. You
100
wouldn't
per
necessarily try to
generation.
apply
Yeah,
that
but
to every
for
species or every
influenza B, it's
genome.
like
Right?
Yeah, but viruses mutate incredibly fast. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
they
why
have a
you're
really
getting
high
new.
mutation.
Oh, I
That's
see.
why you're getting new variants all the time, and that's why you'll hear people say, "Oh, I took my flu shot, but I still got the flu because they made the shot out of the wrong one." Or
I thought you were making a different argument.
Oh, you're
But-
good.
Yeah, no worries.
But here's the thing about the influenza virus. In general, every influenza virus would have originally been beneficial, would have originally been good, and due to mutation or due to the crossing of its original host, the leaving of its original host, it's become bad. I mean, if you were to go swimming in a lake, Dr. Rob Carter has a good video on this, and he talks about if you were to go swimming in a lake, you'd be swimming among massive amounts of influenza viruses because creatures like ducks, geese, swan, they carry a ton of viruses that are beneficial to them, right?
Is he the marine biologist guy?
Yeah, he's a marine biologist.
Yeah.
But when they defecate in the water, what's introduced to the water? The viruses. And we get, it's kind of gross to think about it, but we get them on us where it can make us sick, but it doesn't make the birds sick. The birds are just fine, right? Because it's leaving one host that it was designed for and going into another host like us, which it's not designed for, and we can get sick. And it's so that influenza virus would have originally been good, became bad. It's been mutating and mutates fast and doesn't go back any further than 6,000 years. I don't know.
Hey,
Jackson,
Donnie, I kind of have something unrelated, but
Yeah, go ahead.
before we get off here, and I don't know when that'll be, but maybe soon. I'm getting pretty tired. But what were you thinking during the debate in that first part? What was going through your head when you're sitting there listening to that?
Oh, the David Neff debate?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was concerned after round one that this was going to be a bit of a wild one, maybe a dumpster fire. And so I felt David Neff probably wanted to come in and get revenge after round one. And
to be fair, I was in his after show for a few minutes, and he was talking about how he regretted adding those things about tax evasion to his slides. And
that's
everything.
good.
Oh yeah.
Well, here's the thing: is because I've been getting so many requests for our evolution challenge, I give like a generic kind of list of requirements for the debate. Things like the good audio, webcam. You can at least use your first name. Give me a couple examples of your best lines of evidence, and then no ad hominems. So I sent that out before, no ad homs, and then I said it in the intro. So the chat was crazy. We had almost 300 people. So I was looking through the chat, gathering questions. So I never actually did really see his ad hominem at first. But when I went back and looked at it from my phone, I realized, okay, that's pretty much an ad hominem. So after the openings, I reiterated, come on, guys, let's keep this professional. As a moderator, it is awkward when ad hominems start getting tossed around. That's my position. I don't like using ad hominem. I mean, attack the arguments, but don't attack the debaters. You know what I mean? Plus, an ad hominem is actually a fallacy.
It is,
which means from a debate standpoint, you do lose points. I mean, you do lose credibility when you use an ad hominem. It's not a good tactic at all.
No, it's not. You totally lose credibility.
Actually, when I debate, I've got pretty thick skin, and Kent's got thick skin too, so I don't think he's really fazed by it. I don't mind. Like when someone uses an ad hominem attack on me, I just think, okay. I mean, they're just making themselves. They're just burying themselves. Let them. You know what I mean?
I would welcome that.
But me as a host and putting on these debates, I don't like it. I don't really like a dumpster fire. So that's why I usually say when I set up these debates, like, let's keep this professional. Let's, And that's why every debate I host, for the most part, you'll notice there's always an opening statement. There's always an uninterrupted rebuttal. That's the way it should be. You know what I mean? Both debaters should feel in any debate that they're having enough time to say what they need to say. And that's why I think openings, rebuttals, and closing statements are important. Very important. You need those uninterrupted sections because you never really know how a discussion is going to go, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, let me say this too. The Gulo pseudogene. So I can't really, I wanted to screen share a while ago, but we got into this discussion, which was good.
Plus, I don't think you can screen share.
No, I can't now, so that's fine. But I've got a paper in front of me. Highly recommend reading it. Wesley, brother, you'd probably love it. It's called The Human Gulo Pseudogene Evidence for Evolutionary Discontinuity and Genetic Entropy. It's in the Answers Research Journal from Dr. Tompkins, Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins. So Kent's predicted answer, right? Because Kent on the spot, he said shared mistakes, shared mutational defects could be due to a common catastrophe, right? Like the flood or something like that, which a lot of so-called pseudogenes we're actually finding are not broken genes. They're actually functional DNA elements. But the Gulo pseudogene, I do believe, is actually an example of a broken gene, of a gene that was once functional. But Tompkins' paper here, I'll link it if people want to read it. But he does go into a number of reasons why.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's pretty easy to find. I just typed it in.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, it's the first thing.
So he goes in to the fact that, this is the result of mutational hotspots and the fact that certain creatures like us, a lot of the primates, we eat fruits, vegetables, we consume a lot of foods that have vitamin C in it. So it is nice to have a gene that synthesizes vitamin C, but you could see how that specific gene would be susceptible to damage and mutations because it's not really needed. So natural selection isn't really going to preserve it as much as natural selection would preserve something that's necessary, right, to sustain different processes in the cell. But a couple points that Tompkins points out is that the evolutionists only use a very small amount or very highly selective data, small piece of the entire Gulo region, and also that different patterns of the Gulo gene, when you look at the patterns across a variety of animals, they actually turn out to be taxonomically restricted in their genomic signatures and lack evidence of common ancestry, as in they happened independently, in other words, right, due to mutational hotspots. And I think a really good line of evidence that he points out in this paper that suggests that a lot of these Gulo pseudogenes, these pseudogenes, resulted independently in a number of lines is because the exons should be much more degraded if this originally occurred millions of years ago. So it's actually not degraded to the point where you would think, okay, this is a shared mistake from millions of years ago. It actually looks like it is a defected gene that would have become defected only thousands of years ago. But I mean, for sake of time, I'm not going to go on and on, but that's a really good paper. I recommend. So
I got a 2-minute little thingy here. You ready? You guys ready for that? Okay, so the guy's going to ask a question. I'm just going to play it through the audio. Tell me if you just can't hear it or not.
Yes. So have you ever considered a situation with some invertebrate species like horseshoe crabs that have been around for, a long time into the geological record? How does a species like that continue to exist?
It's really a great question. Kondrashov actually talks about that. He said,
sorry, this is in the context of genetic entropy and some of the statistics there. So that's the context. He's going to get into that. He's going to mention something about H1N1 here too, and viruses.
These lineages should have a lifespan limit. And so one author I didn't include was Dr. Fred Hoyle, a famous physicist. He actually was so interested in this that he spent a few years of his life looking at the mathematics of evolution. And he concluded DNA is degrading, and he said any given piece of DNA has a limited shelf life, basically. And so he envisioned aliens coming and reseeding the planet periodically to make up for all the degenerated genome. So, so really, it's hard to imagine deep time lineages surviving unchanged like the horseshoe crab. It's really a conceptual hurdle. And it's, I think, should be acknowledged widely that how, if current, so one really interesting thing, jumping to the virus issue, is, we watched the H1N1 virus go from a red hot pandemic to a whimper to an extinction event in 90 years. There's a paper recently published that say that all RNA viruses of all different families appear to be evolutionarily young, meaning tens of thousands of years old. Whereas you'd think that viruses would date back to millions or billions of years ago. And so it's really interesting. The time element is something I don't want to deal with. I just want to deal with the present.
There you go.
Well, and that is, let me reiterate one thing, and Jackson, give your point or your response. And I also posted the Gulo pseudogene technical paper by Dr. Tompkins in the chat for people who are interested. I'd recommend, I read through it and just kind of put point four. I put some good notes, some highlights from it. And I think the highlights actually refute that argument pretty good. But yeah, something like a horseshoe crab or even a coelacanth that, go back in the fossil record, 200 to 500 million years and pretty much are seen today unchanged. How can that be the case if mutation accumulation puts shelf lives on genomes? And Jackson, I'm sure you would just look to viruses as a response, so that's fine. But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't really have any genetic thoughts on the horseshoe crab. They've changed a little bit since the Ordovician period. If you look up Ordovician horseshoe crab, they look similar, but they look they're different. And if you look up horseshoe crabs through geologic time, they look different, way different, all throughout up until the present. I'm really tired. I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, that's my horseshoe crab speech.
Do horseshoe crabs now and then express more differences or variety than, let's say, a pit bull and a Great Dane?
Yeah, they do.
More differences than a pit bull and a Great Dane, morphologically?
I would say so, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Wow. Well, I still think it goes back to the fact that if these organisms go back hundreds of millions of years, in light of mutation accumulation, in light of the numerical simulations that don't lie, how can that be the case? They should have gone extinct, even if there is some variation in horse crabs today versus in the deep past, if the deep past even exists. Mutation accumulation still should have driven them to extinction. I don't know. What do you think, Jackson?
I don't know. I mean, according to my crappy calculation, it's has a shelf life of 23 billion years.
Whoa! What makes these creatures be able to even cling to their biological niche? It seems like if mutations just happen continuously, and that's how we got all life on Earth. It just seems like you wouldn't really be able to be stable unless, I guess, they're just so prolific and able to survive in their environment that they're somehow overcoming that. But it just seems like they'd still be passing on mutations that would be problematic for that. Of course, that's just my perspective, I guess. So it just seems too loose. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe on both sides. I don't know.
Do you mind if I quickly off topic respond to something Alex said in the comments?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So just for your information, like if a Nososaurus is not a dinosaur, then a crocodile wouldn't be a dinosaur. The dinosaur has specific characteristics.
Yeah.
So that's it. You can go.
Ooh, Alec versus.
It's qualified. Those are qualified
Wesley.
to make it a dinosaur, right?
Yeah, all four. This is also unrelated. I mean, it was related to earlier, but all four of my pet horseshoe crabs recently died because the heat went out.
Oh,
Yeah, had them for a year and a half.
that sucks. I cried when my nephew's lizard died too when I had it in my care.
Oh yeah, that would suck to have that happen.
I was devastated.
Yeah. Yeah, they're probably going to pass this Lacey Act here pretty soon, make exotic animals pretty much impossible to get in the future.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. How big were they?
The horseshoe crabs? I have one of them over here. Hang on.
Cool.
I just dried it out.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is actually pretty cool.
That is.
Yeah,
Well,
that
listen.
name was Jagdtiger after the German tank destroyer in World War II.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Jagdtiger.
Jagdtiger.
I wouldn't mess with them.
You guys familiar with tanks and all that kind of stuff?
I want to point out this guy in the chat, Arctic Timber.
Oh, don't even acknowledge.
Well, I just think it's funny because it's like, I think it's maybe been the last few weeks. I haven't even said a word to the guy. I just kind of see him and I'm like, look at this troll. But every comment for the last several weeks has to do with me. And it just kind of dawned on me. It's like how badly I actually feel for him. I mean, could you imagine? Like, I don't think about this guy for even a second of my day. And clearly, I'm living in his head rent free. So I don't know who this Arctic Timberwolf is, but if you're in the chat every after show, for every hour of the after show, join the show.
Hey man, he comes to my channel. Like, he's one of 3 people that come to my channel. So watch your mouth.
You gotta well, if he's one of your main customers, then you know what, we'll treat him right. He says, "Laugh now, Donnie. Your teeth will gnash."
I thought he was Christian. I don't know though.
I think it's because I don't believe in a flat Earth. Apparently, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and believe the Earth is flat.
What's
And
the deal with all the flat earthers lately?
Oh, I'm not even sure. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else.
Whosoever believeth that the Earth is flat should not perish. But
He could be. It might be conditionalism, is what I was thinking.
Oh yeah, good point.
No, I think Arctic Timberwolf might be somebody else. I can't remember now. I think Arctic Timberwolf. Maybe I'm mixing him up with What's the Takeaway. So many people hate me now. So that
I
used
asked
to
Arctic
be
if he was or she was a Christian. I got such a cryptic response.
Oh really? Really?
Yeah.
Arctic, are you somebody that's friendly with me that comes to my channel? Aren't you?
Cheryl, Sister Cheryl says he loves you. Yeah, apparently.
He loves you.
Tough
right?
love, he just he wants to love me into the flat Earth theory. There's nothing
I
to
didn't know he
fear
was a
but
flat
the
earther.
spirit itself.
I think he came into my chat one time.
It's not a joke, you fools. Hey, what does the Bible say about calling a brother fool?
My sister's boyfriend is a flat earther. Man, he's a diehard flat earther, and I just couldn't believe it. It's just,
I mean, just take a basketball and dump a glass of water on it. And
I
the
know.
water falls right off. So
I mean,
it's
there
all
you have it right there. Proof right there. I mean, I don't know whether to cry or to laugh.
You can laugh so hard that you cry.
I think flat earthers are hilarious. So.
Well, sometimes they have
I
sophisticated arguments.
I was laughing so hard the last after show that I was starting to tear up from that. They were talking about string. Were you there for that, Donnie?
Oh,
they were talking about string. They were having a string debate for like an hour.
Yeah, something about like you need Like your budget is
4,000 miles of
$100.
string.
Oh yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
How about going to Mount Everest? Yeah.
Do you want to finish what they said, or Jackson?
What? Who said?
What the flat Earth string thing was?
Oh, I don't remember exactly, but they were just talking about. Someone was saying you need to do an experiment, stretch string. They got into the economics of string and how much that would cost.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I just parody their arguments and say stuff like, well, see, if the Earth is round, why do they make the bottoms of your shoes flat? That proves a flat Earth. Or the only reason you think when you go up into the atmosphere that the Earth looks round is because your eyes are globe shaped, and so if you flattened them out, you would see it. I mean, that's the kind of arguments they make.
Hey,
It's
if the Earth is round, if the Earth is flat, why are your feet curved?
yeah. You know, if I had a basketball team, I'd call them the flat trotters instead of the globe trotters. Yeah, it's not that good, but there's a lot of good
gentlemen.
jokes.
Let me interrupt.
Gotta be playing with a disc
Hey,
shaped
like
ball.
John, I'm starting to fall asleep too. This was fun after show. The debate was kind of tiring to mod, so now I'm also pretty burnt out. So I think I'm going to get out of here, call it a night. It's been fun. Jackson, Wesley, my man, Jamie, always a pleasure. We got another debate tomorrow too, so we got so many debates, and I'm sure John's going to have another
What's
after
that debate
show,
on?
Exact title is, let me go have a look. Actually, it's Trinity
I'm just
versus
gonna
oneness. But
I'm gonna wait till everyone else is gone, then I'm just gonna filibuster this stream.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go, Wes. You can be like, haha, now I got free reign to.
I'm just gonna start reading genetic entropy.
Yeah. Just start at page 1 and go
And
through
by
the
morning,
entire
maybe.
book.
So Donnie, I'm not gonna debate conditionalism. I wouldn't want to do that. But you know what else I'd debate? I've already told you. So I'll send you an email. I have some other things I would debate that I feel good about, but I'll send that to you in email. But definitely talk to Kevin.
Yeah, send me an email like your favorite topics, and then I'll set you up with somebody for sure. And I know. I think Kevin wanted to debate the title,
but I'm not going to debate conditionalism because I don't really consider myself a conditionalist. So,
I've retired from those.
Oh, okay. Good.
Theology debates tomorrow.
Once 2022 hit, I said, okay. I did 4 formal debates. I think like the last quarter of 2021 was almost
like 100 different streams on it.
Yeah, like strictly focusing on soteriology
every single night. I think.
Oh.
So are you saying you're not doing soteriology, or you're not doing intramural Christian debates?
Well, for a while I'm focusing solely on ancestry. I'm trying to get this human evolution book done, and I've got a few debates I'm going to do on that topic. I did one with Jackson last week. I've got one with Luca coming up. I'm actually supposed to do one with David as well on conspiracy. I don't know. I got a ton of debates I got to prep for. So, you know what? The eternal security critics, or whatever you want to call them, they had their chance, but I'm retired from that now. So
yeah, that's probably good. I mean, yeah. Find me someone who will debate. I want to debate the Sabbath. I think it'd be a fun debate.
Ooh, Jamie and Wesley.
Debate what?
Anybody. I'll debate anybody on that. Anybody. You can bring anybody. I've been looking at that for a long time. So
what's your
I don't.
What's your Sabbath? Saturday?
Mine is.
So is that in what's today? Thursday? Friday? So Saturday. In a couple days.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Are you
Friday night?
You guys a question?
Are you shutting off all your lights and just kind of sitting in your room staring at the wall?
No, it's modified, right? Because the new covenant.
So are you going to go to church Saturday?
Yeah, I go to church, and I do. I mean, it's pretty much the same idea, but I don't like not start a car or use an oven or anything. Some people are more strict that way, but I think
what about take a shower?
Oh yeah,
make breakfast.
Yep. Some people used to not do that. They try to cook like the day before. I don't think that matters. I think that's like
I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. Yeah, we'll get you a debate on that. That'll be fun. Tomorrow, the exact title, I think it was you, Jackson. It's does the Bible teach Jesus pre-existed as the Son? So it's a Trinity versus oneness
So
debate.
it's one of those 3-hour theology debates.
Yeah, it'll be another 3.5 hour theology debate. Those go the longest. You notice that too, Wesley?
Oh yeah. I want to see a debate with you and some saint that exists.
Well, considering I'm retired from the soteriology topic, we'll have to debate that in the next life. Maybe in the millennium if he makes it there. We'll make that the big debate during the millennium. Apparently the 35 hours worth of open mic debate with him wasn't enough. So
do you think people can be saved after the millennium starts?
After the millennium starts?
Yeah,
because we're gonna have unsaved, we're gonna have unbelievers survive God's wrath and enter the millennial reign. So they'll.
Where do you derive that from? I'm just curious.
What, the millennium?
No, the idea that like maybe it's a difference between how you understand what happens when the Christ comes next or whatever. But it seems like I'm just wondering like what verses people use to establish that. For instance, that the millennium's on Earth. Like, is there any text that actually says that?
Well, I've actually got my webcam's now hooked up, but I got my Daniel 70th week chart behind me. And if you could see it, Jamie, I should send you one. You've got
sure, do that.
You've got the first seal, which is Antichrist, all the way up to the 5th seal, which is martyrs appear in heaven. Then you got the 6th seal, sun and moon darkened. Ooh, we know what happens after the sun and moon are darkened.
Hey guys,
The gathering together of the elect. Then we have the first.
So the timeline issue, then it's because of your timeline that it's the case, right?
Well, here's the thing: after the 6th seal, when the great multitude appear in heaven, the rapture, then we have God's wrath. We have the day of His wrath has come, present tense. Then we have the trumpets, and the vials, right? Hail and fire cast upon the earth, all the way up to the 7th trumpet, thundering and hail. And once God's wrath is complete, what happens? Jesus Christ comes, lands on earth, comes on a white horse.
I agree with all that.
And then establishes the millennial reign. Well, let me ask you this, Jamie. So then the people, are you saying every single unbeliever is going to die during God's wrath, His wrath period?
Yeah, actually, yeah, basically, yeah. I think, and of course, that plays into it. So,
if nobody survives God's wrath, then there's nobody to get saved. but if
right, yeah, I think that's the case. I think all that stuff's describing the leading up to the return of Christ, who He destroys the Antichrist, and then all the parables and stuff seem to describe that the angels are judging mankind at His appearing and taking them and bundling them for the fire or whatever. And so, yeah, I think they're all dead and there's nobody alive on earth. But we can talk about it later. I mean,
well, who does Satan end up gathering for the battle of Gog
the ones that are
after he's released?
The seed that gave up the dead. That's the resurrection, the second resurrection of
people like me to get left behind during the rapture.
No, but Satan, when he's obviously in chains for 1,000 years, then he's loose.
Raptures.
Yeah, so then Satan's loose for a short time. Right. And even during that short time, he gathers enough, he deceives enough people for one final
he goes
battle.
to the four winds of the earth and gathers all the. So I would say, I don't think the millennium's on earth, and so I think that.
So we have a totally
Satan's
we have a totally different model then.
Yeah, Satan's on earth for 1,000 years because all the people are dead that are lost, and all the saved people are in heaven. And then the way he gathers everybody at the end of the 1,000 years is because Christ returns to the earth with His bride. And then that's when the resurrection of the lost happens. And so all those people are raised. Yeah.
He's cast into hell for 1,000 years while Jesus rules and reigns with a rod of iron on this earth.
Yeah, I just don't think it's on earth. That's all.
Okay.
So that's why I was asking if you can show me a verse that you think shows that. I'd be curious. That's all.
Well,
I'm not saying it proves my view.
Yeah, no, I think that's good. But I think my view fits perfectly because you have the seals, which is representative of the tribulation.
It's chronological. I can work. I see where.
Well, here's the thing. What I like about my model, the post-tribulation. Are you getting out of here, Jackson?
Oh no, I was making a joke. No one heard it.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot different than creation evolution. But yeah, I can take it chronological, which I think is how it's meant to take, Jamie, because the way you take it's confusing. I mean, revelation means to be revealed. You know, God wants us to understand it. So after the seals, which is, see, a lot of people they mix it up, they confuse it because they say the seals, the vials, and the trumpets all happen at the same time. No, we have seals, then the rapture, then we have the trumpets and the vials occurring simultaneously, and then we have what? We have Jesus coming down after God's wrath, tribulation, rapture, wrath, comes down on a white horse. I mean, this is just all laid out in Revelation perfectly. So the point is, whoever survives into the millennial reign, right? And as Ken Hovind puts it, you're going to have the immortals and the mortals. We would be the immortals, right? Because by the millennial reign, we'll have our new glorified bodies.
They'd all be saved if that were the
I'll
case.
still be immortal.
The
I have an
mortals.
off-topic thing again with Arctic. He said he said Donnie and Cheryl died tonight. Who else wants to run their mouth and die?
Hey, Standing, I got one verse for you to consider that comes before that in Revelation.
Okay,
But
fine.
he was
I'll let you wait. I'll let you do it, but I just want to, even for the audience sake, I just want to finish what I'm saying, and because then they can go read Revelation themselves. Okay, because this is literally how, like, what I'm saying is how it flows. You know what I mean? But the alternative model, especially the SDA view of end times, it's just so muddled and confusing and all over the place. But I understand you disagree with that. But let me just finish this and then you'll go.
Yeah.
So then whoever the mortals that survive God's wrath, you'd think they'd repent and believe, right? Because they just went through God's wrath. Plus you got Jesus ruling and reigning on earth.
Actually,
you think
I don't
they'd
think so.
repent. But what's interesting is after the 1,000 years, we still have Satan who, you know, is now on the earth for a short time to seek people, I guess, to devour, and yet he still deceives enough for one final attack. So it tells me if he's gathering some, deceiving some for one final battle, that means, you know, some must have survived God's wrath and then probably had kids, had families. Who knows? I mean, this is going to be 1,000 years on this earth.
But you need them to have kids because otherwise it throws a monkey wrench into your very strict, once saved, always saved. Because if they don't have Satan around and they see the immortals, you'd think they would at least be willing to believe. But then God has Satan come back and seemingly deceive and gather people for his side. So the question is, if God hadn't brought Satan back, would they have gone on his side anyway? And the answer seems to have to be yes. But if that's the case,
Satan's not going to deceive. He for one, he's not going to deceive the immortals because we're going to have a regenerated
indeed, they're saved. They're good.
Yeah,
right?
because we're glorified in the millennial reign. We can't be deceived. I mean, the
But
only
why have
way we
Satan
can
come
be
back?
deceived is if we have our flesh.
If the ones that aren't going to be saved are not saved, and there's nothing they're going to do to change their mind, then what's the point?
What's the point of what?
Of having them there for 1,000 years and then Satan released at the end.
He's
Because
bound for
saved.
1,000
They're not saved, but if they got saved, they can't lose it. And so it was just why even go through the motions.
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, I'll try to think about it more and I'll get back to you.
Just seems
No,
like a
well, I
weird
mean, it
question.
just seems like
Well, why
if
would
you're not
God
going to
even
get or choose
create Adam
God.
and Eve if he knew they'd fall?
No. I'm saying
Sorry.
if they're not going to choose God, yeah, go ahead.
I need to respond to this because Arctic accused me of blaspheming the Holy Ghost. You need to show me where I've done that. Really?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that's a
you need to
horrible-
take
that's a
that.
pretty big
You need to take that accusation down yourself. You need to
That's a
remove
pretty
that
huge
yourself.
accusation there, Arctic. No wonder,
Although-
no wonder why you're blocked on my channel, Arctic. I wondered why. He asked me, "Oh, you blocked me 6 months ago or something."
I'm going to give him a wrench now. I'm just joking. I probably
here's
did.
the thing. Well, here's the thing, James. What I think is beautiful about the millennium is that once God's wrath is done, okay, for that time period, the trumpets and the vials, we now have another chance of the unbelievers to repent and be converted. But here's what's interesting is those that survive God's wrath, repent, believe, and are converted, they are born again in the spirit and they still have their flesh during that
Do I get to fight
1,000-year
demons?
reign. So that's why I say it's a time period where you've got the mortals and the immortals, which I do find
Jackson, you
interesting.
want to fight demons?
And
Yeah,
I
I
guess
guess
they
I
want
fight demons.
And I
agree.
guess they won't get their new bodies until after the millennium, the Great White.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jamie. Yeah,
I'll just give you my two issues. Like I'll give you this. Chronologically is obviously easier and it seems to be more straightforward, but I would say Revelation is not an easy book to just take at face value every time. I mean, yes, there's symbols and yes, they're given in most cases, but the book is I think it's over 200 or 400 references from the Old Testament, which should actually help inform what it's saying. It's I would say it expects you to be familiar with the Hebrew Bible, which most Christians are not in the way I'm suggesting. And then also, if you understand the idea of what parallelisms are and the chiastic structure, that's a literary structure all over the Bible, and it's utilized. I think everyone has to accept that in some places, and I'll have a reference for you next time. I've already been looking at this because I wanted to answer this for you anyway. But I think just that, and then I would say the verse where it says I think this is highly informative about the nature of second chances and things like that. Because I think when the angel says, "Let him who is filthy be filthy still, and let him who is righteous be righteous still." I think that's suggesting that my view in the sense that when Christ returns, it's like it's the last day, and so like fates are sealed, sort of thing, kind of like death seals your fate too.
Well, that's in Revelation 22:11.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna go ahead and head out. I'm tired.
Hey, no worries, man.
Yeah, it is. You're right. That's after that. So in chronological order, you can make a case.
So that doesn't help your case. See, here's the thing.
That's where the chiasm is, though. I'm going to say good night.
All right, Jackson.
Good night. Have a good night.
Blessings. Have a good night. Good job. So yeah, the post-tribulation rapture position that I'm putting forth here is consistent. It flows beautifully. It flows extremely well with Matthew 24, Luke 21, and Mark 13. We can take it chronologically through the book of Revelation. It makes sense of the seals, makes sense of the sun and moon darkened, and immediately after the sun and moon are darkened, the great multitude appear in heaven. And then the great day of his wrath has come. And then we have the trumpets and vials, and then the battle of Armageddon, the millennial reign, right? And then Satan is loosed onto this earth, and obviously he gathers a group of people. They wouldn't be believers, of course. I mean, the Bible makes it clear that for the elect, it says even if the elect could be deceived, they won't be, kind of thing. So there's obviously something that God's doing in the hearts and will of the believers that'll keep them from being deceived by the end. I mean, that's what the Bible says, right? If it were possible, which means it's not possible. It literally says that. If it were, I've heard people say like, "Wow, even the elect are going to be deceived." That's what the Bible says. It's like, no, the Bible says if it were possible, but for the elect's sake,
you can take it that way. Or you could also take it to say God takes them out because even the elect ones would be deceived. It would be so bad. So, or you could think of it like a partial. But yeah, I think I take it with the same view as you. Essentially, like he's just saying, like it's so bad, it's getting so bad. If it got any worse, if he didn't end it, then it could actually corrupt his people or whatever, or something. That's how I read it. Similar to you, I guess. Not the same, I guess.
Do you hold my view on that,
Arctic.
where it says in Matthew 24, what we're talking about here, where it talks about if those days were not shortened, no flesh should be saved, but for the elect, those days should be shortened. Therefore, he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. For me, that's so obviously talking about enduring to the end of what? The tribulation of those days. And if you endure as a believer to the end of those days, you're going to be saved physically, because guess what? It's the rapture. And that's why it says no flesh should be saved. But you have these work salvationists like Smokey Praise and Ryan, who are constantly using this verse to say that you have to endure to the end or whatever.
Which actually,
it's like, are you reading the context? It's talking about the tribulation. You know what I mean?
I would say that's true. I mean, but because my view of death is different, it has more. But it doesn't. I actually don't really read that. I don't necessarily read that as being losing salvation or something, or potentially losing it or something. I think it's just saying you would die, physically die, right?
Yeah, because it says no flesh.
So
I mean,
everyone would be killed.
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
I don't mean to interrupt, but one last time, Arctic. Okay, so you say that I'm committing blasphemy of the Holy Ghost in my heart. Well, to that I just say, what does it read? 1 Kings 8:39, I think, where it says, "Only God knows the heart." And then finally you say, "I accuse nobody, yet I judge all." And what does it say in Matthew 7:1? "Do not judge, or you will be judged." So that's what I'm going to say to that. Frankly, I'm not even sure if you've read the Bible, so.
I guess we should still keep going because there's still 33 people watching.
The party never ends.
Well, there was one other thing I wanted to say to what you were talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or an evidence. I would say, do you connect Daniel 7 to Revelation 13? Because I think you have to.
Daniel 7 to what?
Revelation 13. The leopard. The leopard is clearly the same beast in Revelation 13 as it is in Daniel 7. And it says that the dragon is hands
I'm
of
sorry.
power. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, you did not write it, Arctic. You did not write the Bible.
So Arctic's obviously just a big troll, eh?
Yeah.
This probably has got to be somebody else, right? What does he mean? I don't know. So I forget now. I'm trying to remember. I looked at this for a long time last time we talked about this, but it's something I'm still haven't worked on yet as much as I'd like to. I have been looking at it off and on when I get a chance, but
I do believe that we see dual fulfillment in Daniel, right? We see fulfillment in 70 AD, and in Scripture we see dual prophecy, where we're going to have another time where we have the Antichrist, abomination of desolation, so on and so forth. So yeah, I do believe that the primary or the first fulfillment of Daniel was in 70 AD, where we had even the 7-year war. Wasn't it the 7-year war that was like predicted to a T? The amount of days
I think that's a modern thing, isn't it? The 6-day war, or is that a 7-day war? A different thing? I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'd have to pull up my Daniel notes. But
Titus comes in and every stone is turned off. It's just like exactly like Jesus said.
And doesn't he like put a statue of Zeus in the temple as well?
Yeah, I think so. And then, but then of course, so here's the thing, and me and CJ have been talking about this, and we were dual prophecy, like, because he takes a dispensationalist view, and we were just wondering about the 1360-day prophecy, and all those prophecies, and the 2300 days, etc. I take the 2300 days to be a day for a year, just like the 70 weeks is a day for a year. Like, I think Adventists are the only ones that do that. But the problem for people who don't is it's really hard to figure out what those, if you take them as literal. So the idea is, so whenever there's a prophetic time scale, and we all agree that Jesus' first coming was the 70 weeks, and that's a day for a year, right? So those are figured in increments of a 360-day year calendar instead of and so that causes problems because people don't know how to figure that. So a lot of Christians will take the 360-day year calendar, and then they'll actually add their years out of 360-day years, and then they try to say, well, Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, like exactly 360 days times the 70 weeks. But it's like, it doesn't say to convert it into those kinds of years. It says a day for a year, period. And a year is 4 seasons, right? And that's how the Jews did their calendars. They had adjusted for the seasons. And I think God did that because he knew the calendar change was going to happen in history. And so that it wouldn't confuse us or whatever, we could just figure actual years.
Jamie, I just need to address a couple comments here in the chat. I did a 10-part series recently, Born 100 Years Late, and I also did 4 formal debates, okay? So, and I love this brother. This guy's great, but he's saying 1 John 3:9, whosoever is born of God. Okay, what part of us is born of God? Our flesh? No, that's our physical birth. Our flesh is in Adam. What part of us is born of God? It's the same question I asked Daniel Mira in our cross-examination. He correctly said, well, our spirit's born of God, born from above. Our spirit is quickened at salvation. So when it says whosoever is born of God, it's not talking about our flesh that's in Adam, that sins, that only knows how to sin, that loves to sin, which means it dies. Those that are in Adam and are never born again and given a new nature, they go to hell because all they have is the old nature. They die.
I can agree with you.
And they go to hell.
I can agree with you for once. Yay, man. Yay, man.
We agree. So let's read this. Whosoever is born of God, that's not the flesh that's in Adam, that's the spirit. When we're born again, our spirit is regenerated. We're born from above. We're given a new nature. Okay. So guess what? Whosoever is born of God doth not commit sin. Not one sin. That's because the born of God inner man, who is born of God,
careful now,
cannot sin, isn't even capable of sinning. And because the born of God inner man cannot sin, he cannot die.
What's that word?
Jamie, just wait. I'm reading the passage. I wish I could put it up on screen, but John's gone. For his seed remaineth in him, and he cannot sin. Cannot sin, not even capable, because he is born of God. The spirit that is regenerated is born of God. It is perfect. It is sinless. And it is our born again of God inner man that goes to heaven, and not this unregenerate flesh that's in Adam. And as I always say, if it was our flesh that went to heaven, it would just stink up the place because it's in Adam. It's corrupted. It's fallen. So I'm
just going to agree with you. I think I could just agree with that totally, actually, because it says that part of you can't sin, and it's the new man, right? So it's when you're sinning, you're in the old man. So that's fine.
Right.
I agree.
And here's the thing, though, Jamie. Our old nature, our new nature, the old man, the new man, it's still us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it's not like this straw man understanding where it's like, wow, that's just SFT 1.0 sinning. I am made up of flesh and spirit. I am made up of the old nature and the new nature. So yeah, when I sin, it's still me, but the part of me that sins is the old nature. Still me. There's no like complete separation. It's still me. I'm still held accountable for it. But the part of me that is holding my coffee cup right now is my right hand. Still part of me.
It's the part of you that repented, right? It's the part of you that trusts Christ, actually trusts Christ. And it's the battle that's the old man. And if you disagree, that's fine. I think that's how I understand what you're saying. And I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
It would only be Gnostic if you were saying it wasn't just, you weren't one person.
Right. I am made. Yeah.
It's a struggle, but since you acknowledge it's the one person, that's the language Paul uses, and that's fine. I agree.
Now, this isn't the perfect analogy, but is God not three persons? The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Is Jesus God? Yeah. The Holy Spirit's God. The Father's God. These three are one.
You could say that his
three persons, one essence, one God. All God.
Yeah.
When Jesus does something, is it the Father doing it?
No.
Okay. So if the part of you is born of
God,
right? What's that?
It kind of is, but no.
Yeah, it's still God.
Right?
Yeah,
but it is God, and there's only one God, right? So
there's a distinction, but it's still.
Oh, I see. That's the analogy, that it's a distinction,
Yeah.
but it's still one God, right?
Exactly. So
but you're not. But you're still a Trinitarian and not a whatever.
Yeah. No. Yeah. What I'm saying is, there's a distinction between our flesh and our spirit, which Paul talked about, the born of God inner man and the carnal man. And it's a daily battle, just as Paul talked about in Romans 7, a daily battle between the old man, the new man, the flesh, the spirit. Okay. If you're saved, you're indwelt with the Holy Spirit. You have a regenerated spirit, which is your new nature. And then you also have your flesh. That's all you. That makes up you. But the part of you that sins is your flesh, your old nature. Sin is never a manifestation of the born of God inner man, because that's what 1 John 3:9 says. He that is born of God does not commit sin. He cannot sin. I mean, that's what the Bible says.
God is holy. God is perfect. And that's the part of you that is saved or whatever, right? Because no sin enters heaven. Yeah, I would agree with all that. I would just say where you got to be careful is when you start talking about the Trinity there, because it's like that you are one person. the Son and the Father
Right.
are two
Three
persons.
persons. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? And that's why I said it's not a perfect analogy. I don't even really like doing analogies for
But you
the
know what? I
Trinity.
totally get it, and I know you're not a heretic, and so I know exactly what you're talking about. So I'm not going to give you crap. I'm not going to give you crap for it. We should make that distinction for anybody listening.
Just like a lot of people used to use the analogy for the Trinity, where they would say, well, I'm one person, but I'm also a father, I'm a son, I'm a nurse. And it's like, no, I don't think that's a good analogy, because that's kind of like modalism, right? I'm one person, but then I can put on the, my nursing uniform, or I can put on my dad mask or my son mask. It's like, no, I don't think that's a good
Uncle,
analogy.
father, brother, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's still what, but the triune God is three persons, one God, where the Son is not the Father is not the Holy Spirit. A better analogy would be, and it's still probably a lousy analogy, we can't really give a good analogy to the infinite God. But an egg is made up of eggshell, egg white, and yolk, and yet the egg white is not the yolk, and the yolk is not the eggshell, right? They're completely distinct parts of the one egg. God the Son, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit, three distinct persons of the one God, but still not a perfect analogy.
Yet they're all fully God, and that's where it gets weird.
Right, exactly. Because
But you know what? I think there's going to be people that are saved that go to heaven that didn't believe in the Trinity.
Oh, Jamie Russell went there.
I think you should believe it, and I think it's true, and I think it's important. But
especially
I think
a lot of people that just can't really comprehend it and explain it, and like I've got friends and family members who were saved, but if I ask them to give me like a detailed theological explanation of the Trinity, they're not going to know how to.
And they're going to say something that was deemed heretical, probably, and they may even conceive of it heretically, quote unquote, historically heretical. But I don't really care that much about that, other than when it makes sense what they said. But
I have to point this out because I love Born 100 Years Late, great guy, but I'm just really confused because he just put the Hebrews 10 argument up for if we sin willfully. I'm just really, really confused because me and Daniel Mira just had a formal debate where we literally spent probably 60% of the debate on that text. I just find it bizarre that that's fine. I'm not going to waste time addressing the verse that I literally just did an entire formal debate on. So a Born 100 Years Late, I love you, but I think you just need to go check out my playlist on Soteriology, because this has all been addressed. So let's see here. Born 100 years late. In this, the children of God are manifest, and the children of the devil. Whosoever doeth not righteousness is not of God, neither he that loveth not his brother. Remember, sin is never a manifestation of the born of God inner man. When we are abiding in Christ, then we are walking in the light, right? And we are doing righteous. We are doing righteousness. What happens when we're walking in the flesh, walking according to the old man? The old man sins. The old nature sins, loves to sin. So I think First John's all about the distinction between the flesh and the spirit. But anyways,
I can see that. I would say,
go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, there's different views. There's different ways. Like I'm just gonna be more. I've just come to the conclusion. Maybe I'm just soft or whatever. But I think one of the reasons people think I'm flip floppy about it is partially because I see the point people are trying to make. Like I think depending on your view, like I think it's really is about abiding in Christ. But people can disagree about what salvation looks like in the sense of the whole debate or whatever. But I think there's a time where like the right kind of advice makes sense from either view. Like we should be telling people to obey Christ, and that's important. And like there's a point where if someone isn't obeying, they may not be saved, and we don't really know who is saved. And so I tend to say it's not really conditional. It's like Christ is the Savior. Those who are elect are secure, eternally secure. But we don't know who is, and we know that there are people that think they're saved and they're not. And so to them, they need to abide in Christ, and they need to get born again. But some of them may think they are and they're not. So I don't think it's conditional, but I think there's people that it essentially is conditional who may think they're saved, and we should be very careful about that. So that's kind of where I'm at right now at this point anyway. So I'll just say that.
Well, I did do a show too, like a 3-hour show titled "Why Works and Obedience Are so important in the believer's life. So works and obedience definitely have their place. But I believe in perseverance of the saints, and because of the verse that we were talking about earlier, where it says, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect, right? If it were, I'm going to pull up the verse here. If it were possible. So, you know, a believer has the indwelling of the Holy Spirit. We have the new man, the new nature, the born of God inner man pulling on us, right? Because when we're saved, there's a change, right? Jamie, we agree with that. There's a change.
Exactly.
The second you're saved, bam, there's a change. But the change that occurs the second you're born again is on the inside. Now, that change on the inside wants to be made manifest. It wants to be expressed outwardly. So you have an inward change that wants to be manifested outwardly. How do we manifest the inward change outwardly? Well, it's by obeying his commandments. It's by walking in the light, putting on the new man, walking in the Spirit. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to a believer who's been born again, they're going to have that pull from the born of God inner man, just like Paul talks about the struggle. The struggle is evidence of an inward change. And because there's a struggle,
oh yeah, absolutely,
there's probably 100%. Going to be a pull to have that change manifested outwardly. Does that make sense, Jamie?
No, I agree. I would, and that's how I would approach. If I was a pastor and somebody was struggling, I would tell them that it was a good sign that that's something they're struggling with. That tells me that they're in God, and so. But then I would also continue. You know, I would say, look, that tells me that you're born of God, but I would want to be careful. If I was thinking carefully about it, I would tell them, you know, I ultimately don't know. You know, that's between you and God, but that's a good sign, I would say. And then I would encourage them to, you know, try to, you know, do what's right or whatever. But that doesn't, and depending on what their condition was, you know, I would emphasize whatever was needed, you know, the promises of Christ or whatever. So, because I do think it's a huge problem when people don't feel like they can know they're saved. That's bad. That's like probably worse. I mean, I see a ditch on both sides, I guess.
I think another great line of evidence, and you're making some good points, of whether or not you're saved is, are you being chastised when you live in sin? When you're carnal, are you being chastised? Because I know when I'm walking according to the flesh, I'm being chastised. And my family members who have experienced chastisement after they've been saved because of a season of carnality, they will tell you God spanked them, right? For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. So I have plenty of stories from...
Be scared if you're not being chastised.
Yeah, if you're not being chastised, that's a scary thing, because, you know, unless you're bastards, he doesn't, you know, if you're not being chastised, that might be a sign that you're not a son. Because if you're a son, if you're a child of God, you're going to be chastised when you're living in the flesh. So, you know, you're going to be chastised if you're living according to the flesh and you're walking in sin. You're also going to have the pull of not only the Holy Spirit, but also the born of God inner man. So for a believer to just go their entire lives not accepting correction when they're chastised, not following the pull of the Holy Spirit and the born of God inner man, you know, that doesn't really make any sense to me. You know,
I'm not sure that they exist. I think I would question whether they were saved, but I mean, that's theoretical. So it's hard to say, but that's why I try to say, you know, you describe them as a believer. So I would say then, yeah, like you said, that's hard to even imagine. So, you know, that's where you got to be careful. That's where I'm like, want to be careful here. Like, so, you know, we want to encourage them to be obedient to God, because that's what the saved do. That's what the sheep will do. They hear his voice. That doesn't just mean, people keep throwing that at me as if that means they believe exactly like I do about everything. It's like, no, I think it's partly that.
Well, that's why I don't believe. And that's why I don't believe that someone who's truly been born again, predestined for glorification, is going to become a Muslim one day. or a Buddhist or an atheist. No, the Bible says that his sheep hear his voice, they follow him, and they don't follow a stranger. Now, of course, in their flesh, they can fall for a number of errors. But I'm just talking about the voice of a stranger in the sense that they're not going to become an atheist. They're not going to become a Muslim. They're not going to end up hating God. No, because his sheep hear his voice. And the Bible makes it clear that when it comes to antichrists and the Antichrist, it's not possible for the elect to be deceived. So
Yeah,
God's
you wouldn't
obviously doing
work
something in the believer
Yeah.
to preserve their faith. You know, there's going to be
Exactly.
lapses of faith and doubts and things like that, but there's obviously something going on there. That's what the
Yeah,
Bible
yeah,
says.
that's what I wanted to say. The lapses of faith, because we know a lot of us have experienced this, right? And we felt drawn and we came back or whatever, and we feel like, well, maybe that means whatever it means. Well, I'm just going to say this. This is how I think we should handle that. Like, yes, God is good, and he did what we needed to come back, right? And so that's God's work. I would just say that's a scary thing to fall away. And, you know, I don't think we should necessarily try to answer the question about that debate from that. I think we should just say, look, if you've fallen away, you need to come back. If you don't, you're probably not one of his children or his sheep. That's all I'll say. This is such a good agreement. I'm going to keep listening, but I'm going to leave it there with such a nice conversation. So love you guys.
That was very.
You're heading out?
Yeah,
that was
yeah. Good night.
Okay.
I'm gonna
That's
get out of here.
one down, one more to go.
Let's give you some final words, Wesley. I know I'm burnt out and tired when I'm starting to slur some of my words. So Wesley, why don't you give, or am I leaving? And you said you were going to rant a little bit, right?
Your my final words.
Unless
so here's
I
the
was going to leave
foreword
and you're
by
going to stick
Dr.
around for a bit.
John Bob Gardner. So it says,
What's that, brother?
Oh, I just said, here's the foreword by Dr.
Oh, yeah.
John Baumgartner. Okay, during the past half century, the scientific enterprise. Okay, I'm not going to do that, but.
Read the whole book. You know what? Let's do replacing Darwin instead.
Oh, okay, wait, 1 second. Or even better, we could do Darwin devolves.
The Darwin default. Yeah, that's another one. Actually, you know what? You just gave me an idea. I'm going to bring that one because I got a bigger bookshelf upstairs. This is a newer bookshelf I got just for my studio, but I'm going to bring that's another good one. I'm going to bring that's a hard copy too. So I'm going to bring.
I don't have the hard copy. I have the paperback.
Oh, okay. So either way, I mean, it's a great book. All right, let me say to the audience, thanks for tuning in. God bless all of you. Looks like we got onto some last minute end times theology and soteriology.
Yeah.
So we've had a good let's see, but yeah, hey, God bless you, born 100 years late. Yeah, I don't think we're really that a lot of the differences in soteriology I find come down to miscommunication.
Yeah, they're and plus they're not primary, they're not gospel, really. I mean, they're not crucial to the faith. Like, you can still be a born again Christian and be a conditionalist or OSAS or whatever.
A lot of it comes down to let's get in a room like this and just have a kind of respectful dialogue and see where we actually agree and where we disagree. So, but I appreciate you, Wesley. You're doing a great job. I see you growing in faith, growing in knowledge. So God bless you, man, and keep it up.
Thank you. God bless you, brother.
All right, God bless you, brother, and God bless the chat. I'm going to bed. Peace out.
Peace out. I'm sorry, standing. I'm gonna make this so long. Okay, let's do this. Okay, guys. You gotta vote. You gotta vote, okay? Here's our options. We got Darwin Devolves by Michael J. Behe. Okay, we got Genetic Entropy by John C. Sanford. We got The Stairway to Life by Change Tan and Rob Stedler. Okay, we got The Evolution Revolution by Dr. Lee Spetner. We got, I don't know if I want to read this one, but it's The Return of the God Hypothesis, Stephen C. Meyer. We could even do something like Is Atheism Dead by Eric Mata, or something like Adjacent, like an expose of evolution industry by Susan Mazur. Cool. Okay. Well, Standing is the only one that voted, so we're doing genetic entropy. Okay. Stairway to Life. It's not an actual staircase. Okay, forward. During the past half-century, the scientific enterprise has opened a door into an almost surrealistic Lilliputian realm of self-replicating robotic manufacturing plants, with components whirring at tens of thousands of RPM, automated parcel addressing, transport and distribution systems, and complex monitoring and feedback control systems. Of course, this is the realm of cell and molecular biology. It is a realm in which tens of thousands of different kinds of sophisticated nanomachines perform incredible chemical feats inside the living cell. Above and beyond this cellular complexity is the equally complex realm of the organism, with trillions of cells working in astonishing coordination. And above, that is the realm of the brain, with its multiplied trillions of neural connections. Confronted with such staggering complexity, the reflective person naturally asks, how did all this come to exist? The standard answer given to this question is what the author of this book calls the primary axiom: random mutations filtered by natural selection. Genetic entropy represents a probing analysis of the fundamental underpinnings of the primary axiom. In particular, it focuses on the genetic software that specifies life's astounding complexity. The author points out that for higher organisms, and certainly for humans, the extent of these genetic specifications, called the genome, is vast. Not only is the genome huge, it is also exceedingly complex. It is filled with loops and branches, with genes that regulate other genes, that regulate still other genes. In many cases, the same string of genetic letters can code for an entirely different message, depending on context. How such an astonishing information structure has come into existence is clearly an important question. But the author introduces a further question, namely, how can the genome even be maintained against the degrading effects of the billions of new deleterious mutations that enter the human population each generation. Concerning the primary axiom, the author acknowledges that, as a professional geneticist, he discerned no serious problems with its theoretical underpinnings for many years. He confides that, during his training in graduate school, he accepted this primary axiom by trust in the authorities, rather than by genuine personal understandings. At this point, he felt he had no choice. He thought this abstract and highly mathematical field was beyond his own ability to assess critically. It was not until much later in his professional career that he became aware of how unrealistic and how vulnerable to critical analysis were the crucial assumptions on which the axiom rests. The author concludes that most professional biologists today are just like he was earlier in his career. Most simply are not aware of the fundamental problems with the axiom. This is because the axiom's fundamental assumptions are not critiqued in any serious way, either in graduate classes or in graduate level textbooks or even in the professional literature. The conceptual models that population genetics has offered to the rest of the professional biology community, presented in the guise of mathematical elegance, have at their foundations a number of unjustifiable assumptions. The primary axiom, it turns out, depends on these assumptions for its support. Most professional biologists are simply not aware of this state of affairs. Okay. The field of population genetics deals largely with complex mathematical models that attempt to describe how mutations are passed from one generation to the next after they arise, and how they affect the survival of individual members of a population in each generation. The reality of these conceptual models depends critically, of course, upon the realism of the assumptions on which they are built. In this book, the author exposes the obvious lack of realism of many of the most critical assumptions that have been applied for the past 75 years. Most professional biologists, like the author during the earlier part of his professional career, base much of their confidence in the primary axiom on claims derived from these conceptual models that have employed observationally unjustifiable assumptions. Most biologists today are unaware that these claims of population genetics to which they were exposed in graduate school can no longer be defended from a scientific standpoint. Most, therefore, can hardly imagine that when realistic assumptions are applied, population genetics actually repudiates the axiom. Genetic entropy is a brilliant expose on the unreality of the primary axiom. It is written in a challenging but accessible style, understandable by non-specialists with a modest background in either genetics or biology. At the same time, this book has sufficient substance and documentation to cause the most highly trained biologist to seriously rethink what he or she probably has always believed about the primary axiom. In my opinion, this book deserves to be read by every professional biologist and biology teacher in the world. To me, it has the potential of changing the outlook of the academic world in a profound way. And then this is a note about John Baumgartner. He has a PhD in geophysics from UCLA and worked as a research scientist in the theoretical division of Los Alamos National Laboratory for 20 years. He also received an MS degree in electrical engineering from Princeton University, where he first became aware of information theory and later his implications for biological systems. He's an expert in complex numerical simulations and was instrumental in development of the computer program Mendel's Accountant, currently the most realistic numerical simulation of the mutation/selection process. Prologue. In retrospect, I realize I have wasted much of my life arguing about things that don't really matter. It is my sincere hope that this book can actually address something that really does matter. The issues of who we are, where we come from, and where we are going seem to me to be of enormous importance. This is the real subject of this book. Modern thinking centers around the premise that man is just the product of a pointless natural process, undirected evolution. This widely taught doctrine, when taken to its logical conclusion, leads us to believe that we are just meaningless bags of molecules. And in the final analysis, nothing matters. If false, this doctrine has been the most insidious and destructive thought system ever devised by man. Yet, if true, it is at best meaningless, like everything else. The whole thought system which prevails within today's intelligentsia is built upon the ideological foundation of undirected and pointless Darwinian evolution. Modern Darwinism is built upon what I will be calling the primary axiom. The primary axiom is that man is merely the product of random mutation plus natural selection. Within society's academia, the primary axiom is universally taught and almost universally accepted. It is the constantly mouthed mantra, repeated endlessly on every college campus. It is difficult to find professors on a typical college campus who would even consider or dare to question the primary axiom. It is for this reason that the overwhelming majority of youth who start out believing that there is more to life than mere chemistry will lose that faith while at college. I believe this is also the cause of widespread self-destructive and self-denigrating behaviors we see throughout culture. Oh, I didn't say this. This is Genetic Entropy by John Sanford. What if the primary axiom were wrong? If the primary axiom could be shown to be wrong, it would profoundly affect our culture, and I believe it would profoundly affect millions of individual lives. It could profoundly change the way we think about ourselves. Late in my career, I did something that would seem unthinkable for a Cornell professor. I began to question the primary axiom. I did this with great fear and trepidation. I knew I would be at odds with the most sacred cow within modern academia. Among other things, it might even result in my expulsion from the academic world. Although I had achieved considerable success and notoriety within my own particular specialty, applied genetics, it would mean stepping out of the security of my own safe niche. I would have to begin exploring some of the very big things, including aspects of theoretical genetics, which I had always simply accepted by faith. I felt compelled to do all this, but I must confess that I fully expected to hit a brick wall. To my own amazement, I gradually realized that the seemingly great and unsaleable fortress, which had been built up around the primary axiom, was really a house of cards. The primary axiom is actually an extremely vulnerable theory. In fact, it is essentially indefensible. Its apparent invincibility derives largely from bluster, smoke, and mirrors, a large part of which keeps the axiom standing, is an almost mythical faith, which the true believers hold. regarding the omnipotence of natural selection. As I went deeper, I began to see that this unshakable faith in natural selection is typically coupled with a degree of ideological commitment, which can only be described as religious. I started to realize, again with trepidation, that I might be offending the religion of a great number of people. You say it's just chemistry, bruh? Just chemicals, bruh? Like Pepsi? Nice. Okay. To question the primary axiom required me to re-examine virtually everything I thought I knew about genetics. This was the most difficult intellectual endeavor of my life. Deeply enriched thought patterns only change very slowly, and, I must add, painfully. What I eventually experienced was a complete overthrow of my previous understanding. Several years of personal struggle resulted in a new and very strong conviction that the primary axiom was definitely wrong. More importantly, I became convinced that the axiom could be shown to be wrong to any reasonable and open-minded individual. This realization was both exhilarating and frightening. I realized that I had an obligation to openly challenge this most sacred of cows. I also realized I would earn for myself the intense disdain of many of my colleagues within academia, not to mention very intense opposition and anger from other high places. What should I do? It has become my conviction that the primary axiom is insidious on the highest level, having a catastrophic impact on countless human lives. Furthermore, every form of objective analysis I have performed has convinced me that the axiom is clearly false. So now, regardless of the consequences, I have to say it out loud. The emperor has no clothes. I invite the reader to carefully consider this important issue. Are you really just a meaningless bag of molecules, the product of nothing more than random molecular mutations and reproductive filtering? As you read this book, I'm going to ask you to wrap your mind around something very challenging, but also very exciting. I contend that if you will invest a reasonable mental effort and follow just a handful of fairly simple arguments, I can persuade you that the primary axiom is false. Can you imagine anything more radical or more liberating to the extent that the primary axiom can be shown to be false? It should have a major impact on your own life and on the world at large. For this reason, I have dared to write this book, which for some will be blasphemous treason, and for others, revelation. If the primary axiom is wrong, there is a surprising and very practical consequence. When subjected only to natural forces, the human genome must degenerate over time. Such a sober realization has more than just intellectual or historical significance. It should rightfully cause us to personally reconsider the basis of our hope for the future. Here's an update here, so I'll just read the update. Since the initial writing of this book, a series of dramatic new developments have been published, all of which powerfully reinforce the central themes of this book. These developments include demonstration of the non-linear nature of the genome, the polyfunctional nature of many of the nucleotides which make up higher genomes, the fact that the genome encodes much more information than was even recently thought possible, and the collapse of the fallacy that most of the human genome is just junk or silent DNA. I have added in italics very brief author's updates on these various points at the end of most chapters. I've also added Chapter 11, which summarizes the major new scientific developments. Chapter 1. The genome is the book of life. Where did it come from? Newsflash. The genome is an instruction manual. An organism's genome is the sum total of all its genetic parts, including all its chromosomes, genes, and nucleotides. A genome is an instruction manual that specifies a particular form of life. The human genome is a manual that instructs human cells how to be human cells and instructs the human body how to be the human body. There is no information system designed by man that can even begin to compare to the sophistication and complexity of the genome. The complete nature of the genome can only be appreciated when we begin to grasp how much information it contains. When you assemble the little red wagon you bought for your child, there is a booklet that tells you how to put it together. The size of the booklet is deceptive. It does not contain all the information needed for fabricating the component parts or for manufacturing steel, rubber, and paint. The complete instruction manual would actually be a very large volume. If you compiled all the instruction manuals associated with creating a modern automobile, it would fill a library. That library would be very large if it included the information needed for mankind for making all the components for creating robotic assembly lines. Likewise, the manuals required for creating a fighter jet and all its components, computers, and assembly lines would comprise an extremely large library. The manuals needed for building the entire space shuttle and all its components and its support systems would be truly enormous. Yet the specified complexity of even the simplest form of life is arguably greater than that of the space shuttle. Try to absorb the fact that the jump in complexity from a bacterium to a human being is arguably greater than the jump from the little red wagon to the space shuttle. There is simply no human technology that serves as an adequate analogy for the complexity of a human being. The genome is the instruction manual encoding all the information needed for that human life. We are only beginning to understand the first dimension of this book of life, a linear sequence of 4 types of extremely small molecules called nucleotides. These small molecules make up the individual steps of the spiral staircase structure of DNA. These molecules are the letters of the genetic code and are shown symbolically as A, T, C, and G. These letters are strung together like a linear text. They're not just symbolically shown as letters. They are very literally the letters of our instruction manual. Small clusters or motifs of these 4 molecular letters make up the words of our manual, which combine to form genes. The chapters of our manual, which combine to form chromosomes. The volumes of our manual, which combined to form the whole genome, the entire library. A complete human genome consists of 2 sets of 3 billion individual letters each. Only a small fraction of this genetic library is required to directly encode the hundreds of thousands of different types of human proteins and the uncounted number of functional RNA molecules found within our cells. Each of these protein and RNA molecular types are essentially miniature machines, each with hundreds of component parts and with its own exquisite complexity, design, and function. But the genome's linear information, which is equivalent to many complete sets of a large encyclopedia, is not enough to explain the complexity of life. As marvelous as all this linear information is, it must only be the first dimension of complexity within the genome. The genome is not just a simple string of letters spelling out a linear series of instructions. It actually embodies multiple linear codes that overlap and constitute an exceedingly sophisticated information system embodying what is called data compression. In addition to multiple overlapping linear language-like forms of genetic information, the genome is full of countless loops and branches, like a computer program. It has genes that regulate genes that regulate genes. It has genes that sense changes in the environment and then instruct other genes to react by setting in motion complex cascades of events that can then respond to environmental cues. Some genes actively rearrange themselves or modify and methylate other gene sequences, basically changing the portions of the instruction manual. Lastly, there is good evidence that linear DNA can fold into 2- and 3-dimensional structures, as do proteins and RNAs, and that such folding probably encodes still higher levels of information. Within the typical non-dividing nucleus, there is reason to believe there are fabulously complex 3-dimensional arrays of DNA, whose 3D architecture controls higher biological functions. The bottom line is this: the genome set of instructions is not a simple static linear array of letters, but is dynamic, self-regulating, and multidimensional. There is no human information system that can even begin to compare to it. The genome's highest levels of complexity and interaction are probably beyond the reach of our understanding, yet we can at least acknowledge that these higher levels of information exist. When the linear information within the human genome is while the linear information within the human genome is extremely impressive, the nonlinear information must obviously be much greater. Given the unsurpassed complexity of life, this has to be true. All this information is contained within a genomic package that is contained within a cell's nucleus, a space much smaller than a speck of dust. Each human body contains a galaxy of cells, more than 100 trillion, and every one of these cells has a complete set of instructions, directing the cell's own highly prescribed duties. The human genome not only specifies the complexity of our cells and our bodies, but also the functioning of our brains. The structure and organization of our brains involves a level of organization entirely beyond our comprehension. As we recognize the higher order dimensions of the genome, I believe we can readily agree with Carl Sagan's oft-repeated statement that each cell contains more information than the Library of Congress. Indeed, human life is more complex than all human technologies combined. Where did all this information come from? And how can it possibly be maintained? This is the mystery of the genome. The standard answer to the origin of biological information is that mutation and selection have created all biological information. This is the fundamental basis of the Neo-Darwinian theory. It says that all genomes, instruction manuals, must have derived from a simple initial genome via a long series of mutations, typographical errors, and lots of natural selection, differential copying. This is a primary axiom of biological evolution. Life is life because random mutations at the molecular level are filtered through a reproductive sieve acting on the level of the whole organism. What is an axiom? An axiom is a concept that is not testable, but is accepted by faith because it seems obviously true to all reasonable parties. On this basis, it is accepted as an absolute truth. In this book, I'm going to urge the reader to ask the question, should we accept today's primary axiom? If the primary axiom could be shown to be wrong, would it mean that we would need to re-examine many other popular ideas? Because the primary axiom has been so fundamental to the establishment of modern thinking. This would justify a paradigm shift of the highest magnitude. A paradigm shift is a change in a fundamental idea that has previously governed a group's collective thinking, and would allow us to completely reevaluate many of the deeply entrenched concepts which frame modern thinking. It is important that we put the primary axiom into a framework that is honest and also realistic to our mind's eye. I would like to propose an honest analogy which very accurately characterizes today's primary axiom. My analogy involves evolution of transportation technologies, as outlined below. In our little red wagon analogy, the first primeval genome encoded the assembly instructions for the first wagon. That simple genomic instruction manual was copied by an invisible mechanical scribe to make more instruction manuals. Each newly copied manual was used to make a new red wagon. However, the scribe, being imperfect, made errors. So each wagon came out differently. Each wagon had its own unique instruction manual taped to its bottom. When the first wagons were junked, their instruction manuals were lost with them. The new copies of instruction manuals could only be imperfectly copied from the manuals of the immediately preceding generation of wagons, just before they were to be discarded. Since the copying of the instructions was sequential rather than using an original master copy, errors accumulated over time in every manual, and the resulting wagons started to change and vary. The accumulating errors are, of course, our analogy for mutations. Are you uneasy with this picture? No doubt you realize that we are looking at a deteriorating situation. Information is being lost. Instructions are becoming degraded, and the wagon will doubtlessly deteriorate in quality. Eventually, the system will break down, the manual will become complete gibberish, and workable wagons will become extinct. We will examine this problematic aspect of mutation in more detail in chapters 2 and 3. At this point, we introduce our hero, natural selection. Natural selection is like a judge or quality control agent, deciding which wagons are suitable models for further copying. Natural selection, as the judge, instructs the scribe not to copy manuals from the inferior wagons. This represents differential reproductive sieving, better known as selection. But it is important to understand there is never direct selection for good instructions, only for good wagons. As we'll see, this is very important. Mutations are complex and happen at the molecular level, but selection can only be carried out on the level of the whole organism. The scribe and judge work entirely independently. Working on the level of molecules, the scribe is essentially blind. Being extremely nearsighted, he can only see individual letters while he is copying. The judge is also nearly blind, but he is extremely far-sighted. He never sees the letters of the manual or even the wagon's individual components, but he can only see the relative performance of the whole wagon. The scribe can be envisioned at the beginning of a robotic assembly line. He copies programs for the robots, but by blindly and imperfectly duplicating older programs, one binary bit at a time. The quality control agent looks at the performance of the finished wagons and decides which wagons are better than others. The programs from the wagons he has chosen are then given to the scribe for the next round of copying and assembly. In this way, many defective wagons can be eliminated, and so most errors in the instructions might presumably be eliminated. More exciting, some rare spelling errors might result in better wagons, and so the judge can instruct the scribe to preferentially copy these instructions. The process of evolution has begun. Let us now examine the feasibility of the selection process as a mechanism for improving genomic information. The information within the instruction manual might only be improved by this process. The information within the instruction manual might not only be improved by this process, but it can also be expanded. If the imperfect scribe occasionally copies an extra duplicate page out of the manual, we might start adding information. Naturally, a duplicate page in an instruction manual is not really new information. In fact, it will invariably confuse and disrupt the reading of the manual. But again, the judge only allows copying of manuals for good wagons, so bad duplications might presumably be eliminated, as harmless duplications might be preserved. Now, these harmless duplications will also begin to have copying errors within them. And some of these errors might create new and useful information, like instructions for new functional components in the wagon. With a little imagination, perhaps we can picture a variety of duplications eventually evolving via misspellings and specifying something entirely new, like an internal combustion engine, or wings, or an onboard computer navigation system. Hence, we have a scenario whereby a little red wagon can, through a series of typographical errors, evolve into an automobile, a plane, or even a space shuttle. But this analogy does not go far enough, because a human being is much more complex than a space shuttle. In fact, our phenome, the entire body, including the brain, is immeasurably more complex than any known technology. Perhaps we can come closer to the mark if we imagine our little red wagon being transformed into a fanciful starship phenome, complete with warp speed engines and a holodeck. The primary axiom says that misspellings and some differential copying can simultaneously explain the library, the genome, and the starship, the phenome, illustrated in figure 1D. We must now ask, could misspellings and selective copying really do this? A correct understanding of selection is essential for evaluating the merit of the primary axiom. No intelligence is involved in this scenario. The scribe is really just a complex array of senseless molecular machines that blindly replicate DNA. The judge is just the tendency for some individuals to reproduce more than others. Many people unconsciously attribute to natural selection a type of supernatural intelligence, but natural selection is just a term for a blind and purposeless process whereby some things reproduce more than others. It is crucial we understand that our scribe and our judge have neither foresight nor intelligence. Their combined IQ equals 0. Stephanie Trenton says the core question is where is that original manual? Where is that pen and paper? Who was the author? Could it be the mind itself? God. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, good question to SFT, because he's in Canada, right? How about those truckers? Yeah. It's very cool. Okay. Continuing onward. Isn't it remarkable that the primary axiom of biological evolution essentially claims that typographical errors and limited selective copying within an instruction manual can transform a wagon into a spaceship in the absence of any intelligence, purpose, or design? Do you find this concept credible? It becomes even more startling when we realize that the spaceship was in no way pre-specified under the primary axiom, not even in the mind of God. It truly just happened by accident. The spaceship is essentially just a mutant wagon, yet this illustration is actually the best analogy for describing the primary axiom. The only weakness of this analogy is that there is no human technology that can compare to the actual complexity of life, and thus there is no human information system that can compare to the genome, to the human genome. This whole analogy stands in sharp contrast to the false picture portrayed by Dawkins in 1986. The famous Dawkins argument, built around the phrase, "Methinks it is like a weasel," involved a pre-specified language and a pre-specified message being systematically uncovered through a simple-minded process. A simple-minded process equivalent to children's games, such as 20 Questions or Hangman. In Dawkins' model, both the phase and the carefully crafted and finely tuned method of uncovering it were intelligently designed and purposeful. Furthermore, his selection scheme allowed for direct selection of genotype misspellings rather than phenotype wagon performance. Briefly, Dawkins set up a simple computer program which started with a simple random array of letters, having exactly the same number of characters as the phrase, "Methinks it is like a weasel." He designed his program to then begin to randomly change the letters. When new letters fell into place, which matched the phrase, "Methinks it is like a weasel," the program would select the improved message. Obviously, it would not take long for such a little program to create the desired phrase. However, even to make this simple program work, Dawkins had to carefully design the replication rate, the mutation rate, and other parameters to get the results and every individual letter, each and every generation. This program supposedly proved that evolution via random mutation/selection is inevitable, not requiring any intelligent design. Obviously, Dawkins used an intelligently designed computer, and then he used his own intelligence to design the program, to optimize it, and even to design the pre-selected phrase. For many reasons, see Chapter 9, Dawkins' argument cannot honestly be used to defend the primary axiom, which does not allow for the operation of any intelligence, purpose, or forethought, and does not allow for direct selection for any misspellings themselves. In this book, we are going to examine some basic aspects of genetics and determine if the known facts about the human genome are compatible with the primary axiom. As you read, if you come to the point where you feel that the primary axiom is no longer obviously true to all reasonable parties, then you should feel rationally obligated to reject it as an axiom. If the primary axiom cannot stand up as an axiom, it should be treated as an unproven hypothesis, subject to falsifications. See Science Film Lab says, Dawkins, what a muppet. Honestly, yeah, a lot of what Dawkins, a lot of his arguments are pretty silly and pretty old. I know, like, the natural genetic engineering arguments were made like many years before he was working on his equations. So here's an update for that chapter. A milestone book was published in 2013 entitled Biological Information, New Perspectives. See binp.org. This book was the compilation of research papers from a symposium held at Cornell University, Marks et al., 2013. These papers were authored by 29 well-credentialed scientists representing a very wide range of scientific disciplines. The 29 authors were in broad agreement regarding the true nature of biological information. The nature of biological information systems is much more like an elaborate computer system than a book. The DNA is like the cell's hard drive. The millions of RNA and protein molecules and all their interactions are like the active memory of RAM of the cell. Every individual gene functions as an executable computer program. Indeed, there are multiple programs per gene. Even one of the protein and RNA molecules within a cell is itself a simple program algorithm. The DNA, RNA, protein, and countless other molecules are in constant communication with each other, constituting something like a vast internet system within every cell. Using data visualization techniques, it has now been shown that that higher genomes are remarkably similar in structure to executable computer programs. Seaman, 2013. And then you can go to geneticentropy.org for updated information on the topic of genetic entropy. Yep, Richard arguments are dead. Slavic says. C-Science says, I like when Dawkins debates Lennox. So good. Yeah, I like the I forget what debate it is, but they're sitting across from each other pretty close in a museum. I like that one. There's one debate where I feel like Lennox maybe cedes something that he shouldn't have. I don't know. Stephanie Trenton says, yes, Lennox just has to talk of love and empathy, and Dawkins begins to melt. One can see it every time. Yeah. C-Science Film Labs says, that's fantastic, Wesley. Yet, science and observable truth that discredits evolution theory. Yep. Yeah, this book is pretty pretty dooming for evolutionary theory, or at least the modern synthesis and neo-Darwinian theory. Okay, chapter 2. Are random mutations good? Newsflash. Random mutations consistently destroy information. Mutations are typographical errors in the book of life. The subject of mutation in the genome should be approached with sensitivity because people matter and people are hurt by mutation. The number of families affected by birth defects is tragically high. So this is not just a matter of statistics. Genetic disease, in its broadest sense, is catastrophic. If we include all genetic predispositions to all pathologies, we must conclude that we are all highly mutant. Furthermore, nearly every family is impacted by the tragedy of cancer, which is fundamentally the result of accumulating mutations within our body cells. A side note, like just read like exome papers, and you can see like hereditive like mutations are pretty pretty bad. Yeah. So anyway, back to this book. I think I was here. Indeed, growing evidence indicates that aging itself is primarily due to the accumulation of mutations within cells of our body. Mutations are the source of immeasurable heartache. In fact, they are inexorably killing each one of us. So mutations are more than just an academic concern. Can we say mutations are good? Nearly all health policies are aimed at reducing or minimizing mutation. Most personal health regimens are aimed at reducing mutations to reduce risk of cancer and other degenerative diseases. How can anyone see mutations as good? Yet, according to the primary axiom, mutations are good because they create the variation and diversity which allow selection and evolution to occur, thus creating the information needed for life. Before we go further, we need to realize that there are two types of variation: random variation and designed variation. I think he might be referring to directed mutational processes and random ones, but I'll read on just to make sure. Random variation is the type of variation I see in my car as time passes. It is the rust, the dings, the scratches, and the broken parts. Such things create variation in cars, but do they ever lead to better cars? Can typographical errors realistically improve a student's term paper? Apart from accidents, there exists another type of variation, designed variation. When I bought my car, I had many options: paint color, type of tire, size of engine, etc. These options were useful to me in making my selection. These designed variable components have also proven useful to me later on. As I have added or taken away various options, replaced broken parts, etc., these designed forms of variation are beneficial, being useful for sustaining my car, and are even useful for improving my car within limits. However, such variation, even when they are intelligently designed, will never transform my car into a starship. Part of the primary axiom is that all genetic variation must come from random mutations, since no genetic variation by design is allowed. However, now that the era of genetic engineering has begun, this axiomatic assumption is clearly not true, because many living organisms now contain genetic variations designed and engineered by man. Perhaps this simple fact can open our minds to the possibility of designed genetic variation, which preceded man. George Bond says, I liked the example of the growing database of genetic diseases whereas there is no database of beneficial mutations. It says a lot. I agree. I like the bit about how each protein is a program. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Okay. Apart from our ideological commitment to the primary axiom, it can very reasonably be argued that random mutations are almost universally bad. Speaking in terms of vehicles, they appear to be dings and scratches of life rather than spare parts. The overwhelmingly deleterious nature of mutations can be seen by the incredible scarcity of clear cases of information-creating mutations. It must be understood that scientists have a very sensitive and extensive network for detecting information-creating mutations, and most geneticists are diligently keeping their eyes open for them all the time. This has been true for almost 100 years. The sensitivity of this observational network is such that even if one mutation out of 1 million unambiguously creates new information apart from fine-tuning, which I will describe, the literature would be overflowing with reports of this happening. Yet, I'm still not convinced there is a single, crystal clear example of a known mutation which unambiguously created information. There are certainly many mutations which have been described as beneficial, but most of these beneficial mutations have not created information, but rather have destroyed it. For illustration, some of us, like me, would view a broken car alarm as beneficial. However, such random changes, although they might be found to be desirable, still represent a breakdown and not the creation of a new fundamental feature. Information consistently decreases. This is the actual case. For example, in the chromosomal mutations that led to antibiotic resistance in bacteria, cell functions are routinely lost. The resistant bacterium has not evolved. In fact, it has digressed genetically and is defective. Such a mutation strain is rapidly replaced by the superior, natural bacteria as soon as the antibiotic is removed. Another example would be the hairless. Another example would be the hairless Chihuahua dog. In extreme heat, reduction of size and loss of hair may be useful adaptations, but these involve degeneration, not creation of new functions or new information. In such situations, although local adaptation is occurring, information is being lost, not added. Yet, the primary axiom still insists mutations are good and are the building blocks of which evolution creates the galaxy of information currently existing within the genome. Let us continue to examine this concept more closely. The nature of genetic deterioration via mutation can easily be seen using our analogy of an instruction manual. For example, a single line within a jet aircraft assembly manual might read as follows. Step 6. When you have completed the last step, go back, repeat step 3 until part B is 10.004 millimeters thick. Then wait no less than 3 hours before going to the next step. Limiting ourselves to just simple point mutations, misspellings, there are 3 possible levels of impact on the above instructions. Theoretically, some misspellings might have 0 impact on the message. I don't see any obvious prospects in this instance. Most misspellings will have a very subtle effect on the clarity or coherence of the message, i.e., misspellings within all the portions not underlined. Lastly, a few changes within the underlined areas will have the potential for dramatic, essentially lethal effects, which is not clear in the above example. What is not clear in the above example is what misspellings could actually improve the instructions to result in a better jet plane. While such changes are conceivable, they're not likely on a level that is difficult to fully describe. Any possible improvement in the instructions deriving from a misspelling would be expected to be very slight, i.e., changing the 4 to an 8, 3 places to the right of the decimal on the specified thickness. These types of changes do not actually add information, but really only modulate or fine-tune the system. It should be obvious to any reasonable person that we can't expect any misspellings that would result in a major advance in jet technology. For example, no misspelling in the above sentence is going to create a new patentable component or dramatically increase plane speed. Such major changes would obviously require intelligent design. For every hypothetical misspelling that might very subtly improve or more accurately modulate a jet plane's blueprint, there would be a multitude of misspellings which would be detrimental. The detrimental changes would range from a few lethal errors to a very large number of nearly neutral changes in the text. Sam Jenkins says, did I miss any dumpster fires? It depends. How long were you gone? Cheryl says, sorry, everyone. A demon came in and deleted you all. What? Okay. Continuing on. The above illustration can be extended to the genome. See Figure 2, page 31. There are over 3 billion potential point mutation sites in the human genome. I think it's almost as much as 3.5 billion. Only a small fraction of these, when mutated, will have any major effect. Yet none of the potential mutations can be conclusively shown to have zero effect. The vast bulk of the nucleotide positions are considered to be nearly neutral sites. Side note, I really like how listening to John Sanford say nearly neutral, he has like a nice ring to it. So just thought I'd point that out. Okay, so the vast bulk of the nucleotide positions are considered to be nearly neutral sites, as will be seen more clearly below. Misspellings in Life's instruction manual will sometimes be very deleterious, but in the overwhelming majority of cases, they will be only slightly deleterious. No new information can be expected, although existing information can be modulated or fine-tuned to a limited extent. Biological modulation would involve adjusting the cell's rheostats. For example, it is well known that mutations can adjust activity of a promoter or enzyme either up or down. However, when we use a rheostat to dim a light, we are not creating a new circuit, nor are we in any way creating new information. We are just fine-tuning the system that is already there, which was, in fact, designed to be fine-tuned. C Science Film Labs, Wesley, he says, she says, I'm not sure. Wesley has a voice that soothes, so let's do this. Nice. Woot says, what do we have here? Right now I'm on page 20. I just read the foreword, the prologue, chapter 1, and I'm on chapter 2 of genetic entropy. Seems Big Brother is watching here. Silencing. Ooh. 1984. Okay. I might reread just to. Oh yeah. Wait, I'm just gonna pause real quick and get some water. I'll be back in like maybe 5 to 10 minutes actually. I'm just gonna take a quick break, quick intermission. Hey guys, I'm back. I got some water. Okay, there's a lot of comments, so oh no, your comment's being deleted. Okay, so Cheryl says we need some wrench extraction around here. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, is that for the... Oh, yeah. Okay. Wootsat says, kudos to Wesley for bravely carrying the stream onward into the night. Thank you. Sea Science Film Lab says, this reading is excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sea Science Film Lab says again, I'm going to use some of this stuff on the atheists. Nice. You should. Stephanie Trennan says, to me, evolution without that original manual is all a guessing game. Without God at the core, anything that they try to make fit fails every time at that core. Fails every time at that core was deleted. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not consistent. She says we can I'm guessing that's we can only add to the complexities that we start with. To me, it's the wrong direction. Right. Is the Smoky Saint hiding? Okay. Won't matter. They're always all monkey. Oh yeah, okay. And I appreciate it with Zach. Yeah, that's my day job. I teach at Hogwarts. Sea Science says, oh, you tricked us. Cheryl says, oh, okay, skip this. Looks like we got a spammer in the chat. 1 second. That was already taken care of. Hopefully that gets sorted out. I'm gonna restart that paragraph that I started. I have just stated that the overwhelming majority of mutations should be nearly neutral. All population geneticists would agree for many reasons. First, it can be seen by the nature of misspellings in any written language, as you can picture for yourself by changing any single letter in this book. Second, it can be seen by the total number of nucleotides. On average, each nucleotide position can contain 1/3 of the total information. Third, it can be seen Third, it can be seen from innumerable studies on the mutation of specific coding sequences, promoters, and enhancers. Experimentally, we can show that most nucleotide positions have very subtle effects on any given cell function, and only a few mutations are real killers of a gene function. Remember, any single gene function is just a minuscule part of the whole cell's system. Lastly, the near-neutral impact of most nucleotides can be seen from the very subtle role that single nucleotides play in genome-wide patterns. Codon preferences, nucleosome binding sites, isochords, word compositional differences between species, etc. These patterns involve hundreds of millions of nucleotides, which are dispersed throughout the genome. Individual nucleotide positions must play an immeasurably tiny role in maintaining all such genome-wide patterns. Yet, as infinitesimal as these effects are, they are not zero. Such patterns exist because each nucleotide contributes to it. Each nucleotide still has an impact, and so carries information. No matter how we analyze it, we will see that that most nucleotide positions must be nearly neutral. Are there truly neutral nucleotide positions? True neutrality can never actually be demonstrated experimentally. It would require infinite sensitivity. However, for reasons we'll get into later, some geneticists have been eager to minimize the functional genome and have wanted to regulate the vast bulk of genome to junk DNA. Mutations in such DNA are assumed to be entirely neutral. However, actual research findings continually expand the size of the functional genome, while the presumed junk DNA keeps shrinking. In just a few years, many geneticists have shifted from believing that less than 3%, the total genome, is functional to believing that much more than 30% is functional. And most recently, evidence suggests 80% or more is functional. This is from the ENCODE project. The ENCODE project consortium in 2012. As the functional genome expands, the likelihood of neutral mutations shrink. Moreover, there are strong theoretical reasons for believing that there is no truly neutral nucleotide position. By its very existence, a nucleotide position takes up space, affects spacing between other sites, and affects such things as regional nucleotide composition, DNA folding, and nucleosome binding. If a nucleotide carries absolutely no information, it is, by definition, slightly deleterious, as it shows cell replication and wastes energy. Just as there are really no truly neutral letters in an encyclopedia, there are probably no truly neutral nucleotide sites in the genome. Therefore, there is no way to change any given site without some biological effect, no matter how subtle. While most sites are probably nearly neutral, very few, if any, should be absolutely neutral. This fallacy of absolutely neutral mutations is clearly refuted by Eyre Walker and Kitely, 2007, in their words. In quote, it seems unlikely that any mutation is truly neutral in the sense that it has no effect on fitness. All mutations must have some effect, even if that effect is vanishingly small. However, there is a class of mutations that we can term effectively neutral. As such, the definition of neutrality is operational rather than functional. It depends on whether natural selection is effective on the mutation in the population or the genome context in which it segregates, not solely on the effect of the mutation on fitness. End quote. So, what does the real distribution of mutations really look like? Figure 3a, page 32, shows the nave bell-shaped curve view of mutations, with half mutations with half of the mutations being beneficial and half being deleterious. You can see that curve also in his genetic entropy talk. I think Sal uploaded it on his channel. One of the founders of Neo-Darwinian, sorry, that was my comment right there. One of the founders of Neo-Darwinian theory, R.A. Fisher, believed this was the actual distribution of mutational effects. And on this false premise, he established what he called Fisher's fundamental theorem of natural selection. His premise was clearly wrong, invalidating his entire mathematical analysis. It is easy to envision selective progress with such a distribution of mutations. Any level of selection, no matter how weak, would obviously favor at least some good mutations and eliminate at least some bad mutations. In fact, if this distribution were correct, progressive evolution would be inevitable. But this view is clearly incorrect. Beneficial mutations are so rare that they are typically not shown in such graphs. And he, side note again, you can also see that that other graph in his genetic entropy talk on Sal's channel. It's a figure 3b, page 33. Shows a more realistic view of the distribution of mutations, ranging from lethal to neutral. However, this is still not quite right. Mutations are sharply skewed towards neutral values. In other words, most mutations are nearly neutral, as we have just discussed. What does the real distribution of mutations look like? Figure 3c, page 34, is modified and expanded from Kimura, 1970. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. 1979. This curve very nearly represents the true distribution of mutations. It can be seen from Kimura's curve. Most mutations are negative and pile up steeply near the zero mark. They are overwhelmingly deleterious and nearly neutral. Kimura is famous for showing that there is a zone of near neutrality, as shown here as a box. Kimura calls near neutral mutations effectively neutral, meaning that they are so subtle that they are not subject to selection. We can see that Kimura does not show any mutations as being absolutely neutral. His curve approaches, but does not reach the zero impact point. Kimura's somewhat arbitrary cutoff point for unselectable, i.e., the size of his box, he calculates as a function of n to the power n to the e, the number of reproducing individuals within a breeding population. It is important to note that Kimura's box size, which he calculates based upon population size, is only a minimal estimate of the range of effectively neutral mutations. The actual box size should also be enlarged by any and all non-genetic factors that can affect reproductive probability. As we will see in Chapter 6, this fact very significantly increases the size of the real box. See Figure 9, page 108. Anything that decreases the signal-to-noise ratio will make proportionately more of a genome's nucleotides unselectable. The importance of non-genetic factors in terms of making proportionately more nucleotides unselectable is clearly acknowledged by the famous geneticist Mueller, 1964. Cheryl says, They did a whole. Oh no, I'm not going to say that. Looks like there's some drama. C Science Film Lab says entropy within the genome is no theory. That's observable truth in science. Just consider biosemitic entropy. Yep. Stephanie Trenton says to be a man, one needs a backbone. I'm not going to read these comments. I don't want the drama. Atheism is a religion, true. But actually, it's about as much of a religion as like theism. It's more of a philosophical stance. A religion, I might pinpoint to something like Satanism or some sort of like humanistic belief. You should stick to the philosophical definition and not make up your own. Talking about what, Bond? Oh, you're talking about atheism. Yep, I agree. I agree with that sentiment. It's pretty late, but I'm going to keep going. I'll probably keep going till 2. It's about 30 minutes or so. Okay. In Kimura's figure, he does not show any mutations to the right of 0. There are 0 beneficial mutations shown. He obviously considered beneficial mutations very rare, and does not even discuss their fitness effect distribution. Given this distribution of mutations, one would naturally ask, how can theorists possibly explain evolutionary progress? Is it done as follows? Everything in the near neutral box is redefined as being completely neutral and is thereby dismissed? Is it then assumed that the mutations to the left of the near neutral box can be entirely eliminated using natural selection? Having eliminated all deleterious mutations in these 2 ways, the theorists are then free to argue that no matter how rare selectable beneficial mutations may be to the right of the box, there should now be enough time and enough selection power left over to rescue some of them and to use them as the building blocks of evolution. As we soon will see, they are wrong on all counts. The mutations in the box cannot be dismissed. The mutations to the left of the box cannot necessarily all be eliminated by selection, and there is neither time nor selection power left for selecting the extremely rare mutations which might arise to the right of the near neutral box. Bond asks, what are you reading? I am reading, I'm on page 24. I read the forward prologue, chapter 1, and I'm near the end of chapter 2 of Genetic Entropy. Thanks for asking. C Science Film Labs says, while it is common for religions to identify with a deity or deities, not all do so. There are non-theistic religions like Buddhism or atheism. Yeah. Atheism, I mean, okay. I'd say part of the definition of religion includes the belief in a god or gods. but it just depends on how you define religion, honestly. Ask Randolph Richardson. I don't know who that is. Apparently, he's part of the Canadian Atheists. Is atheism part of a personal philosophy? It depends on what you mean. Oh, okay. Agnosticism is the belief in the existence of God, the divine, the supernatural is not knowable with any certainty. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to continue onward. Onward and upward. Figure 3D vividly illustrates why mutations cannot result in a set of gain of information. As we will see more clearly in later chapters, selection cannot touch any of the mutations in a near-neutral box. Therefore, the very strong predominance of deleterious mutations in this box absolutely guarantees a net loss of information. Furthermore, when mutations are recessive, or mutation rate is high and reproductive rate is moderate or low, selection cannot even eliminate all the deleterious mutations to the left of the box. We will see that constraints on selection even limit our ability to select for the extremely rare beneficial mutations that might lie to the right of the near-neutral box. Everything about the true distribution of mutations argues against mutations leading to net gain in information, as needed for forward evolution. If I remember, you're a theistic evolutionist, Bond? Okay. Stephanie Trenton says, to me, atheism is one who knows of God, but is in denial of that God. A want to go it alone and sin on its lust. Total greed. Cancer? Yeah, from a biblical perspective, it's the suppression of truth and unrighteousness, right? So from our perspective, that's what atheism would be. Theistic evolutionists think God waited for everything. I can't speak for them. Cheryl says he might deny it today, ask tomorrow. Okay. We continue on. Because beneficial mutations are so central to the viability of the primary axiom, I need to say a little more about them. During the last century, wait, did I skip something? No. During the last century, there was a great deal of effort invested in trying to use mutations to generate useful variation. This was especially true in my own area, plant breeding. When it was discovered that certain forms of radiation and certain chemicals were powerful mutagenic agents, millions and millions of plants were mutagenized. I don't know how to pronounce that. and screened for possible improvements. Assuming the primary axiom, it would not seem obvious that this would result in rapid evolution of our crops. For several decades, this was the main thrust of crop improvement research. Vast numbers of mutants were produced and screened, collectively representing many billions of mutation events. A huge number of small, sterile, sick, deformed, aberrant plants were produced. However, from all this effort, almost no meaningful crop improvement resulted. The effort was for the most part an enormous failure and was almost entirely abandoned. Why did this huge mutation selection experiment fail, even with a host of PhD scientists trying to help it along? It was because even with all those billions of mutations, there were no significant beneficial mutations, new beneficial mutations arising. The exception proves the point. Low phytate corn is the most notable example of successful mutation breeding. Corn with low phytate has certain advantages in terms of animal feed. The low phytate corn was created by mutagenizing corn, and then selecting for strains wherein the genetic machinery, which directs phytic acid production, has been damaged. Although the resulting mutation may be desired for a specific agricultural purpose, it was accomplished through net loss of information, like the broken car alarm, and the loss of a biological function, a broken gene. Most of the other examples of successful mutation breeding are found within the area of ornamental plants, where dysfunctional anomalies are found to be novel and interesting to the eye. Examples of useful mutations with ornamental plants include sterility, dwarfing, mottled or variegated foliage, or misshaped floral organs. Okay. There's a few comments that I can go through. C Science Film Lab says, "My God created all life forms in form initially. How did yours do it?" Oh, this is to Bond. Shout out to Bond says, "Shout out to local floods." Nice. C Science Film Lab says, "Am I really the only YC that believes God created all things with a quality of a given age?" I don't know. Bond says, "I apologize if I seem to deflect from your point." And then he also says, "Wesley is an OEC fella now, right?" I don't know if I align OEC completely, but I guess you could say I'm an OEC by fact or evidence and a YEC by faith. C Science Film Labs, but I'm definitely not an evolutionist, and this book is sort of dooming for you, Bond, so you should listen. C Science Film Lab says, "I believe the stars were created with their light already reaching Earth as described in Genesis. Okay. See, science then says the trees were created with fruit in them, fruit on them, the day that they were created, according to Genesis. Then Stephanie Trenton says to say that the humankind came from apes is backward thinking. I agree. They came from us. Wait a minute. That's why. Okay, whatever. Okay, and then Cheryl says, Wesley, you were at YC again the other day. Nope. I thought I specified it the other day too, but maybe not. Okay. Like, to an extent I am, but there are still issues that can't be like substantiated. Okay. If no truly positive mutation resulting in a net gain of information could be recovered from this vast science-guided process, talking about the ornamental plants, why do we think the identical process in the absence of any guided intelligence would be more fruitful in nature? However, the very same scientists who failed at mutation selection were extremely successful in crop improvement when they abandoned mutation breeding and instead used the pre-existing natural variation within each plant species or genus. This would make sense if such pre-existing variation did not principally arise via mutation, but originally arose by design. Bergman, 2004, reviewed the topic of beneficial mutations. Among other things, he did a simple literature search via biological abstracts and Medline. He found 453,732 mutation hits, but among these, only 186 mentioned the word beneficial, about 4 in 10,000. When those 186 references were reviewed, the presumed beneficial mutations were only beneficial in a very narrow sense and consistently involved loss of function. I.e., loss of information changes. He was unable to find a single example of a mutation which unambiguously created new information. While it is almost universally accepted that beneficial information-creating mutations must occur, this belief seems to be based upon uncritical acceptance of the primary axiom, rather than upon actual evidence. I do not doubt there are beneficial mutations that create information, but it is clear that they are exceedingly rare, much too rare for genome building. In conclusion, mutations appear to be overwhelmingly deleterious, and even when mutation may be classified as beneficial in some specific sense, it is still usually part of an overall breakdown and erosion of information. As we will soon examine in greater detail, mutations, even when coupled with selection, cannot generally create new information. These types of variation created by mutations are more like the dings and scratches of life, and cannot be seen as life's spare parts. Spare parts are designed. Mutations are the basis for the aging of individuals, and right now they are leading to our death, both yours and mine. unless selection can somehow stop the erosion of information in the human genome. Mutations will not only lead to our personal death, they will lead to the death of our species. We will soon see that in order to prevent continuous genomic degeneration, natural selection must be able to effectively select against extremely large numbers of nearly neutral nucleotide mutations. And here is an update from 2014. One of the things this book shows is that forward evolution requires a very high rate of beneficial mutations, and these must be sufficiently impactful so as to be selectable. Could such beneficial mutations be extremely common? Simple logic precludes this, as do most scientific observations over many decades. Logic tells us that genetic information represents specifications. Specifications are inherently specific, and random mutation destroys specificity. They systematically destroy any useful information. Yet there are few isolated cases where it is claimed that certain laboratory experiments demonstrate remarkably high rates of beneficial mutation. My colleagues and I have very effectively refuted these claims in a recent scientific publication. See Montañez et al. 2013. The key to understanding these claims of superabundant, high-impact beneficial mutations is that a large part, up to 50%, of any microbial genome consists of just-in-case genes, which need to be precisely regulated. These genes are crucial in the real world, conferring tolerance to a host of specific stress conditions. But in any artificial and unchanging laboratory environment, such genes are just dead weight. Breaking or deleting such non-essential genes will very often conserve energy and allow faster growth in the artificial environment. Likewise, disrupting their normal regulation can be advantageous in the artificial environment. Under these artificial conditions, many diverse beneficial mutations can arise that involve loss of information, loss of function, and gene degradation, like stripping down a car for a race. Describing such mutations as beneficial is really a misnomer. They actually represent adaptive degeneration. This is best seen in the famous long-term Escherichia coli experiment, the E. coli experiment by Lenski and colleagues. Barrick et al. 2009, Lenski 2011. E. coli did indeed adapt to a certain artificial environment, and on specific artificial medium could grow slightly faster. But when enabling beneficial mutations were analyzed, they all involved loss of function events, neither broken genes nor broken promoters. Genome size consistently shrank. This is clearly not how genomes are built and speaks directly to the problem of genetic degeneration. Manuscript in preparation. Just 1 second. I'm going to. There's a lovely. Picture I found in a article by Usuri DW in 2011 about natural genetic engineering, where he has a picture of the E. coli in the experiment, you can see in a blast atlas where it's compared to 5 other E. coli strains, and you can just see. I'm going to post it right here. It's pretty epic, so I'll post it in the comments, and you can just read. I'm just going to read on. You can look at that if it interests you. Onward. Most recently, a paper by Battalion and Bailey. I think that's how you pronounce. 2014 examined the distribution of mutation effects. In their paper, they specifically examined the distribution of beneficial mutations and say direct experimental evidence confirms the predictions on the DFE distribution of fitness effects. Oh, I might have skipped something in the last paragraph, but what it's just saying is that the genome size consistently shrank, which is similar to the picture that I cited. Direct experimental evidence confirms predictions on the DFE distribution of fitness effects of beneficial mutation favors distributions that are roughly exponential but bounded on the right. In other words, their analysis disagrees with mine and supports figure 3D. They go on to say, estimates consistently suggest shape parameters in the Weibull domain. The Weibull type distribution is the distribution my colleagues and I usually employ in our numerical simulations. Lastly, they address the rarity of beneficial mutations by saying the conventional assumption is that populations are very close to their fitness optimum, and so beneficial mutations are exceedingly rare and can safely be ignored. Thus, in most cases, assumptions of the models used do not allow for beneficial fitness effects to be estimated at all. However, beneficial mutations are not so rare that they cannot be detected when looked for in evolution experiments, and depending on the particular selection environment, beneficial mutations can even be quite numerous. It could be argued that these data represent the DFE of extremely maladapted populations, important only in the artificial environment of the lab, end quote. These authors clearly understand that beneficial mutations are extremely rare anomalies. In the big picture, mutations systematically destroy biological information. If you want to see the figures, you just have to get the book. Okay, let me see. Looks like we're at 203. How does everyone feel about one more chapter? I'll be on chapter 3. Is that okay? Bond says, keep on reading. Okay, I will. I will for you, Bond. Okay, chapter 3. How much mutation is too much? Newsflash. Human mutation rates are much too high. For many decades, geneticists have been worried about the impact of mutation on the human population. See Mueller, 1950, and then see Creo, 1997. When these concerns first arose, they were based upon an estimated rate of deleterious mutations of 0.12 to 0.30 mutations per person per generation. Morton, Creo, and Mueller, 1956. Since that time, there have persisted serious concerns about deleterious mutation accumulation in man, leading to a high genetic load and a generally degenerating population. There has also been a long-standing belief that if the rate of deleterious mutations approached one deleterious mutation per person per generation, long-term genetic deterioration would be a certainty. Citation Mueller, 1950. This would be logical, since selection must eliminate mutations as fast as they are occurring. We need to prevent mutant individuals from reproducing, but we also need to leave enough remaining people to procreate and produce the next generation. By this thinking, deleterious mutations in man must actually be kept below one mutation per every 3 children. If selection is to eliminate all the mutations and still allow the population to reproduce, this is because global fertility rates are now less than 3 children for every 2 adults. So only 1 child in 3 could theoretically be selectively eliminated. For these reasons, geneticists have been naturally very eager to discover what the human mutation rate really is. One of the most astonishing recent findings of the world of genetics is that the human mutation rate, just within our reproductive cells, is in the range of 75 to 175 nucleotide substitutions, i.e. misspellings, per person per generation. That's a Nachman and Crowell 2000 study, and a Kronashov 2002 study, an Xu et al. Study 2009, Lynch 2010, Campbell and Eichler 2013, and finally a Lynch study in 2016. These high numbers are now widely accepted within the genetics community. Furthermore, Dr. Kronashov, the author of one of the publications, has indicated to me that 100 was his lower estimate. He believed the actual rate of point mutations, misspellings, per person may be as high as 300. Even the lowest estimate, 75, is an amazing number with profound implications. When an earlier study revealed that the human mutation rate might be as high as 30, the highly distinguished author of that study concluded that such a number would have profound implications for evolutionary theory. Neal et al., 1986. Even if we assume that the very significant fraction of the genome is perfectly neutral junk, this would still mean that many new deleterious mutations are occurring per person per generation. So every one of us is a mutant, many times over. What type of selection scheme could possibly stop this type of loss of information? As we will see, given these numbers, there is no realistic method to halt genomic degeneration. Since the proportion of the genome that is recognized as being truly functional is rapidly increasing, the number of mutations recognized as being actually deleterious must also be rapidly increasing. If the genome proves to be mostly functional, then most of these 75 to 175 mutations per person are actually deleterious. Because mutation rate estimates have large margins of error. For the rest of the book, I will just use 100 as a conservative estimate of the number of the human mutation rate. However, this number is too conservative because it only considers point mutations, letter substitutions. This number does not include the many other types of common mutations, including tandem repeat mutations, deletions,
insertions, duplications, translocations, inversions, conversions, and mitochondrial mutations. To appreciate the existence of this underestimation of the mutation problem, we should first consider that the types of mutation that fall outside of the normal point mutation counts. Then we need to consider what portion of the whole genome is truly functional. Within each cell are substructures called mitochondria that have their own small internal genome, about 16,500 nucleotides, which is inherited only through the mother. However, because the mitochondrial genome is highly polyploid, hundreds of copies per cell, and because the mitochondrial mutation rate is extremely high, there are still a large number of mitochondrial mutations that must be eliminated each generation in order to halt degeneration. The human mitochondrial mutation rate may be as high as 2.5 mutations per nucleotide site per million years. Parsons et al. 1997, assuming a generation time of 25 years and a mitochondrial genome size of 16,500, this approaches a rate of one mitochondrial mutation per person per generation within the reproductive cell line. Mitochondrial mutations, just by themselves, may put us over the theoretical limit of selective elimination. Even if the mutation rate is only 0.1 per person, we would have to select away a very substantial portion, 10% of the human population, every generation, just to halt mitochondrial genetic degeneration. Yet this would still allow the 100 or more nuclear mutations per person per generation to accumulate unabated. High rates of mitochondrial mutation are especially problematic in terms of selection, chapters 4 and 5, because of a lack of recombination. Mueller's ratchet quotes Mueller 1964, and a lower effective population size. Only women pass on this DNA, so effective selection can only be applied to half the population. The most rapidly mutating regions of the human genome are within the very dynamic microsatellite DNA regions. These unique regions can mutate at rates nearly 1 millionfold above normal, and are not included in normal estimates of mutation rate. Yet these sequences are found to have biological impact, and their mutation results in many serious genetic diseases. Sutherland and Richards, 1995. It is estimated that for every regular point mutation, there is probably at least one microsatellite mutation. That's Ellengren 2000. This could conceivably double the mutation count per person per generation from 100 to 200. In addition to nuclear point mutations, mitochondrial mutations, and microsatellite mutations, there are a wide variety of more severe chromosomal mutations, generally called macro mutations. These include deletions, insertions. These include deletions and insertions. According to Kronishov, 2002, such mutations, when combined, add another 4 macro mutations for every 100 point mutations. This estimate appears to consider only the smallest of macro mutations and exclude the insertions/deletions affecting larger regions of DNA. Although there may be relatively few such macro mutations, minimally 4 per person per generation, these major mutations will unquestionably cause much more genomic damage, and so would demand higher priority if one were designing a selection scheme to stop genomic degeneration. Macro mutations can affect any number of nucleotides from 1 million, even as we might, from 1 to 1 million, even as we might accidentally delete a letter, a word, or even an entire chapter from this book. These relatively few macromutations, are believed to cause 3 to 10-fold more sequence diversions than all the point mutations combined, citing Britain 2002 and Zaire 2003. This raises our actual mutation count to over 208 mutations per person per generation. But if we factor in the fact that macro mutations can change 3 to 10-fold more nucleotides than all point mutations combined, our final tally of nucleotide changes per person is much greater. Yet even these numbers may still be too low. We have not yet considered inversions and translocations. Furthermore, evolutionary theorists are now invoking extremely high conversion rates, which could double these numbers again. At this point, let's recall the beginning of this chapter, where we learned that the Nobel laureate geneticist Mueller considered that a human mutation rate approaching 1.0 or higher per person would doom mankind to rapid genetic degeneration. Although we do not know the precise human mutation rate, there is good reason to believe that there are many more than 1,000 nucleotide changes in every person, every generation. See Table 1. Of all these mutations, what present are truly neutral? In the last few years, there has been a dramatic shift in the perceived functionality of most components of the genome. The concept of junk DNA is quickly disappearing. Slack 2006. In fact, it is the junk non-protein coding DNA which appears to be key to encoding biological complexity, citing Taft and Matic 2003. The Taft and Matic study strongly suggests that the more junk an organism has, the more advanced the organism is. So mutation within junk DNA can hardly be assumed to be neutral. Sea Science Film Lab says, it is written in the Bible that man was created as a walking person capable of speech, not a tree-dwelling ape or virus. Yep. If you claim the Bible and believe in ape-to-man evolution, you're wrong. Right? And that would be like the neo-Darwinian theory, or the rather the modern synthesis hypothesis is what is more often referred to as. Cool. I'm going to continue on. In 2005, it was already established that more than 50% of the human genome is transcribed into RNA, Johnson et al. 2005, and that at least half of this transcribed DNA appears to be transcribed in both directions, Yelin et al. 2003. So all of this DNA is not only functional, much of it may be doubly functional. While only a small fraction of the genome directly encodes for proteins, every protein encoding sequence is embedded within other functional sequences that regulate the expression of such proteins. This includes promoters, enhancers, introns, leader sequences, trailing sequences, and sequences infecting regional folding and DNA architecture. I do not believe any serious biologist now considers introns, which comprise most of a typical genetic region, as truly neutral junk. In fact, many of the most strongly conserved, essential, and invariant sequences known are found within introns. Bijorano et al. 2004. While a typical protein coding sequence may be only 3,000 nucleotides long or less, the typical gene that controls the expression of that protein can be in the range of 50,000 nucleotides long. Since there are over 2,000 protein encoding genes, estimates greatly vary. If we include all their associated nucleotides, 50,000 per gene, complete genes could easily amount for over 1.5 billion nucleotides. This is fully half of the genome. In addition, a whole new class of genes has been discovered which do not encode proteins, but encode functional RNAs. Such genes have escaped recognition in computer searches for protein coding sequences, and so have been overlooked as true genes. But they are true genes, and they probably comprise a large part of the genome. Maddock 2001, Dennis 2002, Storrs 2002. They are just now being discovered within DNA regions that were previously demised as junk. And in addition, 2 independent studies have shown extensive sequence functionality within large regions between genes. Coop and Hood, 1994. Shabalina et al. 2001. Such regions have also previously been assumed to be junk. Pseudogenes, long considered dead duplicated genes, have been shown to be functional. Hirotsun et al. 2003, Lee 2003. Sal also has done a couple streams now on functionality of different pseudogenes. Pseudogenes seem to be designed to make regulatory RNA molecules, see Chen et al. 2004, rather than proteins, so they are not dead fossils. As I will discuss in more detail elsewhere, there even appear to be diverse cellular functions for the much maligned selfish genes. Such sometimes called parasitic DNA sequences. Is he talking about? Oh yes, he is. Also called transposable elements, which are transposons and retrotransposons. These elements appear to have multiple important functions within the cell, including the control of chromosome pairing. Hakimi et al. 2002, and DNA repair, Morse et al. 2002. Also, side note, one of the alleged novel additions to E. coli was actually discovered to be a transposable element duplicating part of the genome. So not novel. And going on, repetitive DNA, including satellite DNA, although long considered junk, has not been shown to be essential to genome function, and compromises such essential genomic structures as centromeres and telomeres. Shapiro and Sternberg, 2005. Lastly, there are fundamental genome-wide structural patterns which virtually permeate every position of the genome, such as isochores, GC-rich areas, Vinogradov, 2003. Genome-wide word patterns, Carlin, 1994, and nucleosome binding sites, Tachida, 1990, Siegel et al. Sagel, et al. 2006. These genome-wide patterns appear to be crucial to cell function and suggest functionality throughout the entire genome. For example, nucleosome binding, crucial to chromosome structure and gene regulation, appears to be specified by dinucleotide patterns that repeat every 10 nucleotides. Sandman et al. 2000. So 1/5 of the genome may be functional and essential just for the purpose of specifying nucleosome binding sites. Tachida, 1990. It is becoming increasingly clear that most or all of the genome is functional. Therefore, most mutations in the genome must be deleterious. On a per-person basis, 100 mutations represents a loss of only a minuscule fraction of the total information in our vast genome. However, the real impact of such high mutation rate will be seen at the population level and is expressed within the passage of time. Since there are well over 6 billion people in the world, and each person has an average of 100 new mutations to the global population, has added an average of 100 new mutations to the global population, our generation alone has added roughly 6 billion new mutations to the human race. If we remember that there are only 3 billion nucleotide positions in the human genome, we see that in our lifetime, there have been over 200 mutations for every nucleotide position within the genome. Therefore, every possible point mutation that could happen to the genome has happened many times over, just during our lifetime. Because of our present large population size, humanity is now being flooded by mutations like never before in history. The consequence of most of these mutations are not felt immediately, but will manifest themselves in coming generations. As we will see, there is no selection scheme that can reverse the damage that has been done during our own generation, even if further mutations could be stopped. No amount of selection can prevent a significant number of these mutations from drifting deeper into the population and consequently causing permanent genetic damage. Yet our children's generation will add even more new mutations, followed by the next and the next. This degenerative process will continue into the foreseeable future. We are on a downward slide that cannot be stopped. A lot of people saying good night, George Bond. Good night, Chris Peacock. Have a good night. God bless. I'm just trying. The whole purpose of this stream is just to make it impossible to download for SFT. That's all. That's the only reason. That's the whole joke. Okay, moving on. When selection is unable to counter the loss of information due to mutations, a situation arises called error catastrophe. If not rapidly corrected, this situation leads to the eventual death of the species, extinction. In its final stages, genomic degeneration leads to declining fertility, which curtails further selection. Selection always requires a surplus population, some of which can then be eliminated each generation. Interbreeding and genetic drift then take over entirely, rapidly finishing off the population. The process is an irreversible downward spiral. This advanced stage of genomic degeneration is called mutational meltdown. Bernard's 1996. Mutational meltdown is recognized as an immediate threat to all of today's endangered species. The same process appears to potentially be a theoretical threat for mankind. What can stop it? 2008 update. In June of 2007, a large international consortium of genome scientists under the name ENCODE published their finds in a set of 29 scientific papers. These finds stunned the genetics community. Kapranov et al. 2007. They showed that the human genome is vastly more complex than they had expected, and that essentially all of the genome is transcribed, most of it in both directions. They concluded that most nucleotides are not only functional, but are polyfunctional, having multiple roles. This means that the genome's functionality exceeds 100%. Most of both strands of the DNA are functional. In this light, no mutations should be considered perfectly neutral, and almost all mutations must be considered deleterious. This means that the real deleterious mutation rate in man is nothing less than staggering, in the ballpark of 100 mutations per person per generation. This is more than 2 orders of magnitude greater than was previously considered possible. Here is the latest update. Since the 2008 edition of this book, Xu et al. 2009, Lynch 2010, and Lynch 2016 have further confirmed that the human mutation rate is extremely high. In the general ballpark of 100 new mutations per person per generation, Lynch argues that almost all the human genome is junk DNA. So almost all mutations are harmless. Nevertheless, Lynch concludes that the problem of mutation accumulation in man is severe. See Appendix 1. The latest and most complete analysis of the human germline mutation rate is found in a recent review by Campbell and Eichler, 2013. Table 1 of that paper summarizes the findings of numerous studies involving human mutation rate. Some of the estimates in that table only involve a single family, and so are not very reliable. Using the 6 larger studies that involved at least 20 families, the mean point mutation rate was 1.56 times 10 to the 8th power, to the negative 8th power per nucleotide, per gamete per generation. This translates to 93.6 mutations per birth. However, the authors of this review state that this is just a lower boundary, and they add that these studies excluded and they add that these studies excluded the most mutable portions of the genome. They state, it is important to note that all of these studies involve substantial filtering of de novo variants to remove false positives and often exclude highly repetitive regions of the genome. Studies from targeted sequencing of exomes or other regions have reported higher mutation rates. Furthermore, most mutational nucleotide changes are not due to point mutations. See below. Therefore, 100 mutations per person per generation remains a very conservative estimate of the human point mutation rate. What about the other types of mutation? The same authors point out that in addition to point mutations, there are many types of larger mutational disruptions of the genome. These include microsatellite mutations, mutations in the centromeric repeats, insertion and deletion mutations, indels, and copy number variant mutations, CNVs. They fail to mention mitochondrial mutations, inversions, translocations, or conversions. The author of this latest review confirms that the macro mutations, are by far the greatest source of genomic divergence and degeneration. For example, they show that CNV mutations alone amount for 16,000 to 50,000 base pair changes per birth. Likewise, they show that the rates of insertions and deletions, indels, are higher than previously thought, whereas indels were previously thought to be only 6% as frequent as point mutations. New estimates suggest that this number should be more like 10% or even 20%, and that this number will grow as sequencing methods improve. So there may be 20 new indels per birth. Since indels involve multiple nucleotides per event and can involve thousands or even millions of nucleotides per event, indels can very reasonably be expected to change thousands of nucleotides per person per generation. Wells 2013 exhaustively reviews the emerging literature that shows that most of the genome is functional, which means that deleterious mutations in man must minimally be in the ballpark of 100 per person per generation. This is strongly supported by the massive final report of the ENCODE project, the ENCODE project consortium, 2012. Princess Rainbow says, wow, it's late for you guys. For me, it's about 2:39. I said I'd go till 2, but I'm reading till the end of the chapter, so. A very recent paper, Rands et al., 2014, claims that 8.2% of the human genome is evolutionarily constrained, i.e. has remained largely unchanged since the earliest mammals evolved. This is based upon the observed similarity in the human genome compared to genomes of other mammals. This is not remarkable. However, evolutionists are now using these calculations to claim that this proves that the rest of the genome, 91.8%, must therefore be junk DNA. This is a very irrational conclusion. It is not surprising that parts of the human genome would be shared by most mammals. Such genomic regions must encode functions which most mammals have in common, i.e., mammillary glands, mammillary glands, well, common biochemical functions, etc. However, it should be obvious that other parts of the genome must encode those functions that make each mammal unique. A human, a whale, a bat. Each has unique capabilities. Large parts of mammal genomes are different because they prescribe functional information that allows a human to do science, a whale to dive a mile deep, and a bat to fly and echolocate. Okay, that was the end. That was the end of chapter 3. So I've read the foreword, the prologue, and 3 chapters. I think that's where we're gonna end for tonight, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can read any more accurately. So thanks for tuning in. And hi to Wesley Curry 2, who says, "Hi, I'm Wesley Curry 2." Thank you, Cheryl. She says, "Great job, Wesley. Get some rest." Princess Rainbow says, "I'm back from my office, and you're still online." Yep. I wonder, should I just keep reading until I can't anymore, or you want to read another chapter? Wesley Curry 2 says, question: if a person could heal any disease or illness with a spoken word, what would doctors find to do? What would doctors find to do that the knowledge and skills involved in medical practice would no longer be needed? Oh, sorry. Are you saying, is what you're saying similar to like if it was possible to heal disease with the spoken word, what would the purpose be of doctors to find knowledge and skills to improve medical practice? That's a good question. I imagine. Well, I guess it depends on the specifics of Mark of the 10 Omni 666 Mark of the Beast $32,000. I'm sorry, I'm kind of confused by your comments. Yep. Rest would probably be a good idea. Okay. Private chat. You can ask your comments, Wesley, in the open section. I don't have the authority to invite anyone on the stream. God bless you, Cheryl. Yeah, I've been doing a good amount of study on the evolutionary mechanisms and whether or not they can provide the information essential for new body plans in a sustainable fashion. Reading books like The Evolution Revolution, which was, I thought, a really interesting read. And his book right before that, which I think is called Not a Chance. There's a lot of great publications, even stuff, especially stuff from authors who subscribe to natural genetic engineering are really dooming to the theory of modern synthesis or hypothesis of modern synthesis. Wes, did you have any questions for me? Anyway, I'll probably head out now. I think as far as the Neff and David Neff and Ken Oven debate, I thought there was a little bit of talking past each other. The openings of both opponents seem to be generally ignored for the rest of the discussion, including the rebuttals. Like, for instance, never brought up again arguments for the age of the Earth from David Neff, like the arguments from the moving of continental drift of made by the Himalayan mountains when India broke off from Gondwana, moving to Eurasia, or for instance the argument he made about the Oklo depleted uranium deposit with fission fragments. The nested hierarchies was, I think, the main thing that Kent latched onto. But like Bread of Life earlier was saying, what is not usually responded to is like, what is the mechanism, right? What is the mechanism of evolution, and what is that mechanism that allows for the creation of like novel genetic material, right? That's a technical term. Basically, like, it's pretty self-explanatory, but de novo creations of usually like random duplications in the genome, right, should be the source of new information. As I was reading, you heard that example in genetic entropy of the wagon, and what would be needed to create a space shuttle or a spaceship. And even what's her name, Erica gets it given. She brings up the example of the cat sat, I think. Yeah, yeah. Her example is that the simple sentence, the cat can turn into the sad cat sad, and how that would be possible would be the cat portion of that sentence duplicates, so it says the cat, and then the second cat in the series has a point mutation, causing it to become sat. The cat sat, and then the cat sat would increase duplication of sat again, so the cat sat, and then a negative, another mutation would cause the sentence to say the cat sat, changing the T to a D, and then finally a translocation where the sad moves to the foremost of the three-letter series of duplicates, turning the sentence finally to the sad cat sat. And I think this is interesting because this is an example of someone who's a proponent of modern synthesis making an example that sounds plausible on the surface, but in reality has an extremely minuscule probability, like astronomically minuscule. For instance, just the cat, 6 letters turning into the cat, that duplication of the cat, ignoring spaces, periods, anything fancy, just specifically the search probability of the letters, excluding spaces, periods, characters, variables, whatever. That is a search space of 1 in 2,160. That's 0.05%. That's a 0.05% change. The next change in the series, and I'm going to just go down to the final sentence, would be a 0.00027% probability, and then the next is 0.0000091%. Then the next one is 0.0000002%, and the final one is 0.0000007%. And it should also be noted that if these like beneficial markers, for instance, when the sentence turns to the cat sat, are really beneficial, there's always a negative change to the system, the cat, that just adds sort of useless information to the system as a negative mutation. And so negative mutations would probably they have a higher potential of being selected away, especially given that there's about 3.2 billion DNA bases. And that's, I have a source, the Foydema and Kirkpatrick 2018, which is a more recent source than John Sanford was using in his book. And it consider the selection space of changing that sentence in that specific way. Let's see how many times that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times with such low probabilities in those sentences. It's not very plausible that evolutionary mechanisms are the source of novel functionality. It doesn't seem that long time, deep time, long ages will solve that. Just giving the probability matrix right there. It seems like time exacerbates the problem, and that's what John Sanford is pointing out in his book Genetic Entropy, which I read about 3 chapters and the prologue and the the forward, yeah. Yeah, so this like adding noise to a system is just going to be extremely problematic. And like some of the like articles where I'm showing genetic degradation in E. coli strands, you can see there's no adding of new information. These charts, like the blast chart that I linked to, I cited, they have extreme loss of information. Like a single pixel on that chart, if you're looking at it, has thousands of genetic losses. It's really not. Sure, you can look at like nested hierarchies. You can look at like phylogenetics. You can look at even the fossil record, and you can grant all those things. All those things are moot if you don't have a mechanism. They're moot. They don't matter. Aside from the fact that those things can be explained in a more plausible situation, i.e., a god who creates things in nested hierarchies. He creates time, space, and matter, and all of those things have nested hierarchies, such as in time there's past, present, and future. In matter there's solid, liquid, gas, and even in those there are nested hierarchies. God is a creator of nested hierarchies. So to assume that naturalistic explanation is the only explanation for that, I think is problematic. And the fossil record, it assumes two things. It assumes one, the geologic column and the sediments and metamorphized rocks were laid down over long periods of time. And it it assumes that these fossils in general are in any way correlated to one another, which are both premises that I'm not willing to accept, just based on actual evidence. So I mean, I think aside from the fact that those arguments are moot, they're not even that interesting. They're not even that powerful. So that's my thoughts. I do think that Neff did bring up some good points. I find especially his point about kinds, about the Behrman, where he argued, he pointed out something that Ken Hovind did in the debate. He said, bonobo, chimpanzees and gorillas, they can't interbreed, and therefore they're not the same kind. And then what David was arguing is that statement contradicts Kent's claim when he says that species can be the same kind, although they can't interbreed. He's saying that those two contradict, and I think there's sort of a point there that because kind is arbitrary, according to Kent, that it's sort of an impossible burden for David to show any change in kinds. And I think in that sense, David made a valid argument why it's hard for him to submit his position as the true position, at least to Kent. But in my opinion, he shouldn't have been arguing to Kent. He should have been arguing to us, the audience. And and I liked his pseudo gene argument. I thought that's interesting, although there kind of is already an answer for that, as someone else in this discussion brought up earlier. As far as like pseudogenes such as like vitamin C, essentially, I'm not going to get into too much detail, but vitamin C likely had a use, but it wasn't needed, and so as mutations caused it to deteriorate, natural selection didn't select against those deteriorations. It's pretty much seems as simple as that. He also said if a bacteria turned into a whale over one generation, it would falsify the theory of evolution. I'd argue that the Cambrian explosion, and I mean, it's kind of suspicious that people like Gold subscribe to a theory of punctuated equilibrium. That's kind of the antithesis of what Darwin meant by his theory of slow, gradual changes over time. So I think either David has to say that bacteria to whale over a quick succession would falsify his theory, and therefore his theory is falsified from the fossil record, from different explosions like Gunter Beckley would best point out. Or he says punctuated equilibrium is possible, and there are spurts of new body plans that are formed over a fast period of time. But then in that case, it doesn't falsify his view, and I think it's perhaps dishonest to say so. Also, he brought up a lot of random and stuff like tax evasion. I think is horribly unprofessional for a debate. He questioned Kent on allopatric sympatric speciation. I can't remember what else. He made an argument that speciation, I think, is evidence of the modern synthesis. He did bring up HIV, which is a common one. It's just right at the beginning of the Fortema Kirkpatrick book, Evolution textbook from college. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty like not powerful. It's not a very good argument for like modern synthesis. It's a good argument for evolution, and I'm not arguing that evolution doesn't occur. I think it's like evolution is true. It's not, but it's not inherently antithetical to a young Earth model. In fact, it's from what we know of it, like with natural genetic engineering and other like directed mutational processes that happen quickly, not over many generations, that the young Earth model, the young age model, is actually made more plausible by processes of evolution. And it's in their perhaps willful ignorance to deny that. And I think the two definitions are perhaps of modern synthesis, or like the theory of evolution and evolution, are commonly conflated in secular literature, and which leads to confusion and misunderstanding. And that's where I sort of empathize with people like Jungle Jargon, although I wish in some instances that he state his view a little clearer. I think that's spam. Although he does bring up a lot of good points, and is unfortunately disrespected by some non-YEC members of our community. Yeah, I just argue that we haven't. I haven't seen, and perhaps this is anecdotal and but I haven't seen any generation of new gene activities de novo. I've never seen that, and I have asked many asecular scientists, including many on different platforms and college professors, and I've never gotten a suitable answer. I have gotten some some like side evidences like phylogenetics, but again, I feel like all those are moot if you don't have a mechanism. I just argue experimental and observable processes of evolution, they really don't substantiate Luca, the last universal cellular ancestor. And that's where I'm going to end the stream. God bless. God bless everyone. I hope you enjoyed the reading of the first 3 chapters, prologue, and the foreword of Genetic Entropy by John C. Sanford. Tony Marie says, still going? I said, so I'm going to say, I just stopped, so sorry. If you want, I can just mute myself and just leave my computer running all night, and you guys can talk in the comments if you want. Okay. Ciao. Au revoir. Arrivederci. Adios.